What's up, chatters? Oh, the game is set to 2x. Whoops, that's not the right game. Whoops, that's not the right game. My game is updating. It's almost done. It's almost done. Yeah, I gotta download test server. What we playing today? Cyclops. What you mean what we playing today? You know what we playing today. You know what we doing today. You know what we doing today. Okay. Game is updating. I gotta wait for it to finish updating. How's everybody doing today? What's everybody doing today? Been a good day, good night. Gonna be a cool day, good night.
InferJam.
Yo, Kyoko, thanks for the 29. Appreciate it. Yeah, I gotta wait for this to finish downloading. I'm at 23%. Oh my goodness. What is that launcher? That's loading bay. It's the official Rivals launcher. Is there a huge difference between loading bay and Steam? Apparently, you get like 5 more FPS loading bay. I don't know. I don't know how true that is. That's only what I heard. You get like 10 more FPS if you use loading bay compared to Steam. But you don't need it. It's not that deep. In my opinion, it's not that deep. But if you want to use it, go for it. It's like their official client. You don't. If you're on Steam, you don't need it because it's already going through the thing, you know. Anyways, gotta give it a second to load. But yeah, DMV, thanks for the follow, and Kyoko, thanks for the 29. Appreciate it. I gave that 30%. I probably should have finished this before starting stream. The way for us to get early access, if you're not a content creator, not that I know of. Not that I know of. If you're not a content creator trying to get early access is I don't know. I don't really know. I gotta start the YouTube stream. Give me a second, I'm doing something. Alright. Okay, let's go. Stream and stuff. 36%. God damn, this test server is gonna take a while. This one was already following Asu. All good. Song request night? No. Not right now. Not right now, at least. I gotta film this Cyclops video first. Black Widow summer skin? Oh, you gooning. You gooning. I need Cyclops early access gameplay and trying out blade buffs. What's today's date? 6/10/26. Hello to the world. Where's the skin at? I need the photo from that with thumbnail. I'm at 45%. I know we can play some Cyclops. 45%. Yeah, the new drops are... Ew. Storm. Kind of a whack drop, but alright. Kind of a whack drop in my opinion, but already, because who the hell plays Storm? But oh well, we'll take it. His recolor is nice. Eh. Oh, he's about the blue one? Wait, that one's sick. It's the blue Cyclops one? That one's sick, if that's what you're talking about. Around the world. Where the fuck? Wait, your sunset. What percent am I at now? 52%. Almost done. Almost done. Almost done. All right, YouTube stream should be up in like 2 seconds. For them YouTube watchers. So they don't yell at me saying, why you ain't streaming on YouTube? Why you ain't streaming on YouTube? I know exactly that's what they're gonna do to me. Oh, let me open the TikTok stream as well. This laggy app. This laggy app. This laggy app. Oh yeah, I did the Streamer University stuff earlier today. Submitted the thingy. That was pretty fun to do. I did that earlier today. That was pretty fun. You can only do 3 minutes max. My video ended up being 3 minutes and 30 seconds. I had to trim it. That was pretty cool to do. Hope you get it. Hope so too. That'd be fun. That would be pretty fun, no? All right. YouTube stream has started. Yippee. Or not. What percent is my game at? 63%. This shit's going slow. I'm updating my test server so we can play Cyclops. Just give me a second. It's clearly going slow as hell, though. Big 110. Yo, fatality. Thank you, dude. I appreciate that. With the fat ass streak. Appreciate that, man. Thank you. You post it and we can tag him? I could. I could. Hold on. Not right now, though. Because I gotta start up the TikTok stream. 68%. 68%. 68. What's your initial thoughts on Psy? I haven't played him yet. But he looks good as shit. He looks good as shit. Pretty sure he'll be fun. I don't think he'll be bad, that's for sure. Bro uses loading bay. Test server is loading bay only. It's the only way you can't get access to test server. Really? Yep. Can this TikTok stream start already? Come on. Load. There's an infinite loading screen. We might play some 2xKL later, maybe. We do a late 2xKL stream. You gonna watch that P4 broadcast on the 17th? Yeah. Yeah, we are. Oh my god, my TikTok thing is just infinitely loading. That's not good. It's just infinitely loading. Give me a second. Where's my phone at? Yeah, I'm not live on TikTok yet. I don't know why it won't let me start the TikTok stream. The start button, like I press start streaming, it's just infinitely loading. I'm at 77%, 77. Then it is Blade and Cyclops time. It's gonna be pretty fun. Shit's gonna be pretty fun. Yo, Guff, thanks for the 220. Holy shit. Appreciate that, man. Thank you. Who needs TikTok viewers anyway? I do. TikTok's been doing actually really good. Even though I'm shadow banned, I think. But I'm getting it fixed. I've been talking to some TikTok people. Waiting on them. But it's getting fixed. I gave all the proof and stuff. Even the clip that got me banned. I gave all of it. Oh, his recolor is black. Yo, that shit is sick. You banned your TikTok? I'm only banned from Instagram. Well, not Instagram, Facebook. My Facebook is banned. I got terminated for impersonating myself. So that's pretty fun. Other than that, I'm not banned anywhere. They terminated me for impersonating myself. Are you dead ass? It's so silly, bro. Like, what do you mean I got banned for impersonating myself? Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. 85%, almost done. 85%. You vented and killed the stream, man. You gotta stop impersonating. It's so silly. It was a silly way to get banned. If Moon Knight had laser eyes, yeah, that's pretty much what you're about to see today. I won't lie to you. You about to see a lot of it today. You about to see a shitload of lasers today. Finally, I can start the stream. Okay. Cyclops. I play like a few blade matches just to try out the buffs, you know. There we go, save. I literally have to stream on TikTok in 30 FPS because that's just too laggy. Even though I'm using a dual PC setup. Do you know how insane that is? You know, that's how laggy TikTok Live Studio is. Like, that just goes to show you how fucking laggy this app is. It's actually insane. Ah, this shit is so laggy, yo. Oh my god. I don't know much about the hood. Oh, I'm at 96%. Bro, hurry up. Hurry the fuck up. Early in for stream. What's up, Walla? Early. Yesterday and the day before yesterday was early. What's up, App Go? How you doing? I'm gonna just stream from TikTok from this computer then. Fuck it. It's not working. Way to get fucking banned again. Only issue with me streaming from this computer is that they won't be able to hear music. Oh well. Who needs music anyway, I suppose. Go live. My camera's not working now? Dead ass, B? Are we dead ass? Oh, that's why it's not working. I had OBS open. Hold on. Camera? Camera? Please? Work? Camera? Son, this app is so... What is that? Why am I inverted? There we go. W. Okay. Cyclops early access. This app is so fried. Okay. Go live. Wait, let me make sure the mics. Yeah, mics are right. Why is the game set to 2x scale? Oh, because yesterday. W. Okay, TikTok Live is up. God damn it. Jeez, that took ages. I had to literally live stream from my gaming computer just to go live on TikTok. Like, do you know how insane that is? All right, bro, let's get started. Jeez. Yo, if my name is taken, I'm going to lose my shit. Surely no one took my name, right? There was a song from us from Tekken. If somebody took my name, bro. Oh. Black Cat got destroyed. Oh, I heard. As she should. There's Thanos. As she should. Her Daredevil was still decent, though. Start game. Wait, what happened to it? Precious. I hate doing this, bro. This loading based stuff is so annoying. Infernasu? Oh my lordy. Bro, the fact that Necros doesn't even call Disley, calls Disley his name anymore is insane. He just calls him Disley. That shit is insane, bro. Everyone thinks his name is Disley now, even though his name is Disley. That's insane, bro. Oh god, I'm tweeting the stream out. Let's go. Got music playing? Oh my god, please tell me my name's not taken. W. $6.16. All right, there we go. W, we're good to go. When are you showcasing early access? No more. This guy. This guy. He must have been tweeted. Let's go. Alright, bro. You already know what we're here for. Let's not waste no time. What is this? What the hell? You can actually buy all the old skins. Wow. Oh, they're pretty cheap too. 220? Bro, I'm supposed to be gatekeeping, bro. I don't want people to have my Psylocke skin, bro. We're supposed to be gatekeeping, bro. Nah, bruh. They gotta remove that. What is this? V2? Oh, they have the bundle back. We're supposed to be gatekeeping, bruh. We can't have this on sale. Oh, you get the Luna skin too. What's this? Oh, that's the old Venom bundle as well. Have this bundle here too. I guess. How much would you have to pay for this? Purchase premium. Oh, it's still yellow shit. It's still yellow stuff. Respect the OGs, y'all. Yeah, we remember who did it first. Just remember who did it first, okay? Respect the OGs. Just remember who did it first. That's 25. Yeah, we get 25 for free this month. Enough wasting time. Let's go, bro. You already know what we're here for. We're playing Blade and we're playing Cyclops, bro. Don't ask me for nobody else. I'm joking. Let's see the Cyclops. Ooh. These are skins. Weapon M. Damn, this looks sick. Shadowed Gaze. This is black recolor. And he has one more in the battle. Wait, not battle pass. He has one more in comp. This one kind of looks like the Future Foundation skin for Fantastic Four. Kind of looks like that, you know. The Future Foundation. Yeah, those are his skins. Yeah, it's blue and sick. The comp award. So you get this white dino as well. Cool. Let's see his Lord icon. Whoa. Okay, that's the normal. Yeah, he's shooting lasers forward in us. And the Lord icon. Ooh, that's not bad. The little 50 one. The champion. The champion Cyclops. Any champion Cyclops players incoming? Any champions? Do I have any champions in here? Level 10 looks like Doctor Strange. I can kind of see that. Pretty cool indeed. Oh, did the thing go live on Discord? They did. Okay, nice. But I think I hear it. All right, let's hop right in game. Let me finish these. Wait for these shaders real quick. 23%. Yeah, y'all can just look at the Lord icon till then, I guess. Can I get permission to buy the summer size skin? No. Actually, no. Since you're in my chat, yes. How long the summer invis last? The skins? I don't know. Let me see if it says limited time rerun. It says 11 days. It says 11 days, so after the update drops 11 days. Come on. Almost done. There we go. All right, let's give this dude a try. Wait, let's buy a skin first. What? Ooh, they got a Jean Grey skin up here too. Wait, hold on. I never saw this. Weapon M. Cool. Damn. What's this? Cool emote. Let me see. What is this Phoenix in? Isn't it just the recolor of the other one? Oh. The White Crown Phoenix. Pretty cool. Damn, they have like matching sprays. That's pretty sick, no? His wife Jean pegs him. What the hell are you saying? What are you saying? Do you need to redo your settings in early access? Shit, you're right, I do. Let me do that right now real quick. Yeah, you do need to redo your settings for early access though. I need my crosshair. Oh, that's all I gotta do. All right, let's go. Practice range time. Let's see what this Cyclops can do. Let's see what this guy can do.
To the training ground.
I'm relaxed though.
And I'm gonna guide you through the functions of each area.
They saying Persona 6 gonna be mid. I don't care. Cause they lost, not mine. All right, let's see this. What can you do, bro? Oh yeah, he hit scan. Oh wow. Okay. It's 275. Oh, he can two-shot headshot 275. Wow. All right, let's just use random abilities. What's the bounce thing? Holy cow. Oh, this is weird. Oh, you have to hold it. Let me see if he has any character specific settings. Nope, he doesn't have anything. No character specific settings for him. Hold the walk, movement, abilities. Nope. Nothing character specific for him. Whoa, that's weird. That's trippy. Whoa, that's sick. That's so sick, man. You have to like actually angle that shit. This move is cursed. He like actually pushes himself. He can't go forward. He can only push himself backwards. Wow. The anti. Holy movement. That's sick, no? It doesn't do a lot of damage, but it blasts them back. I think it slows them. I don't know. What does his E do again? Whoa. Most say he never misses. The anti-triple support. Just beams everywhere. What does F do? What the hell is this? This is a move? I don't recall seeing this in a trailer. The hell is this? He has this? Wow, I didn't see that in the trailer. So he can shift downwards and then F downwards as well. This thing only goes downwards. This is different than this move. This is the sideways move, and then his F just propels him upwards. Did it with his ult? Oh. Oh, when he holds the right click in the air, he slows down. Cool. Okay, let's read his abilities now. Let me reload my eyes real quick. Okay, optic blast. Fire a blast kinetic force forward, hitting enemies. Accelerate ricochet force, charge rate. And ricochet force is his E. So if you hit people with his left click, it charges his E faster. This is his E. His E is a little thing that like spreads shots or whatever. This thing. If he shoots people, yeah. Wait, does he have to kill? Just hitting enemies. Okay, it's not continuously doing. There's like a cooldown it giving more. It's not continuously giving more by shooting like Psylocke. There's a cooldown on it. So look, I can use my E. Shot. Oh my god, why is it so slow? See, it gave me some. It doesn't keep giving me some every time I'm shooting people. Yeah, there's like a literal cooldown on it giving you meter. Interesting. Okay, concussive beam. Continuously fire a beam that refracts between enemies and environments. Hitting enemies, accelerate ricochet forces charge rate as well. Okay. So you have to like aim this at like the floor or like at someone. It'll bounce between stuff. That's how the right click works. And obviously it takes some of that white bar. But yeah, the more you hit people with it, the more it resets the cooldown of your E, which is like this little spread shot move thingy. Damn. Cool. Yeah, to prevent spam, yeah. So it's not like Cyclops passive. It just, there's a cooldown on it giving you meter. It doesn't just keep giving you meter. Okay, next. Passive, kinetic hover. Enter a slow fall state while firing concussive beam midair, which is right click. So let's say I use my F, even though I didn't go over that ability yet. If I use my right click in the air, look, it slows me and I like float. It's pretty cool. So yeah, I think that's his only passive, yeah. Optic ascent, fire propulsion beam downwards to push yourself up and knock back enemies on hit. Applying slow and yeah, it slows them. Okay, you gotta be like very accurate with this thing then. What the? There we go. It slows them a lot, I think. It doesn't do a lot of damage though. This is a weird ability. This is a weird ability, that's for sure. I don't think you're gonna actually be damaging people a lot with this. Even up close, like look, it's barely, it's not really hitting. It doesn't do a lot of damage either. Oh my god. Look at the damage on that, it's really low. It's basically just literally only used for mobility. It's not like a damaging skill. It does its use case. Let me see if I can kill this thing with it. See? Oh my god, look how low that damage is. There. Wow. Okay. So yeah, that's only for mobility, but if you do hit someone with it, it will slow them. Ricochet force, fire a beam that diffracts and tracks nearby enemies after hitting terrain. Okay. And upon use, Cyclops gains bonus health. So he's at 275, 300, 325. Oh, 325 is his cap. Okay. So his health caps out at 325. But yeah, this ability, you can like bounce it off walls or off the floor, and it'll like bounce between stuff. So like, let's say I use it like right here. Pretty cool, no? But yeah, that's how that works. It gives you blue life. I don't know if it gives you blue life based on how much people you hit. Oops, I'm getting hit. Nope, it's per use. Okay, it's per use, and you have 2 uses of it, and it goes on cooldown. So if I use it once, 2-second cooldown, then I can use it again. Cool. His shift, propulsion burst, fire a propulsion beam that pushes yourself and the target backwards, slowing them on hit. So if I use it on this guy, I get pushed back, he gets pushed back, but he gets slowed as well. So yeah, that's how that ability works. Pretty simple stuff. And then the alt, Ruby Rage. Remove your visor and fire a powerful beam forward, destroying all barriers in its path. Oh, so it does what Phoenix alt does. It destroys barriers. So it can destroy probably Hella alt as well. The blast leaves behind volatile excess energy that erupts, dealing massive secondary damage. So it destroys barriers, but it doesn't destroy blue life like Phoenix's does. Let's see it. Whoa, there's like a line forward. Jesus Christ. Oh my god, it goes upwards too. I hate how it shakes your screen though. I don't like the screen shake it does. Jesus Christ. That's my only complaint about this. It shakes your screen. Damn. It's a better Blade-O. Yeah, think of it as like Blade-O, but it goes way far forward. Oh my god, how much damage does this do? I don't know the exact numbers, but I'm gonna assume it's like 500. Jesus, can you do it in the air? Hell yeah. Probably can. Yep. Use it in the air. Okay, let's go full screen though. It goes really far. I'm pretty high in the sky though. That's pretty far, bro. Jeez, bro. This is weird. I gotta like shift myself backwards. I don't know the exact meters, but I'd say about like 50 meters. I'd say it goes about 50 meters. Never mind, it's more than 50. Oh my god. About 60? About 60 meters, I'd say. 55? Oh, it's 55? Is that the exact amount? 50 to 60, somewhere around that. hits the ceiling too. It's so crazy.
Mission accomplished.
Cool. Yeah, that's how that works. What is the range of his basic attack? Or no, he's hit scan. There's no limit.
Had you in my sights.
It's right click. Right click goes about 20 range, 20 meters, 20 like 23. Cool. Wow. It's pretty basic of a character. He's not really complicated at all, so I think I'm ready to go play matches. Like, look at the star difficulty. It's only 2-star difficulty. He's not really a hard character. Yeah, let's try it on yeah, let's try it on Dino. Doesn't kill him, but Jesus Christ. Oh, you can use abilities while you're damn. I don't think Rogue can copy anything from him. Let's see. Where's Rogue at? Speaking of Rogue, she got some good buffs this patch, huh? Oh, she gets his E.
So I might as well turn it up.
She gets his E. What is she shooting? I guess with her normal eyes. Okay, I mean, I guess. I mean, he is a mutant. I guess it makes sense that he takes something. One shot Dino rocket damage boost. I'd imagine. All right, let's not waste time. Let's go play some matches. Pretty basic character. He's not really complicated. Yo, hi Cryptic. Thanks for the 4. I appreciate it, dude. That weapon M. Ooh, look at that. Sick, no? Yeah, I'm ready to try these blade buffs. Let me just get this Cyclops video out though. After that, I'm down to try a blade. Yo, make sure I like up that YouTube stream. Helps out a lot. If you're watching on YouTube. Like up the stream, like up the stream.
Pick your hero or villain. I'm not judging.
Get this stuff off the screen. The video. I'll leave the chat box though.
Victory is in my sight.
I'll use a skin first match. He walks funny. He does walk funny. The way he walks is pretty hilarious. He's the best DPS right now. I don't know if he's best DPS, but we'll see. He seems solid though. That's all I can say for certain. He seems solid. Yeah, I didn't upload a video today. Yeah, I was gonna upload the Cyclops video today, so I didn't upload anything.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
My power is still building.
All right, let's go. Maybe that's good for personal reasons. Percent damage. Wait, his ult does percent damage. I didn't know that. Blade finally S tier? Hell no.
Battle starts in 5, 4,
Sounds like Yap.
3, 2,
Yap a Doom.
all you need to do
On
is
this
capture
map?
the
Okay.
area. Got it?
Damn, this skin is crazy. I'm probably gonna use the black recolor. Oh, that dude's dead. Woo! 3 already? Oh my god. All these flyers for me? For me? Don't mind if I do. God, it feels like I'm playing Iron Man, but I actually got movement. Oh, I was gonna reach. Damn. Dude, the fact that he can headshot is so crazy. Yo, if you like Iron Man, but you don't like the air stuff, I think this character's for y'all. Like, if you don't want to deal with, like, having to be in the air and, like, getting shot at like crazy by Punisher, I think this is your character. But this feels like I'm playing better Iron Man.
You've captured more than half of the mission area.
But they can't even come out the spawn room. Jesus Christ, that girl's dead. Come on, get over here. Oh my god, this character. I don't think I've ever spawn trapped in the test server like this before. What character? Yeah, this character feels good. But then oh, what the hell? My camera just bugged out. Then again, I'm fighting 3 flyers. But like still. I keep forgetting you gotta hold the shift. Not just tap it. What y'all going? I have 27 kills. Oh my god. Bro, he feels like way better Moon Knight, bro. He feels like Moon Knight and Iron Man mixed together. It feels like I'm playing Moon Knight, but I got mobility. And like I have more control. It feels like I take more skill as well. Since like you need aim. Well, I guess you can bounce off the floor and stuff, but you need some sort of aim. And if it feels like better Iron Man in the fact that you don't have to deal with fighting a Punisher or a Star-Lord or just dealing with flyer problems. And also I can get myself blue life if I just press E. I do have movement, yeah. I have the shift. And I have this F. I haven't been using the F, but I can if I want. I have like basically like the F feels like I have a rocket jump boost at any time that I need if I need to escape.
In 5, 4, 3.
Oh, is that noise I'm hearing the shift coming back on cooldown?
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Can I B-hop with that? I think I can. I'm pretty sure I could B-hop with that. I'm just doing it wrong.
In defense of what is right.
He runs like he's running fast and he's actually running. Yeah, you're right. Look at the way he's running.
I don't think that's the welcoming committee.
Give me a second, gotta reload my eyes. Oh hell no.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now. The mission area is yours.
I wonder which one does more damage, the E, the right click or the E? They do. I feel like they do around like similar damage. Just the right click, you can hit more people with it. Pretty sure I can beat up with that. Oh my god, that guy got deleted. That guy got deleted, bro. Is he dope? Yeah, this character's sick. Oh my god. Where did you go? Where did she go, bro? Where did she go, bro? Oh hell nah, bro. Oh hell no. Oh, y'all crazy. Nice. Who's taking the point, bro? I can fly too, hold on. Yo, chill. F. I'm out of there. What, Dino? That's free eats. Yeah, don't play Dino into this character. He will beam the hell out of you. You will get your team killed. Do not play Dino into this character. Your team will literally hate you. Oh yeah, you're dead. Oh my god. Oh my god. Do not play Dino into this character, bro. Nah, this character is satisfying. This character is so satisfying. First impressions, I'm hype. I got 53 first match, bro. What? 53 bomb first match, bro. Give me that. Nah, this character is fire. This character is fire. Y'all are tripping. Nah, this is a character right here. Sheesh, that's not bad, no? He looks busted. Hey man, check out the new event skin. What event skin? You should have ain't Gilgamesh in disguise. Way more range than Ammo's beam. Not even counting the ricochet. Hey man. Cinema. What event skin are you talking about? There's no new event. 616? These are just old skins. The last 11 days, dog. These are all the prices. Just rerun the stream if you want to look at it. Nah, I don't know what you're talking about. There's no new event. Oh, you're talking about... No, I'm not talking about Chrono Rush. What are you talking about? I don't know what event you're talking about. Other than the 616. I mean, unless you're talking about Bounty Annihilation. There's no new event. I don't know what he's talking about. Other than Bounty Annihilation, I don't know what he's talking about. All right, let's do a custom match. I don't think I'm gonna get another match. Are we running customs? I don't know if any of the homies are running customs. Let me finish this video and then I'll see if any of the homies are on test server. I don't think any of the homies are on test server. Resource Bumble. Resource Bumble. What game do we do? Convoy or Dom? I feel like Convoy is gonna take ages. Fuck it, I don't care. Let's just random it. You think Cyclops skin is worth? It's not bad. Ooh, I should have bought the black one. God damn it. I should have bought the black colorway.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
If you go to events, you see a Groot event skin. Okay, I'll check it after this.
Victory is in my
Actually, I'll
sight.
check it now. Cause I want to buy the black colorway. Black colorway is hard. You said events, and then there's a Luna thing. Oh, this. Oh, this is new. What the fuck? I didn't see this. Did this get shown today? Who the hell? Oh, that's Iron Fist versus Daredevil. Ooh, that's cool. This got shown today, huh? This is Groot? I was about to say, is that Venom? Yeah, it is Groot. Oh, it's free? It's nice. What this color? This color is hard. I want to take a seat. That's funny. We got a Blade skin because we're playing a lot of Blade today as well. Blade got a skin? No, not this update. That's not what I meant. I meant like one of the old ones. Blade didn't get no new skin this update now. Mr. Showcase, yeah, you missed it. Yo, Yaza, what's up, dude? Thanks for the follow.
Pick your hero or villain. I'm not judging.
Dom, alright.
Victory is in my sight. Victory
Shadow
is in
Gaze,
my
let's
sight.
go. go.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Nice. This is melee.
Fast to win this battle.
I never looked at his melee. This is melee.
Where I hail from, men are not but humble servants. I would never take orders from them.
But I've been leading tactical strike teams since I was 15.
It's actually faster if you melee cancel.
Battle starts
What
in
the hell?
4, 3, 2, 1.
What?
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
I think if you melee cancel, you can shoot the beam faster. Am I coping? Okay, no, I'm coping. I'm coping, never mind. Alright, let's go. That guy got deleted.
Double KO. That's 3.
Jesus Christ.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now. Wow, 4 in a row.
I have a mantis again. I keep getting mantises. No! Not the hella. You are?
Focus on the
I'm lagging a little bit. I can tell my FPS is lower because I'm streaming on TikTok. God damn it.
If the battle's not done,
4 frames.
blasting through.
My poor frames. Use the F more in that building. Wouldn't really mattered. I'd have been stuck.
Force boost.
Oh, I'm fine. Don't worry.
I need assistance.
Maximum impact.
Double KO.
I usually do revenge. Perfect angle.
That's 3. Wow, 4 in a row. You captured more than half of the mission area. Keep
We can use
going.
that.
Maximum impact.
There we go.
Amazing. 6 in a row. Way to go.
Oh my god.
No contingency plans needed.
God. Oh my god. It's Blade ult, but way better. It doesn't CC you or anything. It just a line,
It's almost yours.
but it's really fucking fast. Oh, we're playing Gambit and fucking. Oh, okay.
Friends, gather
I didn't expect that.
Woo, we are undefeatable. Friends, gather around.
They don't want me. Damn. Oh my god. Yo, this ult is. It's an ult. Oh man, bro. What an ult, bro. What an ult. That's all I got to say, bro. What an ult.
Can't
wait to play him, bro.
Ready?
Wow. Just wow. I have no words, man. Like, if you get hit by that thing, oh man, just like say goodbye, bro. I gotta charge my whole blade ult, get in the distance
Battle starts in 5,
too, but this dude can just shoot you from across the map with an ult.
2, 1.
And mine has a delay too, because think about it, mine does initial slash and then it does after slashes after a delay. With this guy's, he has the same exact thing, but like his just does a brick load of damage.
Maximum impact.
This is a good counter to triple healer, though. I'll tell you that.
Area is yours to capture now. The mission area is yours. Double KO.
Tremble before wrath.
Oh hell no, that almost hit me. That would have been really bad. It's nice that we have another character that can counter triple healer, though. It's pretty good now. Oh, this all might be fat here. Hold on. Oh my god! How did I die? Oh, I didn't hit him! Oh my god!
Still got some fight left. Propulsion
I didn't hit him. He dodged it by like a smidge. Yeah, he sidestepped it by a smidge. It's literally Blade. He literally just took 2 steps to the left, bro. It's literally the same thing with Blade. I'd be used to that. I'm used to it, so I don't get that mad. These Cyclops mains though, they gonna know how it feels to get their ult sidestepped.
Half of the mission area. Keep going.
Oh god, this dino is messing me up. This dino is messing me up. I think I died of that.
Still got some propulsion beam.
I don't even have to be aiming at you. I can aim at the floor. Oh, you're evil. Oh, this is so evil. Really just ulted me. Ah, these stupid bubbles are messing up my thingy. God, this dino is so annoying. I'm trying to like reflect my stings off them, but I can't because of stupid dino. I'm happy they raised the bubble quit on, but this bubble is still annoying. Can I kill through Cloco? I wonder. Oh, let's find out. Oh, I died. I couldn't see because I got terror caped. Oh my god, this Deadpool keeps killing me. Oh yeah, you can B-hop with that.
Mission accomplished.
I couldn't see because of the damn terror cape. Side to the left. Oh my god, are you serious? Oh my god, this stupid bubble, bro. Damn! You get them below half, you just press E? They just get shredded. That's a new voice line. Yo, can I get some help with this dino, bro? Please don't ult me. Please don't ult me. Okay. Nice. Okay, we're cooking. Ooh, Galactica got buffed. Yeah, she has new voice lines. I don't know if there's any other voice line in that one though. One second, gotta reload my eyes. Goodbye.
Wow, 4 in a row.
W. Movement feels nice. I'm telling you, it feels like you're playing Iron Man, and it feels like you're playing Iron Man, and what's his name? Yeah, what's the other character's name? Moon Knight mixed together, just way more fluid. Yeah, MK and Moon Knight mixed together. MK Moon Knight, MK Iron Man. Excuse me. Blah. Mixed together. Feels nice. All right. Will I play him? I think I will. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna end up loading this guy 100%. and he's countered a triple support, yeah, he's gonna get played. I wonder if he's gonna get played in pro play though. I think I can see him getting played in pro play. He seems pretty strong. Very simple character and he's strong. So, hey, best of both worlds. All right, Cyclops video is done. Let me send that to YouTube. That's a tuber right there. That's a tuber. That's a tuber. I wonder if there's anyone running test server matches. I wonder if anyone's running test server. That would be pretty cool. I think Panu is.
Wait, and then you shoot me in the back.
Wait, let's see. Wait, actually go to. I'll shoot you in the back.
Yeah. All right, ready? 3, 2, 1, go.
What the fuck are they doing?
Yeah, that's what happened to me last time.
It just gets you stuck. Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. Running test server games? Good. I was kind of just testing stuff, and I was probably gonna hop on main.
Oh, okay, he's gonna hop on his main.
But it gives you a slow effect.
Yeah, it's a slow as well.
Does this slow you?
He's gonna play his main, so I'll run test server. Don't worry.
Wait, did you know that?
I'll just hold some.
Okay, hold on. Wait, let me do something. The F.
Doing sick.
Wait, is that so? The take. The F also knocks back.
Whoa.
Oh yeah.
Okay, that's the normal.
But it's like
They shooting lasers
it's really
forward in
hard to
us.
hit. You're never hitting that shit. Again.
Nobody
It's
else.
Like 5 damage.
I'm joking. And Blade,
Sounds like a style
we're playing Blade, and we're playing
But you can
Cyclops,
kind of
bro.
use the shift
Actually, for
like
nobody
the F.
else.
Like the F is just.
All right. The video is 40 minutes long. Cut that down to 30. Play Blade? Yeah, I got you. Play Blade this match. You test his team up? He doesn't have a team up. Oh, Wolverine has it. That's what you meant. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about?
I'll fight to end.
All right.
You don't get that.
You test out Blade.
To end the darkness that spawned me.
He has a season buff. Wolf has the team up. That's I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? Play Blade? I'm doing that right now. Yeah, let me let the other people know I'm running test server games.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
There you go.
My whole life
All right, new Blade. Let's go. A new Blade. I'm actually kind of hype. Our Blade buffs out already? Nah, this is test server.
4,
This is
3,
test server. I'm about to try it on test server right now.
1. You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
Oh, did I not put it to comp?
They look like they mean business.
My god, my shift actually does damage now. This is so crazy. Oh my god. My shift actually does a lot of damage now.
Wow, 4 in a row.
This might be a little unfair if I'm playing Blade here. Oh my god, he's chunking. Man's getting chunked. My FPS is so low, I can feel it. I need to switch the TikTok stream to my other computer. I'm gonna do that after this match. I can literally free my FPS so low. It feels awful, bro. I don't know what my frames are, but it doesn't feel high. It's less than 100. It's probably like 80. Yeah, I can check. My game feels extremely laggy. I pressed show FPS, it didn't work. Okay. I didn't press save, did I? Yeah, can y'all come out the spawner? Fight back. Oh my god, I can actually shift in a fight, bro. That's actually so nice. I like it a lot, bro. Hold on, let me fix this. Show FPS, apply. I'm below 100, yeah, okay. Yeah, I knew it. I was actually right on the spot. It's 80 FPS. So it's definitely, it's 60. It's more than 60. But I could be 1 HP, and then I can use my shift even if I'm low. So I can still apply anti even if I'm low HP. Instead of having to just multi-slash just to get your health back. It's so nice. It's also risky though, because oh my god, my frames are so low. Because I might end up wasting my shift and not being able to skip fights sometimes then. If I fool around too much. Oh, that's my teammate. Can't he hold that for like a long time now? He can hold that shift for like a long time now, right? I'm not the shift, the ult. I need to play him in a real match. I need to get people in here. Oh my god, it does so much damage now. 72 damage compared to, I mean, 70 or 72? It has to be 72 though. It was 52, yeah. 72 damage, 72% anti-heal and 72% damage. I mean, 72 damage. Oh, they're both 72. The 72 really is just the number on Blade, huh? It's the max amount of anti-heal you can apply, and it's the max damage. Well, it's the damage a shift does in total. Whoever made this character is obsessed with the number 72. I don't know why. Black cat? Neutered black cat? Neutered black cat? You playing that? Okay. Neutered black cat? I zoned out all over with 72. Yeah, don't worry about it. Anybody playing neutered black cat next update? That shit is crazy, bro. We're playing a lot of Blade next patch, chat. We're playing a Blade like every match next patch. There's gonna be a lot of Blade next patch. Alright, these guys are getting spawn camped, bro. This isn't fair if I play this character here. I'm into the match. This shit is too. This shit is. I can't test Blade here. Hold on. I need people here. It's overkill if I play Blade into this. And they can't even get out of the spawn room, bro. At least with that game mode, they can't get out of the spawn room. Here, let me end the TikTok stream on this computer and start up on my other one. Give me a second. This shit is too laggy for me to play on my game computer. It's way too laggy. The TikTok live studio is too damn laggy, bro. See the Cyclops load icon is fire? Yeah, it is fire. Is the video done? Can I edit it real quick? Yes, I can. I'm downloading it. Nice, nice. Vegas.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Is YouTube slow for anyone else? YouTube slow, what do you mean?
Victory is in my sight.
Here's how strategists handle Blade and Cyclops. Hey man, well, I mean, I'm about to play a shitload of them next update, so I'll find out. Next update, we're playing Cyclops, Blade, and Cyclops. If they ban my Cyclops, probably gonna get banned. If they ban Cyclops and my Blade, I'm just gonna go Psylocke. If they ban all three, I'm playing Star-Lord. No way someone's banning all three though.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds.
You gotta be like a special grade dickhead to ban all three. I mean all four.
Somebody
told me that you get your powers from a place called the Punch Dimension.
That's the theory, anyway. It's an alternate reality comprised of pure concussive force.
Alright, I restarted the TikTok stream.
Place. I'm all about the punch.
You say that now, but you've changed your tune.
battle starts in 5,
My YouTube, wait, YouTube stream is bugging? I don't think it's bugging. My YouTube stream is perfectly fine. They're chatting in there normally. I don't think my YouTube stream is bugging. Oh god. Oof. Give me that blue life. Loki into Cyclops? That's a bad idea. Yo, get this girl away from me. Team? Pro players are crazy.
better stop that vehicle.
Guess you should always use your E when you have it. I'm dead. They're dead too, though. I'm dead, but they're dead too, though. Not a Blade fan. Probably a lot better. The ult slowed. Yeah, the ult is bad. Yeah. If they, his gun could stay bad, but if they buff the ult, I think then Blade will like actually be really good. Like actually a viable. He could probably be meta. I feel like that's like the last step, honestly. They just buff the ult a little bit more, he'll be meta.
That should make a difference. No contingency plans needed.
I think we're actually like extremely close to Blade being meta. Very close. Closer than we've ever been before. Like no copium. But I think Blade could actually be meta.
Your powers are mine! Target!
I don't know what YouTube did. Batman did. Wait, what? Oh shit, wrong button. Ooh, the movement? I'm dead. Oh, blue life! Blue life! Get me in here!
Rise, my friends! Judge!
I don't know how I'm not dead. I don't know how I'm not dead. I should have died there. I have no clue I didn't die there, but whatever, I'll take it. Cyclops doesn't go through walls, right? It don't. Oh man. I'm dead. God, they all just dodged it. I gotta remember, it's like the Blade problem, bro. They all just sidestep to the left.
Now might be a good time to stop them.
Oops. A little funky. It's a little funky. Just a wheel bit. A wheel bit. But there's gotta be someone hosting test server matches. Use your shift to slow them. Yeah, but I also need it as my escape. I don't need to slow them if I have good aim. I don't need them slowed to hit them. I have good aim.
I'm sorry, Emma, but it had to be done. Punch it up! Thanks for the boost, please.
Better stop that vehicle.
The hell away from me. What the hell is she doing?
Think they can halfway. Stop them. Double kill. That's 3. Wow, 4 in a row.
Yo, don't shoot my crystal. Chill. Chill out. Blade coming meta would be good for Blade mains. I don't think it would. In the long run, it actually does help us. Because character, that means the character would actually be good, and they'd actually look at the fucking character. Oh, the fucking... Bro, there's no way. The fucking thingy messed it up. That sucks. Since it's a line going forward from his where his mouth is, his face is facing, it didn't hit like up the line. It's not. It's basically what he looks at. If that makes any sense. I don't know why you wouldn't want your character to be good. All I'm doing is shooting beams. It probably looks like I'm using the same ability every time, huh? I promise I'm using different abilities, though. It probably looks like I'm using the same ability over and over. Yo, Yaza, what's up, dude? How you like us? I was scared. It's fun as hell. Fuck. I promise you I'm using different abilities, bro. Okay, that was not worth it. Oh, fuck no. Look at her. Look at her, bro. Like, what? Just solo to me. This chick is crazy, bro. Be merchant. You are not catching me, bro. I'm an S-key warrior. I'm an S-key warrior, bro. Give it up. Oh, oops, wrong button. I'm dead as fuck. I'm an S-key warrior, bro. You are not catching me. I ran into a Homer video. Made Infernasu get off Marvel Rebels. This guy. What is that? His Overwatch video?
Judge, jury, executioner. Thanks for the boost.
Down to 30 seconds. Double kill.
I shot the floor at him. Bounced off the floor at him. Oh, hell no.
Wow, 4 in a row. The final 10 seconds.
Yo, touch this point, I dare you. Okay, that didn't hit. How did that not hit? It was funky out. Funky out. Funky out. Finish the last part of your 07 playthrough. Game is so lit. I'm telling you, that game is fire. That game is fire. Okay, did it download 6 minutes ago? We're playing Blade and we're playing... That's not what I meant. I meant like... Okay, let me throw this into Vegas real quick. One of the old ones. What was this? That Blade didn't get no new. Oh, that's the Blade the Max. Day 2. Oh, what the fuck video is this? Here, let me edit this real quick. Real quick. 2-second edit. $43? No, 42. Oops. 27 finals. Not bad. Not bad at all. Not bad at all. Oh, if you didn't see the Lord icon, I can put it back on the screen. Lord icon. Fucking should not be asking me. What does Lord icon look like? What do y'all rate their Lord icon? What do y'all rate it? I don't want my character to be meta. I think it looks sick. Like the little lasers in the thing. Feel like an 8. Wish the background wasn't yellow though. Or is it just because I don't know, it's just for the show, no one. Just for show, no one. I think it looks pretty sick. Alright, let me edit this video real quick. Oh, I fucked it up. God damn it. Glitch. What did I name this file? What the fuck? Oh, there we go. We're playing Blade, and he has one more in the battle. Wait, no. Cool. Whoa. Okay, that board icon. Pretty cool. Oh, did the thing go live on Discord? I'm glad to. Okay. Oh wow. Oh, he can. That's trippy. The anti. Holy movement. Move. Or whatever. This thing. On it giving you me. So let's say I use my app. Do a lot of damage though. Yeah, I'm ready to try these blade buffs. This patch, huh? All right. Let's not waste time. Let's go play some matches. Alrighty. How much match did I play in the video? 2. 2's enough. 2's enough. It's more than enough. There. I'm actually kind of happy I didn't do convoy then, because the convoy matches, every time I do these and I do convoy matches, the matches end up going to like 50 or 40 minutes, and then I have to cut some matches. This one's only 24 minutes of footage. It's not bad. I mean, unless you're talking about bounty annihilation. This character is fire. Y'all are tripping. Sheesh, that's not bad. No. Okay. Give me a second. I named himself Cyclops. That's hilarious. Create. I'm not gonna lock the room. It'll be an open room. Alchemax headquarters. Comp. Resource Bumble. Turn that shit off. Turn that shit off. And then I think we're good to go. Hey man, check out the new events. New events. It's actually faster if you melee. Oh, what the hell?
Pick your hero.
Does a brick. Nice. They're any strong. So, hey, best of both worlds.
Victory is in my sight. Victory
is in my sight. Where's that part where I hit that fat ass ult? Oh. It's gonna be the intro clip. I gotta find the timestamp. I wonder if this character's gonna get banned. He most likely will. He most likely will, actually. I think he is.
Before you attack, get ready.
Dude is gonna get banned to oblivion.
I'm glad to be back on Krakoa, Emma. But you don't look forward to seeing me.
I saved a dance for you that I had.
Oh my god! How did I die?
Sorry, I was tied up that night. Literally.
Wait, he was tied up. Wait, what?
4,
What was he talking about?
3, 2, 1.
There we go. Oh
All
my
you need to
god.
do is capture capture the mission area. Got it? Amazing! 6 in a row. Way to go!
Oh my.
Way to go!
Okay. It's done. It is done.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Alright, my bad. We're good to go. Sorry. It's rendering now. Comlo 8. Any Ultron nerf I see just uncalled for? Ultron nerf. Let me mute the game music so I can play music. Once the video's done. What music do we play?
We captured the mission area.
My team is losing. That's not good. Taylor Swift. Yeah, alright, buddy. Alright, buddy. Son, why is my FPS so low still? They have a blade? That's what we're losing. That's what we're losing. What the hell is she doing?
Double KO.
I had you in my sights. You never stood a chance.
Oh my god, that guy got deleted.
Wow, 4 in a row. 5. That's amazing. 6 in a row. Way to go.
Bet you didn't see that coming.
Song request? Could put song request on. Yeah, there's no one next to him. There's no point in me doing that.
I require some aid.
That didn't kill? Oh hell no, I'm going in there. Fuck that. Okay, maybe I shouldn't have went in there. Oh, that guy died. Nice. I guess it's all with counter cloak, no? Because if she's going in a straight line, you can just probably like ult the whole thing, huh? Yeah, I don't know why that guy likes Taylor Swift so much. You need help. Whoa. Taylor Swift is alright. She ain't to die for or nothing.
Double KO. That's 3.
They buffed Torch just to add this crazy ass hit scan character. Force boost.
Glory is almost yours.
Nice. Patch not even out yet, and Blade, are you doing good? Samju and Necros were having fun playing him earlier. I don't know if that means anything though, but oh, you walking like Michael Jackson, tiptoeing and shit. Oh, he moonwalking. Look at that. He moonwalking. A funny character. It's a funny character, bro. This shit is hilarious, bro. Bro hit the hee.
30 seconds before you attack. Get
Blade
ready.
gets one more buff and he's finished. I feel like if Blade gets one more buff, I think we can actually potentially see a Blade being viable in pro play. And at top 500. I don't think it would be meta. There's still characters that are way better, of course, but he definitely can like be played in pro play. I think about it, Bucky's not meta, but he can be played in top 500 in pro play.
3, 2, 1.
How do you think about Cyclops? I think Cyclops, this character,
Got it?
I think he's busted, but I have to play more matches. I need to play against real people. I haven't played against real people yet. Everyone's like recording their videos and shit right now. Or I gotta hit up, see if like Raylene and them are doing customs. I love how this character counters triple healer though.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now. The mission area is yours.
Does it look okay? Does it look like I'm using the same ability over and over? It has to, right? Does it look like I'm using the same ability over and over? Yes. I'm shifting between like 4 different abilities, but they all look the same. I mean, you know I'm using a different ability because the voice lines. Yes, he counters triple healer because it hits so many people. It's a low mode. Oh my god, I hit them over there, but they just took a step to the left. Nothing I'm not familiar with though. I play Blade. Nothing I'm not familiar with. This one, I can actually see why you can just take a step left to it because of how far it goes. Blade though, like I don't know why the fuck they did Blade like that. Oh, you're crazy. The attack cancel? Right click, left click E? The attack cancels though? 48, no, yeah, this character is fun as hell, man. The left click demon, bro. I feel like, what's Metric? Metric would love this character. I feel like Metric would love this character. Why the fuck would I play Iron Man over this guy? Well, my MVP is not equipped. Okay, that's not right. My MVP isn't equipped. Why would I play Iron Man over this character? Like, just please be for real. Let me see if Raylene's running customs.
If you want to hear that again, then you can go back and listen.
Are running customs.
Is that a Star Wars sweater? It's a Star Wars shirt. And this
Star Wars? What the hell is she talking about?
My family
Is Curry on?
decided to like have matching Star
Japanese.
Wars shirts.
He's probably playing 2X.
If you recognize it, I
Look at
think
that
it's
picture.
Beatles
He's not
cover.
on.
So Darth Vader's in the front, and then there's a bunch of like.
Somebody's talking about her sweater.
Are you running customs? I think that was I was just going against hard heroes because it's too hard to get a whole group together in Infernasu.
True.
Unless you think we can get a group going, I would love to. But I tried last time and it was hard. Oh, you have. I'm guessing you're against hard bots, huh?
Can we get a group?
Cervantes. That's Cervantes.
See, can we get a group going? I don't want to know.
Pick and roll Infernasu. Do you think he'd let us join?
Shit, okay, I'll join.
Join up Infernasu.
Nope, we got people. We got people.
Let's go. They're not gonna know it's me.
Wait,
Sure,
oh,
sure,
she
great.
put her
Okay,
name rank
recognize
1
Nani and
Cyclops?
Jay and Pick and roll.
Jesus Christ. Oh
Who's
man.
this
Be right back.
nobody? Just kidding. That's Infernasu. If you guys don't follow Infernasu, go follow him. He's in chat right now. I'm so jelly of the early access. You only have to wait 2 days. 2 days will go so fast. He showed the damage you did. Oh, sorry, Day. This will be better because these are like all pretty high elo players, so we can see some, like, what's it called? What he'll actually feel like in game. Y'all need people. We do, if you guys have early access, if you guys know streamers that are looking for a game. If we wait long enough, we'll get people. I've been digging into blue clothing for so long. Blue clothing? Oh, like this color blue? Yeah, blue's nice. I like pastel colors. Either pastel or all black. Just depends on the day. Nice, nice.
Chat, do we think the character's making it past ban phase or what?
Fast before we get a full lobby.
Yes or no?
I want to log Adam.
Y'all think this?
I wanna
Well,
see
not in
how
this
Adam
match,
feels
but I'm talking about in
against,
ranked. Is he
this.
making it past ban phase? Hell no, not really. Hell no, not really. No, 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 hell no. Hell nah, bruh. Y'all don't have faith in the Clops? Y'all don't got faith in the Clops? Like, let me switch my shirt. Like, I have faith in the Clops.
No, did people leave?
Claps. Hey yo.
Use your clout Infernasu. Get some people. I don't know if he's still in chat.
Yo, Prod, thanks for the sub.
I wanted to compare the
They do.
damage to Moon Knight.
I doubt anyone here is
Moon
gonna
Knight
want to play
does not
Blade,
do damage.
so I'll play him.
Better ult, better move.
Hi.
Better damage.
I doubt any of these dudes give a fuck about Blade.
Do you sing happy? Is it your birthday? Happy birthday.
Still
no,
banning
I don't
Didi?
sing, but I'll tell you happy birthday.
You said Infer, who's your internet provider?
I don't want to make your ears bleed on your birthday.
Who's your internet provider is crazy. Huh?
Three
What,
Romans never
what did Kay say to me? What did he say to me? I didn't see it. Character does not exist.
No one look at that.
What's up, Trist? How you doing? Oh, I need to turn off join messages on my TikTok. I can't read chat normally because this.
Okay, the next time people join, I'm gonna scream, "Don't leave" at them. People are so impatient. They'll join for like a minute and then they'll leave.
What if I do this?
Oh, then they join back. Because they knew there's not better elsewhere.
Give me a second.
Robin, time yourself out before I do.
There we go. Nice. All right, we need two more people. Two more people.
You have 60 more seconds to time yourself out.
Hope he'll be in there sooner. Chris was supposed to join. Was he? Pretty busy. They're gonna throw it back for State Jude. What? The what? What the what? What on earth are you talking about? Man's gooned out. Blade actually playable now? I'm about to find out. I'm about to play him this match. My Cyclops videos, what do we finish rendering? It's about to be finished. Wait, where's the thumbnail at? Here it is. Nice. How's your ping that good? I live in the servers. I live in the servers. Ow. Hit my damn foot. Like my hand. I have a satellite in my mansion. What the hell? He's a net runner. Okay, that's a funny one. I'm a net runner, that's why. Northern Virginia. Where is Northern Virginia? I don't live in Virginia. Or do I? Oh. I know where this is. Yeah, I know where this is. Been there several times. But the rival servers in his basement. Oh my god, 192 ping. What is the math there? His ping is how much times mine? Holy shit. 200 and how much ping was that? Holy shit. 30 times, yeah, it's like 32, something like that. 30-ish or 30 something. Nice, we got a full lobby. Let's go. I'm playing Blade. I don't care about Cyclops with this much. I'm gonna let somebody else have it. I'm instant locking Blade.
Or villain, I'm not judging.
I'll fight to end the darkness that.
Wait, nobody wants to play Cyclops? I was about to say that'd be kind of crazy, no? Kind of rare. That'd be kind of rare. Kind of unexpected, no? Check your rivals whispers from Nanny. I don't see anyone. What do you mean? Oh, what the fuck? West Coast brutal? Yeah, I'm not living on the West Coast. Can't do that.
No one's coming
Pink
back
party boo boo.
30 seconds before you attack.
Ping
Get
boo boo.
ready.
West Coast ping boo boo.
How much did I miss while Alchemist was holding me captive, Liliana?
More than I have time to explain.
This video don't render so I get my frames back. 10 minutes. Is there any new settings?
I expected no less.
I held the line, Scott. But I would be lying.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2,
Oh, my shit's on high.
1.
What the fuck? This isn't supposed to be on this.
Capture the mission area. Got it?
Whatever Hydra's been up to here.
My settings aren't right.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Oh, I didn't get a heal. I gotta ping the heal command. I forgot.
Double KO. Capture the mission area.
Are they running 5 deep? They are. Can I get a heal, please? Oh man. Please. I get no heals, not at all.
Next time, bit of a fight.
Their team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
This is a real match? Yes, it's a real match. Black Cat still seems as annoying as ever.
Behold, that child!
Black Cat still seems to be as annoying as ever. Even one dash.
Limbo stands with you!
I can't get value here. It's hard to get value. They have no tanks. They have no tanks. They're running 5 DPS.
They've almost got it.
Yeah, these teams aren't balanced. Yeah.
As good as new. Hell yeah. Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man! 1,000 gods!
I ulted nobody.
No winner yet. Going to overtime.
How's Patch feeling so far? This is my first real match, but the teams aren't balanced. Can't really test this match. The teams aren't balanced. Let me fix my settings. I don't know why my settings are all high.
My whole life.
That isn't what I play on.
Before you attack, get ready.
Actual Magneto. Wow.
Should I know who you are?
No, but you
I found
should
quality. I
know
don't know what I
that
play on.
doesn't work on
Where's that found
super
quality?
materials. Guess what I can do?
Be impertinent, it seems.
It's just what I play on.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission.
Most of the dives are very still diveable. Yeah, they definitely still are.
Here comes Sana.
What's up here, Ditto? Ditto. How you doing?
As good as new.
Oh, we're using Gambit in test server. Oh. Oh my, that damage. That damage.
Back in the game.
What? Fuck did he go? Oh, he escaped. That's not it, bro.
Back in the game. The hunt is on.
Damn it.
Captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
You're 50%. That's not bad.
Control lost.
Whatever YG did, he's guilty. I agree.
Open season. Here they come. As good as new.
I am ready to
Oh, how am I supposed to fucking catch that guy? What? Oh, how am I supposed to catch that guy? He's so fast. Nah, I can't play Blade in this. Who else got buffed? Let's see. Who else got buffed or changed on DPS? I think that's it. Oh, Twitch. Shot Twitch buffs.
I get sick of people asking me for a light. I'm clocking these bad guys. Don't step on lava.
Play Angela. No, we have 3 tanks. I mean, 2 tanks. Innocent. How's Blade now? I can't really get to try him. The teams aren't balanced this much. It's not a really good match to test. Oh my goodness, bro. Character is crazy. Yikes. We got cooked.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Yeah, those teams were unbalanced. We couldn't test anything there. We got cooked. Sounds like Kratos. Does he? I'll play Cyclops this match.
Pick your hero or villain. I'm not judging.
Victory is in my sight.
Does she want to play it? Or not. Never mind, Day took it.
I'll fight to end the darkness that spawned me.
Never mind, Day takes it. Oh, we need another tank.
Open your eyes.
That's how Dino nerfs. Why didn't you lock? Because I was going to let them play it because they haven't played it. Oh, rogue buffs, you're right. I don't have the rogue skin. Have you? I've played the Cyclops already. My video's already done. That messy? Yeah, you missed that. I played it earlier already.
What can you do? Okay, I'll let you show me.
As long as we stay focused, nothing can stop us.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
You don't know me. A shame.
Oh, you see his balance?
But you will.
We'll see. I don't know if Day and Pick on the same team are this balanced, but whatever.
Tandy needs help.
The mission area is yours to capture now. Again sometime. The mission area is yours.
Got him.
Down now, sugar.
I feel like these teams aren't balanced again. I don't know if we could put Pick and Day on the same team.
Well, that's better. I'm trying to help.
Damn.
Control lost.
Oh, my video's done rendering. Nice. Oh, I got headshotted. Damn.
Ain't getting rid of me so easy.
Common folk. Common folk is crazy. Nah, Cyclops not out till Friday.
I am ready to put on a show.
Okay. Okay.
If the fight's still going, then so am I, sugar.
Was there any cooldown assassin charge? 4 second. I mean, if you want the shift, right? Fatal attraction. Oh my god. This fucking dinosaur is still annoying. This fucking dinosaur is still annoying. Holy shit. Nerfed or not, this dino is still annoying. Yeah, Fatal Attraction has a low cooldown on, yeah. Where did my team go? Oh, they all went to the left. They went to the left side. Yeah, Rogue feels better. I don't think she's can fight Dino though. Dino's still really strong. Are these real people? Yeah. Dino still feels really strong. Is that ours?
No winner yet. Going to overtime.
Nice. Angela got the more annoying buff out of every Vanguard. I can try Angela right now. Let me upload this Cyclops video real quick though.
If you ain't
Before I
gonna
forget.
use those powers, I'll be glad to use them for you. Seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Glad you're here, Rogue. The more X-Men we have on our side, the better.
What's the matter, Scotty? Don't think we can trust these other folks?
Some of them, perhaps.
Some of them? What's that supposed to mean?
Variables in play. Too many risks.
That comes with the job, boss. So tell me.
The battle starts in 5,
Or play
4,
to win.
3, 2, 1. All you need to do
How many
is capture the
variables
mission
that play
area.
says?
Got it?
Alright, Cyclops video is done. It just has to turn HD. I'll publish it when it's done. Let's do Angela.
I will protect my sister at any cost. Woe to those who stand in my way.
Oh, he flew.
Looks like an issue.
I am ready to put on a show now. Dark child! I feel renewed.
What happened to my thing? I like slid off their body. What was that?
Capture the mission area.
Why'd I like slide off his body? It was so weird. Bro. Okay, this is weird. Damn, like I got bodied.
My sacred spear is ready.
My sacred spear is ready. Is Blade any good? I think he's pretty good this update, yeah. Oh yeah, far you can't hit the dino. Whoops.
Just what I needed.
Okay. Oh wow. Oh wait, who are you hitting? Oh, that guy died. Oh, they're dying so fast. This lobby is not balanced. I might just play a different lobby or something. We can't put pick and roll and Day on the same team. Like a literal pro player and a one above all. Like that doesn't. What the fuck? Oh hell no. This guy doesn't win against that. Oh, this fucking dino. This fucking dino, bro.
You will not be rid of me so easily. Behold that child!
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh my god, that Cyclops is shredding me.
This should cure my ails.
I got no peel.
Just what I needed.
Said I'm easy pickings. Just easy pickings. Okay, I mean, I guess. Okay, if the next match isn't balanced, I'm gonna just make my own lobby. These teams aren't balanced. That one is a little bit more, but like, if we're just gonna keep putting Dan and Pick on the same team, no, I'm just gonna leave. These teams aren't balanced. And they're like both playing their mains too. It's like, I don't know. You think you have to play a game, be a fan of the game? What? You have to play a game to be a fan of the game. Well, I mean, yeah. What do you mean? How you gonna watch something if you're not a fan of it? I mean, how you gonna be a fan of something if you haven't watched it or played it, or listened to, or stuff like that? Oh my god, they did it again. Okay. Okay, this might be my last match. They're doing it again. No, I watch fight. Yeah, if you watch it, sure. You don't have to play it. Like, you watch it, interact with it in some form, sure. But like,
I'll fight to end the darkness that spawned me.
What is this, a 4v5? Somebody left. I mean, it's a 5v6. This is a 5v6.
Woo! Have you guys played against Gambit? Do you guys think that this nerf is like enough to make him not perma ban?
Nah, I'm still banning him.
So, bro.
I'm still banning him.
I think all the nerfs are pretty balanced. Honestly,
It's a constant struggle.
I was thinking that would happen. I just want to, you know.
I don't even think Black Cat got it that bad, honestly.
Wait, they are down one player.
Yeah, I don't know what we're doing.
Show no mercy.
So much fun hanging with you.
You know what? You're right. We're gonna tape it out. We're gonna take him out like this.
I like that.
Yo, why are your toes out, Cyclops? Put them things away.
His toes are out. His toes are out. I never even realized it.
Did Jeff get a sniff?
1.
My fault. Let me put him away.
The mission area. Got it?
I'm an X-Man. I'll fight for any world, even those that hate and fear us.
Bro, is so goofy. Oh my gosh.
Our next victims. You're lucky I was here.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Mine still had work to do.
The mission area is yours.
Are they gonna end the match, or we're just like there's people AFK
Dude,
waiting?
I was playing Cyclops and I just shifted right into their team.
I don't know. We didn't just move on.
Back in the game.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Oh my god, almost killed him, but he got peeled. Maybe I should have double shifted him. I don't know. Oh, that's so annoying. This character does so much damage. What's a good team sync? Good team sync. What? What are you saying? He means comp. Nah, just nah. Trust me, it's not what he means.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man.
Keep going.
See you, sucker. Your sword can rest now, Magic. Mine still have work to do. Back in the game. Hell yeah. Open season.
This is real firepower.
We heard the final voice line again yet? What do you mean?
Victory is almost yours.
The hunt's not
Control
over.
lost. Their team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
Everyone's so spread out, damn.
The hunt is on.
Enemy ahead of us.
Oh man. No, I missed the Cyclops, and I'm about to play Cyclops after this match. I'll test out Blade tomorrow. I want to play Cyclops today.
I am ready to put on a show.
As good as new.
Why is my sense? Oh, it is different. I don't have the raw input thing on.
Double KO.
That was too easy. Good job, team. The area is ours.
There we go. I'm over here like, why does my sense feel so different? Okay, that feels better. There we go. Now we're talking.
Better than they are. No winner yet. Going to overtime.
Oh my god, that shift does so much damage now. It's actually so nice. Oh, this is like aim acceleration. Aim acceleration's off. This prevents other factors from affecting the mouse. It's just purely whatever you put in the mouse.
Vamps gave me my powers.
You just read it. It's at the top right.
Them regret it.
Read it. Literally reads only my raw mouse input, so it reads only my hand. It doesn't take into account anything else.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Yeah, I gotta keep it a stack with your lemon. It's over, bro.
I hope you rested up
The
on
gambit
your
life is
honeymoon,
over, bro.
Because now
Yeah,
it's time
dude.
for
I mean,
business.
it's rough. It's rough out here.
That character's still getting permabanned. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
It's
no,
so
it,
over, bro.
I know.
That character's still stupid.
I'm hoping they like bring out like a halfway through the mid-season
Starts in 5.
another nerf to him because like they knew when they released these patch notes that it was not gonna be
All you
enough.
need to do is capture the mission area.
Like they
Got it?
knew.
Man, I'd rather been Star-Lord over him. Not gonna lie, I can't with that guy.
Star-Lord is annoying.
He is so annoying to kill, bro.
As good as new. The hunt is on. Chase cold steel.
Looks like the mission area is capture now.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man.
Double
That does
KO.
so much damage now, man. Oh, I love it.
I believe in you, Gambit. I believe in you.
That's 3.
Oh, I just got
Never mind.
shit on by pick and roll.
Open season. Oh, that hurt.
Wow. Frozen and headshotted.
Just in time.
Most happy Blade went from F- to C tier. Where's my light off? It's messing my camera.
Control lost.
Back in the game.
Wow. Peeked for 2 seconds, I got exploded.
The hunt's not over yet. The hunt is on.
This is real firepower!
1,000 gods!
Oh my god, look how high he is.
I am ready to put on a show. Your team's capture progress has passed the halfway point. Stand with you.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Double KO. Control seized.
I was born ready.
captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
That's good. Hell yeah. I'm cutting in.
What? What?
Thanks for the boost.
What did I die to? Oh my god. What? Our blade change is good? Yeah, it feels good. You can get this parry really easily now. With a die from really easily. Oh, that's a strong slow. Oh my god, what is this character? Son, what is this character, bro? Oh, hell no. What is this dumb ass character, bro?
How are you alive?
Hello, I'm alive. Hello.
Boom, one shot. I was born ready.
Holy shit, what am I hitting?
Going to overtime.
Bro, she missed. What is that? She literally missed. I can see it on my screen. She missed. Why were we rewarding her for missing?
Another epic victory. Big win.
That was my last. Oh, it's my last one. GG's. Okay. Want to lock the room. I want to test out some more Cyclops. Oops. A 1,000. Oh, can I publish this video yet? Oh, nice, I can.
The right heroes
I think it's
make
HD.
all the difference.
Victory is in my sight.
This character's fun as fuck, bro. Is it 1440p yet? And like, nope, it's not. It's 1080. That's good enough though. Video's published. Alright, new video's out. Cyclops video is out. Go like that up. Go like that up. Oh fuck, I forgot to put bots. Whoops. How do you get test server early access? You gotta be a content creator. The changes look noticeable. I mean, I feel the damage boost on the shift. That is definitely noticeable. Is Cyclops gonna be in your rotation? Yes. Yes, he is. But that's what I'm practicing him right now. So I can play him in a ranked. I don't have to waste time learning him on a live client. I can just play him in a ranked.
Victory is in my sight.
Trying to get the B hop down with him. I think I'm fucking it up. I keep messing up the B hop. Where is this? I'm trying to tweet the video.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Steve Rogers. Hey, Pete said you volunteered to be experimented on. Is that true?
He didn't lie. I presume you didn't.
Definitely against my will. I don't want to go back there. Too much buried
There
history.
you go. Does it mean everyone's rotation, bro? Let's not cap. I have no subs, but I must LARP. No subs. What you mean? You gotta be subbed up to enjoy the stream, bro. What you mean? He's so fine. Oh god. What are you doing, Jiggy? Fuck, I keep messing this up. I gotta stop moving. It's just okay. I think I know how to do a B hop now. I think you just shift, but you don't move. Let's LARP. Ugh. Okay, I just got obliterated. Join the club. Oh, I didn't hold it. I keep forgetting I gotta hold it. See, this shit I gotta get used to. This is why I need to play them right now. For live servers. I'll be used to them by tomorrow. I guess. Perfect angle.
That's 3. Wow, 4 in a row. Control these. 5. Amazing.
There you go.
6 in a row. Way to go.
Could have folded, Remy.
I'm gonna take the blade stuff off the title. I'm not playing blade today. I'm gonna focus on Cyclops. Oh fuck. Okay, whatever. Oh, hell no. Damn it. Since the video's private? Oh, I didn't press save. Oh, fuck.
We X-Men beat death a long time ago.
My bad. Okay, it's public. Thank you. I forgot to press save when I put it public. Did you have to put it public and then press save changes? Let me change the title. I got recommended to TikTok live as soon as on YouTube link. Oh, that's interesting.
How are things going on Krakoa?
I can't spam the link in TikTok because you're not allowed to put links in TikTok.
Adjusted to living in a whole new timeline.
But I only put it in YouTube and Twitch.
You don't have to tell me. Sometimes I feel like an old soldier in a war that evolved without me. Well, lucky for us, the classics never go out of style.
The battle starts in 5, 4.
Does Galacta have new voice lines? Yes.
2.
If I didn't answer that already, yes. The only one I've heard is the overtime one.
Got it?
This
That was so crazy, man. When something's going down alive. No, TikTok's algorithm is really good. That's why I can't afford to not live stream there. But the thing is, if you live stream on TikTok, okay, so basically, I'll explain this. Let's go from the start. To live stream, most people use OBS because it's very optimized and it's really good. That's like the main thing everybody uses to record videos and do live streams, anything. But if you live stream to TikTok through OBS, your discovery is lowered. They put in like something to throttle your discovery if you live stream to TikTok from OBS. They want you to use TikTok Live Studio, which is their own app. But if you use that, their app is extremely laggy and very unoptimized. So it'll lag the hell out of your computer and lower your frames like crazy while using it. As overpowered and as beefy my setup is, I can't even handle playing Marvel Rivals and having TikTok Live Studio open on my gaming computer. It makes my FPS just too low. I can't do it. I can't even get over 100 FPS on this game. Even when I'm dual PC streaming setup, my streaming PC can barely handle having both open, which is why I would live stream to TikTok through OBS, but you can't because it makes your discoverability worse. Like my friend, he had like 50 plus 100 plus viewers on TikTok. He tried live streaming to TikTok through OBS so he can multi-stream to other platforms. He couldn't. It throttled his views like crazy, and then it wouldn't hit sub boxes, and it wouldn't recommend his things to people's For You pages. Oh, that's crazy. Yeah, it's a monster. And yeah, I have a good PC and a good stream PC, and I still lag right now. But yeah, that's why basically I haven't been getting a lot of people on TikTok. I thought I was shadow banned. Apparently I wasn't when I talked to the guy. He said I'm not shadow banned. He said you just need to stop live streaming to TikTok through OBS because it throttles your viewers like crazy. Like my friend that was live streaming to TikTok, like I said, he had 100 plus people watching. He tried using OBS. He only had like 10 people watching, or like 5. That shit throttles your viewers like crazy. Which is why, oh my god, am I dead off this? Okay, bro. Which is why most people live stream at TikTok through TikTok Live Studio. But you wouldn't want to use it though, because it's laggy as hell. But you have no choice. You don't got a choice. Like right now, I'm live streaming to Twitch and YouTube right now with my OBS. But I'm not live streaming to TikTok through OBS. Right now, I have TikTok Live Studio open, but I'm only live streaming on TikTok in 30 FPS and 720p because I can't handle it. I can't handle having that app open. It's just too taxing. It's way too taxing my PC. Stuff is way too taxing my PC. If I try to use my gaming computer, which I did at the start of the stream, did live stream on TikTok and play this game, I can't. My rival's FPS is way too low. If I do that. In my opinion, I think for this game, you need at least, you don't need, but I think a good amount of FPS for this game, as unoptimized as it is at least 200 FPS. This game feels unplayable to me without at least 200. I'm not gonna lie. Well, at least 150, my bad, not 200. Without at least 150 FPS, this game feels unplayable. That's just my opinion, though. Feels like poop running in this game if you're below 150.
Cyclops, ever focused on victory.
Lowest I'll go is 100. If I can't get 100 FPS, oh hell no. That's why people play with configs. But they banned configs, so like I don't know how that's gonna work anymore. They need to optimize this game, bro. How are Vanguard's gonna fight this? I love fighting Vanguards with Cyclops. Hold on. I love that. Hold on. Y'all can just stand there. I'm gonna beam you, and then it's gonna bounce to your teammates. I like that. I like that. Hold on. Let me change the MVP. I got the wrong MVP equipped. I like that. Stand next to your boys, bro. Let me see it. Stand next to your boys, please. That dino? Oh yeah, we cooking that dino. Baking the dino. We baking that dino today. Oh, I should probably try out the new map, huh? Let me try out the new map. This is it, right? There we go. The hell is this?
In my sight.
Is that a sword? It is a sword. What the hell? Would the blade buffs matter? Yeah, they matter. They're good. The blade buffs are good. I was thinking about some ways that the blade buff would help me. I can since the iframe is longer, I can last longer against Emma ult, which is really nice. That's really nice to have.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
I can last longer against Emma ult, and what else? What else?
You can shoot fast, bub.
Emma ult. Another CC.
Put that to the test, old man.
I guess I can last longer against Thing ult, because with Thing ult, let's say you're like Star-Lord or something, you flip backwards. It'll hit you. You might dodge the first hit of the Thing ult, but then if you flip backwards, it's rumbling forward. It might hit you again. But if I'm Blade, I can hold right click and fall back, and I can iframe both hits. You don't want to do that. You want to flip forward against Thing ult, but still, you get my point. In situations where I would need to like fall back and he's ulting me. What the hell is this map, by the way? Where am I going?
Our foes draw near.
Oh my god, my FPS is gonna be so low. Yo, what is this map? Map was made for Cyclops. Of course they drop an 18v18 map while adding Cyclops. Oh my god. I can pick a place to spawn? What is this game? I'm playing Battlefield? Oh, what is this game mode? What the hell? W ult farm? Oh, you're right.
I'm sorry, Emma, but it had to be done.
Oh my god, the ult farm though. Whoa. This game mode is crazy. Are we safe? This game mode is crazy, bro. He's still going? That guy's still going? Yeah, I see him. I'm just ignoring him. I know exactly what you're talking about. Is Song Quest on? No, I can turn it on though. Oh, that's not good. Go over here.
Still got some fight left in me.
Oh my god, 54 kills. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Open it up. Turn circles on this match. You hit people around corners, you right click. Yeah. So it bounces off walls. See? Like bounce off walls onto other walls. Technically, yes. Oh my god, that Iron Man just got like 6 people with his ult. Where's the next dome at? Oh, it's over there. This map is crazy.
Leave them to Khonshu. Right on target. Gee, I'm so sorry.
Great job! You're racking up points! Double KO! That's 3! Wow!
Oh my god! This game mode is funny. Jesus. I had 83 kills. Cool MVP. It's a cool MVP, man. Holy shit. It's a fun game mode. Kind of feels like I was playing like Battlefield or something though. With the little spawn areas. Oh, hold on. Do convoy. We haven't done a convoy. We've only been doing Dom. All right, let's see it.
The right heroes can make all the difference.
Poke slop. Hey, bro. We poke slopping up today. Poke slop enjoyers are up. Poke slop enjoyers are up.
Victory is in my sight.
Victory is in my sight. Victory is in my sight. Bro, I've seen some disgusting combos with what's his name, Thresh today. Nasty ass combos, bro. He was really threshing it. It was really threshing it yesterday.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
This combo's sick. Look at this one.
A lot may have changed in my absence.
Look at this one.
Thankfully, the professor's dream
That's apparently his B&B. Oh, the lantern. Spin. Teleport to the lantern. Pull. Spin again. That shit is sick, bro.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3,
Shit.
2.
That was a cool ass character, bro. Why you solo? Oh, because I feel like it. Why not? Oh fuck, I forgot. That's what you meant. I'm like, what do you mean, why am I solo?
Draw. Final score 0-2-0.
Thought you meant why am I solos and why am I playing alone? Well, technically that's what you meant, but like I forgot to put bots. WMVP? The fact that he has a team up with Wolverine is pretty funny. I should have tried out the team up with Wolverine earlier. I was playing with other content creators. Shin Shibuya. Shin Shibuya. 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 Shin Shibuya. Know what a game I miss? I miss Donkey Kong Bonanza. Y'all said Mario Odyssey's like Bonanza? Shit, I need to try out Odyssey. I'm gonna try it soon. They turned Wolf into a Beyblade. Can you show the Magic Skin main play? Too late. Might be a little too late. Might be a little too late.
Round 1, go! They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Look out, buddy. You got the legendary Star-Lord on your side.
Oh yeah, I forgot to.
Star-Lord, huh?
Guess
guess I can finally start calling myself Earth King then. Hey, not cool. Okay, I earned that title.
Experiment having that off.
Better than dead pool.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
Knew I saw trouble. The professor trained me to fight for his dream. I can't lose sight of it now.
Punched him.
A little protection goes a long way.
Perfect angle.
Double KO.
What?
Maximum impact.
Crazy because they nerfed Moon Knight in the same patch. Like all the Moon Knight players want to just get on Cyclops. Up to the lobby with Dave pick. Oh, I left. My teams were like horribly balanced, so I left. Also, I want to practice Cyclops. I don't feel like waiting to play him. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Oh, yeah. Oh, you're kidding me. What happened to his ult? Oh my god, he put it behind the wall. Drop inside for Cyclops? Hell no.
The professor didn't train quitters.
Propulsion beam. Your powers.
Maybe he can't be up. No, he definitely can't. I'm just doing it wrong. Fuck is he doing? I mean, okay. I mean, okay. Fuck. Shit is so sick. I'm hitting someone. Just kill someone just shooting a wall. I'm just like trying to ricochet it. It's hitting him. So funny. Jesus Christ, yo. Huge. Cyclops looking like a top 5 DPS? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, he's really good in the triple healer too. He might be weak against dive though. Like heavy dive. What are they looking at? What? Okay, the NPC's bugged out.
The current score is 0-2.
Yeah, they gave him blade ult, but better, yeah.
Switch things up, including
They both literally function the same. They go forward, and then there's a delay, and then there's an attack.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Victory is in my sight.
I wonder if against 250 I can use blade shift and instantly auto kill now. What the fuck is this? What is this? Defense wins Shenlong Arena. He beating the shit out of him. Damn, Iron Fist. Yo, he cuts his arm off. Yo.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Damn, why your boy Iron Fist getting his ass beat? What Iron Fist stands at? Your boy getting his ass beat.
We are both despised by the people we strive.
Bro, cut his damn arm off.
Quite so.
Karate chop that shit.
You are very perspicacious.
Took the sword out of his arm, yeah.
The battle starts in
Put that shit on his nunchuck.
4, 3,
Started swinging it.
2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Get his ass there though. Well, yeah, you can be hop with this character. I just did it.
Final score 1-2-0.
I need to change the TikTok overlay. I was gonna put the camera at the top because the way I have it set up right now, the chat box, the on-screen chat on TikTok gets in the way of my face. Yep, it is. Okay, hold on. Let me change this. How you got Cyclops test server? Okay, how am I gonna do
Right
this?
heroes could make all the difference.
Play. There you go.
Round 1, go!
That should be better for TikTok. Nice. Yeah, that should be much better so it doesn't deal with. Let me know if you like that better on TikTok.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds.
So the chat box doesn't override the damn gameplay.
The so-called perfect human. I never called myself that. I hope you detected my irony.
There we go. Different beam color? Different beam color would be cool.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
You are not alone.
You need to stop that vehicle in its
Shit, the match started. A second, put my jacket on.
What are you aiming at?
I can't wait to play this character into triple healer. It's gonna be hilarious watching them like try to do it and it just does not work. Finally, I have a different character to play on fucking Moon Knight in the triple. Cause Moon Knight kind of sucks against flyers. With this character, I can play them in the triple. They could be triple and have flyers, and Moon Knight's kind of like But with this character, I can deal with flyers and triple healer. You know, which is really nice. Goes full control. Color of his beam. Full control. Y'all gonna put some crazy ass colors. They nerfed Moon Knight, added a better version, yeah. Help? Okay. We're getting rolled.
There's still a chance to stop.
They gotta do excuse one song. Song request isn't on. Yeah, I'll put song request on.
Now might be a good time to stop them.
Oh, I'm so cold. There's some questions on.
What are you aiming at? Force boost!
Better stop that vehicle!
Gambit never falls! Thanks for the
Are you serious? They didn't kill? Huh. How did I kill? I was rocket boosted, no? How did I kill? No, that's crazy. What? I'm not crazy, no?
I'm an X-Man. We always come.
Son, that's insane.
You stop them in their tracks! They've made it halfway! Stop them!
Whoa. Man, screw these walls. Kill them.
Double KO!
That should make a difference.
How the hell did he still fall from the beam? What? What made him fall? Oh, Bucky. I was about to say. that they removed that. How did you just do that? I'd have been so confused. Like, this dude is cheating. Like, you got nerfed in patch notes. How the hell are you doing that? Oh, I can't wait for Invis to ult, and then I just ult inside their ult and then fucking kill everybody. Because they think they can survive it or something. Oh, that's gonna be hilarious. Yeah, that's gonna happen to Alai and she's gonna fucking scream. She's gonna lose her damn mind, bro. Oh, nah. Someone's gonna ult her Invis ult and she's gonna lose her fucking mind. Oh, speaking of, I need to ask when we're playing Cuphead again. Is she live right now? Yeah. Is she doing ult games or something? Oh, fuck. What's the poor ults can Cyclops kill through? I don't know. But it does a lot of damage, so it definitely can kill through something. I think both hits would have to connect, though.
I'm an X-Man.
Both hits would have to connect, not just one. Like, if you Invis ult, and like we Phoenix ult and Cyclops ult, the Invis ult, everybody in there is dying, bro.
Maximum pulse!
If the timing is right, everybody will die.
What are you aiming at?
You've got to be fucking shitting me, bro. These walls are like, holy shit. Oh my god, why are you playing Groot? Can we be normal people? Oh my god. Still no against a hero? Okay. Can we be normal? Why are we playing Groot?
We X-Men beat death a long time ago.
You stop them in their tracks!
On his biggest counter? Oh, it's just annoying.
Down to 30 seconds!
I think it's better if you ult in the sky. Because I think the ult is not hitting all the way. I'm going to check the replay after this match. Because my ults are getting cucked by something and it's pissing me off. I think it's an ult in the sky type of angle.
Nowhere yet. Going to overtime!
God damn it.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time
Yeah, I think it's an ult in the sky type of angle, bro. I think that's when I was getting cucked. Yeah, payload might be getting in the way, but if I'm in the sky, I can kind of cover behind the payload.
What are you aiming at?
Because it's only covering what I'm looking at. It's not like going forward. It's not like Valorant Brimstone or nothing. Or is it Breach? Yeah, Breach. It's not like Breach from Valorant. You have to actually be looking at something, and I can't look behind the payload because obviously.
Give up quite that easy.
Well, I mean, I can't see that far, so it's not covering behind the payload. But if I'm in the sky, I can see behind the payload, kinda. Okay, that works. Bro, who the I eat. Oh my god, I eat and it messed me up.
Double KO.
Still got some fight left in me.
Final 10 seconds. You belong to me.
Maximum impact.
No winner yet. Going to overtime.
Maximum impact. Got my eyes on
Double KO.
Whoa, slow that down.
Maximum punch.
I'm scared they get ulted. Fuck. Bro? Hey, heal. W.
The current score is
W.
0-2.
W.
Time to switch things up.
W.
Including which side you're on. You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Victory is in my sight.
Chaotix in my quick play match. Huh? Excuse me? Excuse me? Like chaotic darkness? Like the actual chaotic? There's no way. You didn't play this game?
Round 2, go!
You cannot save
I don't think he plays this game.
or can you save yourselves?
Oh, it's about a different chaotic.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
We see 2x KO. Who's on that 2x? Who on that 2x? I gotta do that Minecraft sponsor. Quick before it expires. Oh yeah, I forgot Panu's in the Senna 20.
The battle starts in 5.
That's why he's practicing. I forgot.
3, 2, 1. Help get that vehicle to its destination.
He's practicing for Senna's 20.
And your dream. Losing simply isn't an option.
Minecraft Vanilla and modded? I don't know. I don't think there's a requirement or a specification of what I have to do. I have to just play that shit. I have to just play that shit. I don't know. Minecraft is I wouldn't say Minecraft is ass. Minecraft is like a game you play in phases. You gotta be feeling the Minecraft. How the hell did you guys get over here? How'd they get past me? Fuck.
Keep up the momentum. That's 3.
Oh my god, this guy is so annoying. I fucking hate. Oh my god, don't hit me. Son, I have 1 HP, bro. Now I'm waiting for this health pack. Fuck that. Okay. Oh my god, bro. I actually almost died to that girl. I actually almost died to that girl. That's crazy. Song quest song. You gotta do current song. Fuck. They already made covers of this song and the song not even out yet. That's ridiculous.
I don't give up quite that easy.
There we go. He was right about doing a yellow avatar. He was right, like the dude with the yellow avatar, right? Or am I bugging? What are you talking about? What the hell are you talking about? Oh, let me put the other stuff back on the screen. You count it. What was the other thing I had on? Oh, the sub goal. I hit it because I was doing the video. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Oh, you're so weird. You're so weird. Oh my goodness. She grabbed me inside of a... Okay. Okay. Interesting, I suppose. What time is it? 10 o'clock? Oh shit, it's 10 already? Damn. I want to play 2XO today. Bro, you didn't see me. Oh my fucking god, these CPUs are cheating. Son, these CPUs are cheating. It's so whack. That's not realistic, dog. That shit is so unrealistic, bro. Yeah, eat shit. Where's the ammo? Oh my god, why is there a Hulk on me? Didn't know Emma got Spidey sense. I'm saying though, like what? Fuck me. I'm dead. She read your mind. I'm about to get a 70 bomb. Hold on. I think I'm ready to play him in ranked now, actually. I think I'll be good to play him in ranked on Friday. He's not that hard of a character. Oh, he's not hard a character at all. Oh my goodness, bro. Maybe just me getting used to his binds. You're so weird. Oh, he messed it up. See, this wall got in the way. Yeah, walls be fucking us all over. Oh my god, that didn't kill. It's poke slop. It is poke slop. Yeah, poke slop is not really that hard. Just aim. You got good aim? Nope. Perfect angle. Speaking of Emma, her and Cyclops play like beam wise. He just has infinite range. Yeah. How many beams in this game? You get Emma. You get Emma, Strange. I said Strange. You get Emma, Iron Man, Cyclops. Who else is a beam? What is a beam? Forgetting someone. We don't have a full beam comp. Ultron. That's 4. We need more. We need more. C&D. What beams on C&D? Oh, it's motherfucking cloak. Dino. Okay. C&D. Jeff's is a spray. That's not a beam. Jeff's does not count. That's 6. That's 6.
Right heroes could make all the
That's not. Jeff's doesn't count. Jeff's is a spray. How Cyclops is good. Jeff's does not count. I'm not counting that. That's cheese. Prince Souls is playing 2x. There's a bunchers. What are you doing? Who's he playing? Warwick and Thresh?
Oh,
okay. Oh, he cooking. Ooh, this guy is super dead. Damn. Hold on, he cooking.
More console flew over. I want to play it. It's free. It's free on console and.
100, have you tried the game mode? The what is that game mode? The roguelike? That shit is hilarious.
4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop them.
TV. Did. Mode's fun.
A little morale boost in the heat of battle never hurt anyone.
Idle Showdowns. Idle Showdown had one. The fuck? Yo, can I get up? Nice. Rookie ass scout. Oh my god. Look at RPG. Run to other VTubers. Not in game. Ah, I see. Ooh, damage fall off. Oh, this is gonna be fat. This dumb Star-Lord, get your ass over here. Oh my god, I two-shot him. If you do attack cancel, oh my god, it does so much damage. It does so much damage, bro. I feel like you can actually dive with this character low-key. Low-key, you can dive with this character low-key. Freak Man? Freak Man is crazy. I think his highest damaging combo so far I found is the attack cancel with the E. Oh shit. You've got to be shitting me. Oh, I killed him. Oh, I'm dead. I ran into it. Cause why the fuck is he right there? Like, okay. I'm over manga stuff. I'm over manga stuff.
Quite that easy.
What game is that? The fighting one? Oh, 2x scale. The fighting game? That was 2x scale.
Only 60 seconds left.
Propulsion beam. Is this layout better for TikTok? I don't know. I think it is. The other one I use mainly for fighting games. Where's this torch at? Fuck did he go? Oh, he died. Damn. Oh my. Oh no, I missed. I could have killed that guy. His ring animation is so weird. I'm used to it now.
Including which side you're on.
I don't want to grind 10k for Senna. You better get you a token.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Victory is
You better cop you a token. Oh man, oh man, oh man. And what are those in his leg? Ew.
Round 2, go!
That weapon, they was experimenting like crazy on this guy. Look at his spine. Even his spine is fucked up. Let me see this marble thing you're linking me.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
What the hell is this?
You know, I love your mech. I haven't seen that tech before. It doesn't look like S.H.I.E.L.D. or Oscorp or Ultimax or Stain.
Ghost Lock. Ooh, that shit looks sick.
Check the logo. Order. Parker Industries.
That's like a Ghost Rider Psylocke mix.
He didn't even finish college.
I thought only
Is that the Dino?
Battle starts in 5.
Is this Iron Man and who's that?
3, 2, 1.
Spider-Man. Who was that?
Got it?
Is that Hulk and I don't know. Is that Hawkeye? I don't know who the Hawkeye's mix. That's Hawkeye's mixed with. I'm not cheating. I'm just playing Cyclops.
You were too big a threat, Rogue.
Hans X-Men cartoon.
No, it's like magic in it too. Someone.
I had you in my sights. You never stood a chance.
Double KO.
Full blast.
The beam physics are so good on this character. Why does he have 2 movement abilities? Hey man. Am I gonna apply for Stream University? I already did.
Another epic victory. Big win.
This is more 2x. Oh, Daisy is streaming. Perfect. Is she spying on the competition?
Morning grind.
Oh no, Ray, this is her teammate. Never mind. She's spying on the competition. Holy shit, bro. There's a lot of people streaming 2x. Damn. Keep it going. Cyclops moving like he was in 97.
Right heroes could make all the difference.
He applied for Stream University. I just said I already did.
Victory is
I just said I already did. What do you mean? You have so many followers, you might make it. I don't think it's follower based, dude. Oh, you have a sponsor I gotta do. I do it after this match. I have another trailer they want me to watch. Close to 92K, thanks, dude. Working, a little bit of work. Those that are watching on TikTok, y'all said y'all like this layout better, right? I keep saying that, and then I don't look at the TikTok chat, and I keep missing the messages. Is this layout better than the other one I was using? Y'all like this layout, or do you want to be able to see the full screen? I'm pretty sure this layout's better though.
Returns, Remy, even before Krakoa. You can say that again. Can't count how many times an X-Man has come back.
Simple, nice and simple.
These days,
The
all
battle
bets are
starts
off.
in 5,
So let's go
4,
into this battle like it's
3,
the last one we'll ever
2,
fight.
1.
Maximum impact.
Every day is a battle. This one is certainly bigger than usual.
Oh my god. Oh! Damn!
Thanks for the boost.
3.
Damn. Boys got lasered, literally. Oh my god, I can actually say people got lasered and it actually means it. Yeah, keep pocketing this guy. You getting hit too. Keep on pocketing him. You taking damage back there too.
I'm They needed doing, so it was done.
I must be off my game.
Thanks for the food. I'll always have your back. Eat up, big blast.
Double KO. That's 3.
Now that's good optics.
Might actually push himself off the mount. Nah. Oh my god, I can't fucking see. I can't fucking see. I can't. It's clean. Are you sure you like this one better than the other one I was doing, where I had put it like this? Because the other one I had it like this.
If the battle's not
The layout
done,
was this,
neither am I.
and I had this at the bottom, and then the other chat was at the top. Is it still there? Wait, why is it not showing? Wait, it's not showing. Oh, there we go. You like that? Like this one better than that one? The only issue about this layout is that my camera's at the bottom. I could put the chat at the bottom, but like if I put the chat at the bottom, it messes with the thingy. This is how I usually have it. How's your aim so steady? I'm just used to it. I play hit scan and I play poke, so like I'm kind of used to it. You just gotta keep playing. Yeah, nice try, buddy. Oh shit, someone needs to touch. That poor girl. What? I punched him. This is cool, but the gameplay is smaller. Oh, true. Okay, I'll switch it back to the other one. Can I get a heal? Thank you. I'll switch it back. I switched the overlay back to the other one. Give me a second. This layout is cooler because we can see my YouTube viewers and Twitch viewers are. No. I'm talking about for TikTok. I'm talking about for TikTok. I'll start on TikTok chat. I'm not streaming a vertical on YouTube right now.
No winner yet. Going to overtime.
Can't be tough. Middle, bottom. Wait, am I streaming a vertical on YouTube? No, I'm not.
The current score is
Yeah. I'm not. I'm about to say you're throwing me off. I was about to get confused for a second.
time to switch things up.
No, I was talking to TikTok chat though. Hey, let me switch the overlay back.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Victory is
Get me confused for a second. I'm like, wait, what? Cyclops' color broken? He's something like that. He's something like that. My bad. No, you're good. You're good. I was showing them two different overlays.
Before you attack.
Is that off-centered?
Get ready.
It's not centered.
I understand the pain you carry within you, Cyclops. I too was experimented on against my will. There's a difference between being created in a lab
There we
and
go.
being tortured in one, Adam.
Be created in a lab and tortured in a lab.
We are both free.
Optic blast. Baja blast? Baja blast is crazy.
It's up to us to make sure that no one else has to go through what we did.
Baja blast is crazy. What's this guy doing?
That should make a difference.
Fuck. I didn't get healed.
If the battle's not done, neither am I.
Rocco's salvation lies in our hands. 3, 4.
Double KO.
Blasting through. Maximum impact.
Someone up there? Trying to use my lasers to scan the area. No way. No way I lose to this guy, right? Perfect angle. Oh my god, there's some people in here.
Never miss.
Final score. 1, 2, 0.
Okay, what was I reading? What did you guys say? TikTok got a profanity filter now. It bleeped when you curse. Yeah, I need to turn that off, but I forgot how to turn it off. If I curse, it'll bleep my messages. They added that so people don't get banned, because apparently out of nowhere there's a thing where if you curse too much you get banned, I guess. I don't know. Maybe I should just leave it on then. But I mean, yeah, it's clearly not perfect. They showed the next character for Net Impact. Yippee! Oh my god, bro. Yippee! Net Impact next character announced. Zeno is here. Hold on.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Victory is in my sight.
Hashtag net it up. Tag die if I'm with it. Zeno is finally here. Shit, I bet you he's sick too. But the game is hella dead. That was a cool move. These trailers are horrible though. They barely show anything. Was OST hard too. Look here, like ride. He sends the dragon and rides in it.
I imagine it's equally difficult fighting for a world where humans on your own. They want us to make mistakes.
Cool, I guess.
Everyone is watching. They're ready to tear us down.
The battle starts in 5, 4,
I mean, I guess.
3, 2.
Hashtag net it up.
You have to stop them from securing the mission.
Hashtag net it up. Oh shit, I was supposed to do a sponsor. God damn it. Put the song request back on. They be coming out with a lot of fighters type games now. Example Tokon 2X. So they do really well. What, 2D fighters? They sell well. That's why they need to do 2D fighters instead of arena fighters. They need to make a fucking Naruto one already, but nobody wants money, I guess. Nobody wants money, I guess. Oh, hell no. Oh, wait, that doesn't work like that. So how would I have had to done that? Aim upwards to go down? I would have had to aim up to go down, huh?
Still got some fight left in me.
So it wouldn't look like...
Force boost.
Yeah, okay, I should have done that. I had to aim it up to go down. I aimed it... I aimed down thinking I can like fly down. You have to aim up. It's like inverted. It's really weird. See, this is why I'm doing this practice right now, so I can get used to it, so I don't make that mistake in rank.
I had you in my sights. You never stood a chance.
So I was supposed to do... Yeah, that's what I was supposed to do. I forgot to hold it. Yes. No, it's One Piece and Bleach. Bleach won't go crazy. Nobody wants money. That move looks just like this one, the way I was using it. How is he doing? I'm surprised that got down there. He can't see down there. How did that aim down there?
Thanks for the boost.
Yeah, if they ban Cyclops, I'm gonna play Blade. Well, I'm gonna play a shitload of Blade regardless, but... Can I get a heal? Oh, my healers are dead. The zoning animation is so jarring. It is, but hey. I'm used to it by now, I guess. I hate how his alt makes your camera screen shake, but I'm used to that now, kinda too. Oh my god, why are you guys running Gambit in? Okay. They look almost alike. Bro, like, you wouldn't think I'm using multiple moves right now, but I am. How them blade bows feel? His buff. His parry is easy to land. The second buff is big. The parry one is not that crazy to me, but it's... I had to think about it, but the parry one's actually pretty good in situations where you're like fighting Emma. You can actually parry her, be CC immune to her ult for like a full second. It's actually pretty handy in situations like that. W.
The current score is 0.
Is Cyclops as broken as they're making him out to be? I feel like yes. I think he is, yes.
Including which side side you're on.
I think Cyclops is broken, yes.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Victory is in my sight.
Also Bloodstone. Let's do the Black Skin.
Victory is in my sight.
Elsha Bloodstone. What, is there any other buffs I need to try out? Oh, I should try the DD nerf. But I really want to try that though. Do I really want to try that though?
Round 2, go!
You smell that? You smell that?
Ow. Hit my damn arm.
Is your friend next to you hovering over it? Your keyboard? No? Is it? Oh, it's me. I'm sorry.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
You hunt with instinct.
I'll do 5 push-ups. Y'all basically won. Never know.
Understand each other perfectly.
The battle starts.
There's something I was gonna do, but
3, 2,
oh, I need to make a Cyclops short.
all you need to do is capture the mission.
I'll do that after stream. Because I have to dig through my Cyclops footage.
That should make a difference.
Flyers are gonna hate this character. Yo, stop standing next to me, bro. You're gonna be killed.
Double KO.
I shot the floor. I just shot the floor and killed her. I killed the Gamut by shooting the Phoenix, and I killed the Phoenix by shooting the floor. Is that not hype? Is that not hype? Is that not hype, bro? Poke Slop W. You listen to Bob Marley? No, song request is on. Chad's picking the music, not me. It's hilarious how Cyclops, this character is fire. The king of poke. Broken character. Yeah, if you're on the, I guess I should say Red app. If you're on the Red app, you can't hear the music. The music's only on Purple app and TikTok. I'm gonna pin this on there we go. Let's pin this. Yeah, if you want to hear music, you already know where to come to. Or if you want to pick the music at least, or well, I mean, or both. I don't know. The benefit to each platform. If you don't want to hear music, watch on the Red app. Or if you don't want no ads, watch on the Red app. If you want music and predicts, yeah, watch on TikTok or the Purple app. If you want only vertical, well, watch on TikTok. Or horizontal, watch on Purple app or Red app. There's benefits to each platform. Yo, Pad Thigh, thanks for the tier 1. I appreciate it, dude.
They want us to make mistakes.
6, 7.
When we do,
Bro,
everyone's watching.
this is why. You idiots. I need to hide the view count so you guys can't do that.
4, 3, 2,
You idiots.
1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
This run animation is so funny. Dude's running, putting so much emphasis on his run, and he's running at like barely any speed. Even Blade runs faster, and his animation doesn't look that serious, you know. It'd be funny. You know, it'd be really funny if me and Sage both get into Streamer University, and then Sage is my roommate. That would be hilarious. Do you know how cursed that would be? The streams are gonna be so cursed. That would be so cursed. That would be so cursed, bro. Was he Sage in the go wall? He was in here the other night. Also, ringing noise is meaning you have ult. I mean, not ult. Meaning your E is back off cooldown. Oh. See, this is why it's good I'm doing this. Okay, so when you hear the ringing noise as Cyclops, it means you have your, holy shit. It means you have your E back off cooldown. Because if you didn't know, when you use your left click and your right click, this, if you use this or this, it gives you your E back the more you hit people. See, my E's back off cooldown. So I don't have to look at the bottom right. I can just go off the sound cue that my E's back off cooldown. Okay, that's really handy to know. See, this is how I learned so much about the Dino when I was playing the Dino. That's why doing this is handy. You never know what you wouldn't know until you try it. Okay, that was a rubber banded Doom. Oh, tame is Cyclops? He's not tame, he's broken. I don't think this character is balanced. Oh, you're trolling. I can't believe that got me in the air. Come on, I was about to ult. Bro just got a 5K. Yeah, his mobility is sick. They cook with this character. I feel like I'm actually like mastering him now. Like you can tell by the way I'm moving too. Bro, I'm about to be on the rank playing, moving like crazy on test server. Man, with this all this test server experience. When rank hit, I'm gonna be moving like crazy with Cyclops. Oh wow. Damn. I don't think my ult will hit in there. Maybe I should have tried it. There was only one person rezzing anyway. It wasn't a lot of people rezzing. Black cat? A neutered black cat? Really? Oh, this is not a good spot for me, huh? Make do. Got her.
The current score is 0-0. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on. You'll need a top
Wait, he does some damage?
this one.
He does. I just killed that girl with the E. That was the move I just used right there to kill her. Let's get on Blade, big bro. Bro, we gotta play Cyclops, bro. New character, bro. Tap in. Me playing Blade is too unbalanced, or too unfair here. Yeah, I'll do Blade for the second half, even though the match is basically over. That shit is unfair though.
That spawned me.
Next season, or half season, I'm playing Cyclops, Blade, and Psylocke. That's it. Don't ask me to play no other character. Even though I will have to play all their characters, because they're gonna be like, we need something for the walls. We need something for the group walls. Fuck you. I'm not playing Punisher. Fuck you. Keep dying. Fuck you. Ask the other DPS. I don't care about the group walls, bro. You blame them for not nerfing them.
Always do.
We need something for the group walls. Oh, boo-hoo. I hate when I'm playing Blade. I'm having a good ass game. Yo, we need something for the group walls, bro. Please, bro. Or no. I'm having a crazy good game on like Psylocke or Blade. Yo, this Spider-Man is diving us. Can we get into more?
Got it?
Come on, bro. Oh yeah, I added some new 7TV emotes. I added a sun one. I think sombrero. Sombrero. Did I make one for Sunyan? I don't know if I put one for Sunyan. Wait, somebody try sombrero. It should work. Yes, literally just type sombrero.
Wow, 4 in a row.
Who's that? Nice. Neo. Wait, what? Where the hell did? Nice.
Final score.
Let me see if it's working.
1-2-0.
Oh shit, it works. Sombrero. I forgot the other one I made or added. Oh, I added Jefferson. Jefferson. I need more sun emotes. I need more Sun 7 TV emotes. Gotta make a wall of suns. Any Sunyon ring. Is there a Sunyon ring? I'm gonna look it up. I need a Sunyon ring. Sun Chacho.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
The speed one. Or Sunyon. It's an actual onion. So stupid.
Victory is in my sight. Victory is in my sight.
What's that one? Michael Jackson. Who's this? I added it. This shit is so stupid, bro. Sunitor? Is that a janitor but a Sunyon on League? Oh my god. Sunyon ring. Oh my god.
Some serious tech you're wearing there.
It's more than just a suit of armor.
Shit is so stupid, bro. Magic Sunyon ring.
That tree.
Oh shit, the match is starting.
And his name is Groot.
Well, now that we've all
That looks 10 times better than Blade Ult. I mean, yeah. Oh my god, I didn't do the sponsor again. I keep forgetting. I play Metaphor. Yes, there's a whole playthrough on the Red app. If you want to go watch it, I have a whole playthrough. Yeah, so we played Metaphor though. We played it all on stream. Yeah, make sure I like up that YouTube stream, bro. Don't think I didn't see y'all. I don't think I don't see y'all not liking the stream. Hold on. Like up the damn YouTube stream, bro. Oh shit. I'm dead. Yeah, I think it's on the InferPlays channel. Or I guess that's the VOD channel now, but it's on that channel, I think. Or you can just come to Purple app and do exclamation point games list. You can just get the playlist link. Oh my god, what is that? Oh my. Bro, I'm not reading all that. What is that? Homer, what is that?
1 kill, 20 assists. That's that real Discord kitten Valorant. I 100% respect
Brother,
it.
what?
Those are the stats I put up when I'm trying to get free Discord Nitro from some shady guy I met on Craigslist. Y'all wouldn't get it.
Wait, can TikTok hear alerts? Like, did you guys just hear everything that just came out of that alert? Yeah. Oh god, I feel bad for your ears. Huh. Why do you feel bad? Who wouldn't, bro? Do you see what just happened? That didn't kill the Jeff? Okay, he's dead.
That's what I call teamwork.
I wonder when Sinus tournament is. I think it's tomorrow. Wait, no, not tomorrow. I think it's gonna be on update day. If I'm correct, I'm pretty sure Sinus tournament is on the 12th. So Cyclops is gonna be allowed. Oh man, this character's gonna get banned. $150,000 tournament. This character's getting perma banned. I'm pretty sure they're doing it on launch day. Usually they do tournaments on launch day or update day.
I unleash the Vishanti power.
Double kill. That's 3. Wow, 4 in a row.
Heal me up, please. Assistance.
Why did they choose Senna? They always choose random creators. They chose Super for one. Super doesn't even play this game. He doesn't even like this game. They choose. Remember they made Super to him? I wouldn't be surprised if they randomly just choose like Ninja or something next. They choose like big popular content creators because they're trying to get people from other games. Apparently Jinxie hates this game, so I don't think they'd ever pick Jinxie, or I don't think Jinxie would accept. I don't know if Jinxie hates it, but I heard that he hates this game or something. I don't know. Who feels stronger, Blade or Cyclops? Cyclops? It's not even close. Okay, I wouldn't say it's not close, but yeah, that ringing noise. Yeah, running with that ringing noise is. The boy Cyclops not touching his visor. Yeah, this character's gonna get banned. Blade is good now. I think Blade is pretty decent. I wouldn't say hate, but Jinxie isn't interested. Oh, okay, that's what it was. Cyclops OP, yes. This character's OP, yes. I need to go to the dentist. I need to do a checkup. I'm not having any teeth problems or anything, but I gotta do a yearly checkup. Just in case, you know. Actually was scheduled last month, but I missed it. He looks even safer than Jean. Safer? Excuse me? What do you mean by that? I am banning this fucking character. I'm gonna hover it. If it's not getting played, I'm banning it. Like, if I don't feel like playing it, I'm banning it. Like, unless my teammates are playing it. The reason why I'm doing this practice right now is so I can play him on live client, not struggle ranked. Jean doesn't go that far. Oh, this? Oh, you can zoom and you can B-hop after that. What happened to the Blade run? Nothing. I was gonna continue it today, but test servers today. So I'll probably continue it tomorrow. Oh, wait, no, I'm not continuing it tomorrow. We're doing more test server tomorrow. We'll continue on Friday. Or, wait, that's update day. I don't know, probably Saturday? Saturday or Sunday? I don't know. It's not done though. Yo, Luna, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. We're not done though.
Been out of touch for a while, but now I'm back in the game. Our enemies are here.
You guys soul bounded?
That should make a difference.
Oh my god, my aim is us. Dino? Yeah, don't play Dino into this character. You're gonna get your team killed. Loki and Dino? Oh my god. These guys don't like living. That's an NPC. Can I get a heal? Son, can I get a heal, bro? Sunyon ring. What the? Kill his teammates. I'm gonna stagger his teammates. There's gotta be someone here. Where are they at? I feel like this guy always has lamps off cooldown. Nice. You can headshot too? Hell yeah.
1, 2, 0.
This character's busted, yeah.
Another epic victory.
He's beautiful. Yeah, too bad he's not a tank. I'm sorry. If he was tank, his ult, I don't think his ult would go this far. If he was tank. I mean, theoretically, he can be a tank, but he doesn't CC. He wouldn't be a tank. He can't. They'd have to change a little bit of his stuff. I mean, obviously his damage numbers wouldn't be this high, but like if he was tank, I mean, oh, I guess the only CC he has is slow, but like his E would probably slow, and like he'd need more CC to peel if he was tank. Probably wouldn't have his right click. I mean, the Dino technically has this right click. The damage would just be way lower. The push would probably like push you back like crazy.
Victory is in my sight. Victory is in my sight.
Didn't need another Emma. I'm glad he's DPS. Yeah, the Emma players would be like, why the hell would I play Emma when I could just play Cyclops? Be like, why would I play Emma?
Victory is in my sight.
I like both of these skins. I don't know which one I want to use.
Victory is in my sight.
I've just been switching between the two.
Victory is in my
Okay, I don't think I've used the default once today. Let's use the default. I haven't used the default once today. At least I don't think I have. It's always only blade if it was good. Correct. I mean, that's exactly what I said. It does a slash or a attack going forward, then there's a delay, and there's a second hit. It's just like blades. You do the initial slash, and then there's a delay, and then it does the after image slashes or the after slashes. It's literally the same ult, but his is just across the map. His is like 55 meters. Blades, you have to literally charge. And his does more damage than blades. It's like, wow, okay.
The battle starts
okay. They should have gave blades ult this update bleed. That guy just fucked me up. Oh, the blade buff's good. It's alright. Yeah, alright. I don't think he's gonna get played in pro play, but they're alright.
Still got some fight left.
I still don't think he's gonna get played in pro play. Yeah. Blades ult is so butt. Correct. It is pretty buns. We're getting cooked this match. What's happening, team? Team, what's happening? Yo, get this guy away from me. Oh, that guy got bodied. Bro, this Hawkeye is just bodying me. Okay. Percent damage? Percent damage on his ult or basic attacks? I don't want him to be a tank shredder. He can already shred tanks pretty easily though, no? I wouldn't mind it. Okay, they can give him percent damage if they want to his slashes, but don't nerf his damage though. But they would nerf his damage if they give him percent damage. Or whatever nerf they do, the percent damage better be so high to the point where it's not like a damage nerf. Oops. That you can float while using the E. I mean, the right click like this is so fun. Like the movement on this character is insane. The movement on this character is so sick, bro. Oh shit. Can I get a heal, please? Please? Son. I have a support pool and Adam Warlock. That makes sense. Okay. You show his melee? Yes. He just chopped his damn arms. Come here.
That should make a difference.
Is Cyclops moving faster? Faster than who? Yeah, he's pretty fast. He's not a slow character at all. Dude. Oh, I thought the Hawkeye killed me again. I'm like, damn, this Hawkeye just hates me. Yo, that Glotrops hits me. Oh, that guy's in his brother.
I am ready to put on a show.
All right, where's this Hawkeye? Oh, he's Luna ulted. Oh my god. Yo, I told you that combo is crazy. That attack cancel combo, you do click, E click, and then that shit just shreds them. I didn't figure that out until like 2 matches ago. That's the combo. That's definitely the combo with this character though. Because you can attack cancel the your M1. You do M1, E, M1, and that shit just shreds people. You don't even need a headshot, low-key. You probably still would have died there. Really? Very reactable. They make him a tank so they can instantly tanks. Yeah, something like that.
No winner yet. Going to overtime. There's still a chance to stop them.
What am I listening to? What did you guys request? This heavy metal? You guys are so random. Oh, I can't move.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them. That's 3.
You're alive? Bro, the fact that he can headshot is insane, bro. I didn't think they were gonna make him a headshot. He's like the first beam character that can headshot. No beam character can headshot, no. But I mean, that's a Cyclops exclusive. Can I get a heal, please? What are you standing there for? Heal me. Yo, this is like your average ranked. Heal me. What is the bro? It's like your average heal pool player. What is wrong with this NPC? It's like your average heal pooler ranked, bro. They just don't heal. I'm about to lose my fucking mind. I'm dead. What is wrong with this heal pool? It's literally your average heal pool player. They just sit there with their swords out or just not healing. The bots play just like the players, bro. Oh my god. Man's just sitting there looking at me. NPC rage baiting. Like, why is he just staring at me? Heal me.
Only 60 seconds left.
Son. Okay. Okay. Oh yeah, that shift when I'm beaming back like that, whoever I'm hitting, they get slowed, by the way. If you didn't know that. The shift that I'm using for mobility, the beam that pushes me back, this move. Anyone I'm beaming when I do that, they get slowed. It's a heavy slow too. It's not like a light slow. It's a pretty big slow. So like, good luck chasing him. Good luck chasing this guy. Oh my god. Sheesh. The bots actually use player data? Say you swear to god. Say you swear to god. Everything the bots do are based off player data, so yeah, that is a canon he opened. There's no way. There's no way. Say you swear to god. That's literally what heal pools be doing. He just stared at me. I'm like, bro, are you gonna heal me? Bro just sat there with his swords out. Like, what are you doing? What else do I need to emote for? What else do I need a 7TV emote for? W song? Oh, it's song request night on Purple app. What else do I need to emote for? Let's see the trending emotes. Where you check those out? Emotes. What are the top emotes today? What's this? What's this button? Oh, these are new emotes. Bag bounce. World Cup.
Before you attack. Get ready.
What the fuck is all this?
What the hell happened to the city, Sue?
Diabolical.
It's just been thrust
Booba. Booba is crazy. Trending. Okay, what emotes are trending? Chat. This one's a pretty funny one.
I got you covered in that department.
The battle starts in 5, 4,
Vibe. I like this one.
1.
We need more Guru emotes. No, you don't. You think he's stronger than Phoenix? Phoenix is best in the slot. He might be. He might be. Where else these guys at? Is that a storm? Where is she at?
Some help.
The hell? God damn, this character just shreds. I think his damage numbers might be too high, but I don't know. I need his damage like this with triple healer. Maybe he can nerf his cooldowns. I don't fucking know. I want his damage to be this high. We need all the damage we can get because how strong healing is in this game.
The vehicle reached the checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Mark, do you tell me, whoa, I'll ban my teammate Cyclops? That's crazy. The fact that he started a whole controversy with that is insane. You can just run through people with this character if you have aim. It's actually insane. Oh man, is this character's all percentage? I don't know. Here, let me test out putting this back on the screen and see if it does anything. I have a theory that if I put that on the screen, it lowers the view count. I mean, not the view count, the discovery. Just a theory, but I'm gonna find out.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
The right heroes can make all the difference. How many times a raid chase play a Scream Lord? He plays screamers. He's really good at screaming. That sounds insane for me to say, but hey, he's a screamer. Sounds the same, no context. I need to fix the video link. At oh no, not everyone. There we go.
Round 1, go! They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
All right, let's go.
I am not often mentioned in their legends. Men have a way of claiming all the glory.
Well, I have a feeling that this battle is one that will make it into the history books. The battle starts in 5, 4,
3, 2, 1.
You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
Maximum impact. Okay, I overextended. Oops. I'm getting a little too cocky. This character's fast, but like, I feel like I'm getting too cocky. I can't get used to playing cocky like this, especially if I'm gonna play this guy in ranked. Yeah, if you have really good aim, this character is disgusting, bro. Them hackers gonna let us. Fly's a walking clip. Flight reacts? Oh my god, flight reacts. Rex is hilarious, I can't lie. Ooh. Right before I fell? Nah, I love this character's design. They actually cooked. I gotta delete it. The character designers for this game actually can cook. They have a few misses though. And by few misses, I mean like what? Blade launch. And like, who else? I don't like Iron Fist's kit. I feel Iron Fist could be cooler. Wanda, Widow. That's because like, bro, they're trying to make, it's because they want an equivalent of Black Widow. I mean, of Widowmaker. We don't have to have an equivalent of Widowmaker from Overwatch. You really don't. You don't need a one-to-one. Like, Widowmaker, there's not even a lot of people that play her. They fucking goon to her. They don't play her. Okay, my aim is ass right now. I'm dead. They don't play her. They fucking goon to her, bruh. Like, when I played Overwatch, there was barely any Widowmaker players. We don't need an equivalent just because she has a fan base in Overwatch. Her fan base is extremely niche. And also, you don't need to get a one-to-one copy. You can make her cooler than that. Like, if they'd have gave, like, why does Punisher get a full automatic gun that does insane damage, and then a full automatic shotgun that does insane damage, and a Widow gets a sniper, and then she gets batons? Son, like, people have more kills with melee in this game than with the batons. Can I destroy this? Fuck, I can't. I'm dead. Wait, I thought I would kill that because it destroys deployables. Do I have to fly up, I think? I think I have to fly up. Okay, I'm gonna try that later. I think I have to fly up with this and then do it. Because it's all, it says destroys all barriers. So it's kind of like, it's like Phoenix Ult. Phoenix Ult destroys barriers and blue life. But I guess Phoenix just has like a higher level privilege or some shit. I don't fucking know. Batons do 3 extra damage compared to melee. It's like extremely useless. I wish Black Widow was like Blade, where like you can snipe, like Blade uses gun and he uses his sword. She should be like hybrid. Or you should be able to have like 2 different playstyles with the character, like how Punisher has. Some people only play automatic gun. Some people play Punisher with only his gun. Some people don't even use the shotgun, and they get success because you can actually do that because his gun is so strong. Black Widow should be like that too. Like you should be able to play with her without having to use a sniper. Like just give her dual pistols, but nerf that busted ass kick. That kick needs to get nerfed. Like I feel like they were so lazy with Black Widow. They said, okay, so she's gonna be very garbage close range, and her kit only has like what 3 skills. So we're just gonna give her one move that's extremely fucking broken since her skills are she doesn't have that much skills. That is so lazy. That is so lazy. That is extremely lazy. I hate it so much.
Time to switch things up.
Since she barely has any skills and she's not that strong of a kit, we're just gonna give her one move that's just ridiculously broken. Bro, nerf the kick and shift the power to her other kit. I'm crying. Since when have you been on Rivals? I've been on Rivals for like the whole year. The past 2 years. My most streamed game last year was Rivals. Most streamed game this year is Rivals. You're missing out. You just been missing out. I think Street Fighter 6 was almost my most streamed game last year though. Yeah, I can check. Twitch tracker.
Round 2, go.
I'm actually curious about this myself actually. How do I check this? How do I check this? Most streamed game. My most streamed game so far is I have 1,600 hours on Marvel Rivals. Second be Roblox. That makes sense.
All right, but it's not.
How do I check games? Okay, yeah, here it is.
You don't have to tell me. Sometimes I feel like an old soul.
2026. My most streamed game, 62% Rivals, 800 hours. 2025. Yeah, Rivals in a Street Fighter. Okay, yeah, I figured. Oh no, Street Fighter was not close. Okay, never mind. 2xk was up here. I'm only sleeping from the subathon. What 2024? That would probably be Roblox now. Oh, it's just chatting. It's because of the subathon, no? That's because of the subathon. 2024. What were we doing in 2024? Did I do a subathon in 2024? I don't remember doing one in 2024. I probably did. I thought I started doing the subathons in 2025. I'm dead as fuck. Okay, I'm not dead as fuck. I did? I don't even remember, bro. I stream every day, bro. I don't remember. I stream too much at this point. I stream too much, bro. Like, I don't know. Like, how am I supposed to remember at this rate? What the hell? You didn't die to that? Where's Storm at? Where? Oh, she's behind the wall. I'm taking the point in the game. Hop on VV? Hell no. Hell nah. Okay, 2023 has to be Roblox. There's no way it's not. Okay, I figured. And then Street Fighter 6. Wait, Street Fighter 6 came out in 2023? That don't sound right. Damn, it did. Oh my god, time pass is fast. June 2nd. Yeah, I know it's June 2nd. Damn, it was 2023. Damn. Fighters. Oh my god, the Fighters arc. Smash has 101 hours. Okay, 2022, I would say Roblox and Smash. Oh no. It's Valorant. What the fuck? Was I really playing Val like that? I know this is crazy. I stream way too much. Look at this. Oh, this isn't showing right. Why is it showing like this? All time. Oh, there we go. Yeah. Yeah, I stream way too much. These squares that are empty are days that I miss streaming. Oh my god, I didn't miss a single day in February and March and April. I only missed a day in May because I wasn't home. That's why, yeah, I wasn't home. I had to go to a wedding. And I had to go to Evo Japan. The Val arc, oh my god. The Val arc was crazy. What character are you guys talking about? What, Cyclops? Live and learn. I'm adding this emote. Actually, I'm gonna change the name of it. Good vibes.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Wait, I added it twice. I gotta remove it. Hold on. Fuck. Emotes. Vibes. How do I remove it? Oh my god. No. God damn it. No, 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 no. Okay, here it is. Vibes. Oh, it's already renamed. Okay, nice. That'd be good vibes.
30 seconds. Stay strong.
Go touch grass immediately. What'd I do? Pondering? What is pondering? Pondering? Pondering. What's this emote? This? Which one?
The battle starts in 5, 4,
You're supposed to be. I'm supposed to be charging you channel points for this, but sure, I added it.
You have to
There, I added it.
securing the mission area.
The cat. Does Blade feel different? Yes, he feels better. Nekos and Samju were playing him earlier. They were having a blast playing him, so that's good to see. I might actually get some more Blade players. I mean, Nekos has to play someone else because his black cat is neutered. They neutered his black cat. They neutered his kitten. Oh, I know envious players gonna hate this dude. You can't hide from him. You can't hide from this character. Yeah, envious players gonna hate Cyclops. Yeah, she's cooked. Well, at least Daredevil got nerfed for her. Play supremacy.
Professor didn't train quitters. Blasting through.
Yeah, if we get more Blade players, that'd be really good. Be good for us. More people trying to learn Blade. Or more people coming to the streams, you know? Because my character is not popular. That's for sure. Yo, Zan, what's up, dude? Nothing Burger Daredevil nerf? I wouldn't say Nothing Burger. He's still strong. Just that, like, oh my god, this guy does so much damage, bro. It's just that, he feels a little worse to play. Because you have to be closer to get his dash in. You can't just, like, dash from, like, here to there. I want to ult, but, like, I'm trying to get a lineup. Fuck it.
That should make a difference.
That guy's dead. Oh, she's healing him. I gotta go to the source. Oh, I'm out of here. Black representation? Oh, wait, what? Yo, did you guys see the roadmap? Not a single blade skin? Makes me kind of sad. Cyclops looks hot. Wait, what? Hey, yo. Oh my god. What type of healers y'all got? I'll use my shift. That ability looks like this one, but there's 2 different abilities, I promise.
Only 60 seconds left. Double KO. That's 3.
How are they capping the point? Team? Is that a black cat? What? That didn't hit the Cyclops? What? He was in it. What are the drops for watching? What is the drop right now? I don't remember who it is. I know it's gonna change on like what, Friday? I don't know who the drop is right now. Which character it is. On Friday it's gonna be Storm though. Kind of a boo-boo drop because who the hell plays Storm? But hey, whatever. I have the Ignite drops and I don't remember who the character is. Rogue and Wolverine right now? Wait, what? Hey, oh, you main Storm? Oh, perfect. Yeah, on Friday it's gonna be Storm. There's not a lot of Storm players. That's why I would say that drop is not that good, but hey, shit, we found one. I mean, the only Storm player I know is Ashlyn. That's it. It's like the only Storm player I know.
The current score is 0-0. Time to switch things up.
The Storm goat.
Which side you're on. You'll need a
My goat Jonathan at.
Victory is in my sight.
Do you listen to Def Grips? What is Def Grips? All I've been listening to lately is what have I been listening to lately? I don't even fucking know. I can't think shit right now. New Jibs or something, or M-Flow, I guess. That's all I've been listening to lately.
Round 2, go.
Cyclops already looks OP. He's definitely not weak, that's for sure. How's Cyclops in a Blade Buff Seal? Blade Buff Seal's pretty good. I don't think it's enough to make him like meta or nothing. I think he has a place. I think I haven't got to check him out in an actual match yet. The one I got to play earlier was not. The teams weren't balanced. Like they had 2 one above all players on their team. The teams were imbalanced, so like it wasn't really like a good test. What's his team up? This guy gives Wolverine a team up. Just watch the Tono video. Oh shit, I appreciate that, dude. Thank you. What do you think about it? Did you like it or what? Fortunately, the video is not doing that good. Well, it's doing good, but it's not doing as good as I expected it to, but it's still doing good. You to give, you know, like on the sport. I think it was a 10. Oh, I appreciate that. What the? I'll listen to more. The editing was amazing. Yeah, we got more videos like that coming soon. I didn't edit. I had Chugger edit that because I was too busy editing the other stuff. It's tricky because you can spend like, so like how YouTube works is weird. You can spend like 10 days working on one video, and then that video does okay or decent, but all the effort you put into those 10 days, you could have been making on like some easy effort videos. You could have been making some easy effort videos that whole time that do just as good, or if not even better. Oh my. They do if not better. That's why I had someone else edit that video, so I can work on easy videos while somebody else is working on the hard video. Because if I sat there working on a hard video for like 10 days, yeah, I'd have missed out on uploading for a while. And a lot of content. You doesn't push the videos out to me for some reason. I have to go out of my way to find them. Ooh, that's not good. That's not good. I don't know how to really fix that. There's nothing I can really do to fix that. I just gotta hope YouTube's... I mean, I could talk to YouTube about it, see if there's an actual bug in my account, but I don't think there's a bug in my account. I have to just wait for the algorithm to pick my stuff up. I don't know. There's a teaser of Jubilee in the battle pass right now. Wait, what? First time watching you, seeing you cook in other people's streams? Oh, I appreciate that. Whose stream was I on? Okay, to be fair, I've been on a lot of streams lately. Yeah, apparently Jubilee is the teaser on the last card in the battle pass right now on test server. I don't even know where to find it because I checked the battle pass. I didn't see nothing. I think it's an event, but apparently Jubilee is the last character in the thingy or something, or teased somewhere. You were saying she's gonna be a support. I can see that. I can see that. Jubilee being a support sounds accurate. What, you gonna do, like a bunch of firework explosion heals or something? I don't know. What's up, Jose? How you doing? You ever get your deadlock? You ever get into deadlock? Your username would go crazy. I have played deadlock. Funny that you say that, because I was in a deadlock tournament like 2 months ago with Sajam, SK, Gumi, Curry. Who else was in it? There was a lot of people. When I was in the Defi Slam, we didn't win. We got third, but I did play Infernasu in the tournament. And I was cooking too. That's the funny part. But I like Mina and like Apollo. I haven't tried out the new Apollo, but I know he's nerfed like crazy. But my favorite character I like is Mina.
3, 2, 1.
Yeah, her in the hood. I don't know how the hood will work. Where let me follow you in? On my deadlock account. What rank did I stopped at Ascendant? No, not Ascendant. I stopped at Oracle 5? I think that's where I stopped. I haven't played in a while. That was where I stopped though. Oh, bro, I was playing. No, chat. Don't lie. I was cooking on Victor. Don't lie. Don't lie. Don't lie. My Victor was cooking. Even if he was broken at the time, my Victor was crazy. Please don't lie. My Victor was insane. Do not lie. My Victor was crazy. Even in that tournament, I was cooking. Mickey? Ain't no Mickey, bro. My Victor was crazy. I didn't pick him up because he was broken, but like my Victor and the video, and go look at the Victor video too. I was cooking with Victor. You cannot lie. My Victor went crazy. You cooking so hard, bro. My win rate was actually insane. I had like, what was my win rate? Like 30 something matches played, and I had like 32 wins or something. No, actually no. I was at 24, and I finally lost the match. Coincidentally, I lost the match after he got nerfed, but still. I finally lost after he got nerfed, which was hilarious. That don't mean untrust. I just was fighting good players. But no, I dropped Victor. Not because I don't like him or nothing. I just haven't played him in a long time. I like Mina too much, and I like Silver. Mina, Silver, Warden. My favorite characters in that game. My favorite character overall is just Mina though. Last time I tried playing Deadlock on stream, Great Talent Top. I fucking hate that character. That character drives me insane. Cause especially if they recognize you. Oh my god. I played off stream once, and I got Was that necessary? I don't know. That might have been OD. I don't know. Did I have to do that? That might have been OD. But I played off stream once, and a Great Talent recognized me, and they sent the bird at me every single time. I'm out of there. Oh hell no. They sent the bird at me every single time. Oh, we still kicking people on spoilers about Cyclops. What are you talking about? I mean, if you're spoiling a show, yes, you will get timed out. Depends on what show, though. I'm one guy. Did you really just ult me? I need a heal. Let's get that back. So I suppose we married a Phoenix. Lead to a team up. I mean, that's not really a spoiler. That's like kind of like that's kind of like obvious, no? Like that's really his girlfriend. What happened to me last game? Almost deleted the game, bro. I hate getting stream sniped by not stream snipe, recognized by a Great Talent player, because they will always send the bird at you over and over and over just to like reaction farm because they think you're streaming or something. I don't know. I wonder how big fighting games are on TikTok. Can I one shot? Nah. You can actually cancel this all unlike Blades. If I cancel this with Blade, I lose my ult. Not that big. I don't know if I can one shot the beacon with this. This is fighters. Yo, when I did stream the new character on TikTok playing fighters, my stream was doing really. I had like 50 people watching. I usually don't get that much people watching on TikTok. Okay, I should probably ult, huh? I got 2 people. You see a lot of FGC lives on TikTok, really? My TikTok is all Marvel Rivals or food videos. Wait. Actually, the other day I had the pop the balloon on there. What's that guy that keeps dancing in those videos? I had that guy. That shit was funny as hell, bro. Not sure I showed up to this. You're probably like, what are you talking about? I had that one guy, that one hilarious ass guy for the pop the balloon videos. The thing Spicy be watching? Yeah, I had one of those. Is it anime? I don't ever get anime on my TikTok. I think my algorithm is really just rivals or fighting games. And the rivals are food videos. I never get fighting games on my TikTok. My YouTube is all fighting games though. Fighters pop on TikTok. Really? Maybe that's why my TikTok stream did good that day. And I was streaming through OBS that day too, and my TikTok was still doing good. That's cool to see. Dude, I actually do want to play fighters. I want to get better at that new Goku. That new Goku is so damn fun. That new Goku is so fun, bro. I'm dead as hell. Who lasered me? Star-Lord did. You upload TikToks? I upload TikToks every day. I've been doing 2 TikToks every day for like the past year. Only issue is my account keeps getting shadow banned, or not shadow banned, banned in general, not shadow banned. They even shadow banned me. But I've been talking to some TikTok people to get my account fixed. I actually got into a Discord finally. A support Discord or whatever, or gaming, whatever the hell it's called. Nah, I don't have to make a new account. I don't have to make a new account. They're gonna fix my account. I don't have to make a new account. I've never seen a singular TikTok from you. Really? Not even the Persona one? That Persona one I uploaded popped off. Do I read TikTok chat? Yes.
Two.
I always read TikTok chat, yes. My Persona TikTok popped off. You didn't see that one?
Including which side you're on.
Oh, I finally got an anime TikTok. Holy shit. Isn't that May? Oh, yeah, you're okay. My Persona one popped off. Look at that, 160K. This TikTok popped off. Nah, I upload TikToks every day. I didn't upload one today though. Oh yes, I did. I uploaded this one. Now I think out of compared to TikTok or YouTube, my Instagram reels do the most. They do the best. I don't know why they do, but they just do. My Instagram reels go crazy. Let me see if I can pull up my Instagram. My Instagram reels go crazy. These ones get a lot of views for some reason.
30 seconds before you attack.
I guess IG likes me. It's funny because isn't IG owned by Facebook? But I'm terminated on Facebook for impersonating myself. This one popped off 289K views on IG. 4K, 3K, 4K, 8K, 11K, 4K, 10K, 39. Yeah. IG does really good for me for some reason.
3, 2.
Going to bed? Alright, see you, dude.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
He looks like BB No Money. Okay. Was it Baby No Money? Which one does he like it? To be honest, I don't remember. Pretty sure it's Baby No Money. It's both? Oh.
You know, extra health never hurts.
Cyclops runs like a Fortnite. Wait. You're right. Wait, you're right. As someone that streamed Fortnite a lot, he does run like a Fortnite character. Oh my god, you're right. You're right. What the hell? That's who he runs like. I was trying to think, who does he run like? Like, it looks familiar. He literally runs like the Fortnite trailers. You're dead. Oh hell no, I'm not letting that guy blow up on me. He literally runs like the Fortnite trailers, bro. You know how they be in the trailers when they're showing like the new season or something? Oh my god. Roblox character? Nah, it's Fortnite, bro. He runs like a Fortnite character, bro. I messed up my beam. Could have folded Remy. Damn, he says that to him. Where's this girl at? Oh, she's here. As basic as this character is, basic as in easy, this character is fun as hell. Can I get a heal? Oh wait, Phoenix damage got nerfed. I actually felt that there. Thank goodness, that character is Thanos. They fumbled hard. So with this debut skin, this? I don't mind this skin. You don't like this skin? What's up, Xavier? I don't mind it. Oh, whoops, wrong button. I punched her. It's shit. Damn, y'all don't like the skin? My bad. I thought y'all liked this skin. My bad. Big ol', thanks.
2, 1.
OD for sure. Yeah, this character is something serious for sure. But needed for content. True. You can play competitive on early access. Nah, this isn't comp. I'm fighting against NPCs. I joined. I was playing with like Pick and Roll and Day in them earlier, but I didn't feel like waiting to play Cyclops, so I was like, yeah, I'm just gonna play by myself. Oh wait, I gotta go delete my message in that chat. I said I was running customs all night if anyone wanted to join. I need to go delete that. Oh no, someone read it and said I might join later. Fuck. The lobby's locked. I locked the lobby so I'll open it. I opened it in case someone joins. Weapon C? No, Wolverine is weapon X. Wolverine's weapon X. This character is weapon M. I'm assuming they're spelling out X-Men, but who's gonna be weapon E? This skin isn't canon, is it? Or like it's not in a comic or nothing, right? Yeah, it's not. Yeah, it's not. Who's gonna be E? Yeah, I mean, of course it can't be canon, but like, because that doesn't make any sense for his lore. Who's gonna be E? Emma would be E? I don't think you could put Emma in scraps like this unless it's Savage Land. And if you do, people, that skin is gonna sell. But that's besides the point. His eyes are open. His eyes are open. I like his recolor skin better, TBH. His recolor skin? I like the black one, yeah. The black one is sick. The blue one for competitive is sick too. I didn't realize this dude had no shoes on until somebody said it. No, I can't stop looking at his toes. Don't clip that. But whatever. Oh shit. Health bar.
Even those that hate and fear us.
Freak. I ain't no freak, bro. I didn't even notice it until somebody said it. Oh, why's my TikTok chat bugged? That's weird. I gotta fix that. What? You didn't die to that? Oh, you. I know Mark is gonna love this character. Yeah, they gotta fix his run animation. I like it though. It's kind of funny. It's funny as hell. That is like the thing I noticed the first thing instantly on him. His run animation is hilarious, but I kind of like it. Oh my god, I missed. Let's try this again. Damn it! I tried to kill him. I didn't click E click. I didn't kill him fast enough. You're not killing me. There's no way. Help, help, help. Oh, it's not upgraded. Never mind. I thought I was going to still keep taking damage. You didn't upgrade it. Oh, shit. I'm going to die. What am I listening to? What did you guys request now? Bravo's definitely rushed making his animations. How is he? He's really good. Holy shit. Why do we have so much people watching on TikTok? Damn. We got 70 people. My account's not shadow banned? Question mark? I think it's my highest viewed TikTok stream ever. My account's not shadow banned anymore? Question mark. What the f? My account's not shadow banned anymore? We finally won? I mean, the TikToks you didn't say I was on shadow banned yet, or they didn't answer my thingy or anything yet. So, maybe they just did it and they just add me. I don't know. I gotta check the Discord. Yeah, song request is on. It's song request night. Though I can barely hear the song request, so I gotta turn the volume up. What did you guys request? What am I listening to? Miley Cyrus, but Destroy Lonely. What in the what? That's a skip. It probably looked like I ulted nothing, but I didn't. I was banking on the second part hitting him. I can't believe they announced Ocarina of Time remake. That Nintendo Direct was so good. There's no D-Fox kicked after this season. D-Fox? Wait, what? You talking about basketball? Oh, isn't the game on or whatever? The Knicks versus who are they fighting in? That guy's dead. I'm not banned from Song Request. You are indeed banned from Song Request. You're not allowed to request music. I just didn't ban you. Because when you request some tomfoolery. Yeah, but let me have fun. No, you're banned for now. This song will be skipped. Knicks came back from a 30-point lead. Is that so? I kind of want Knicks to win so that New York turns into Gotham City, but wait, no, that's gonna happen if they lose. Actually, no, it's gonna happen regardless, but still. It's gonna happen regardless. Win or lose, that shit is turning into Gotham after this. Especially if they lose, actually. Oh, they're losing right now? Oh, it's 106 to 107? Oh, man. You didn't see what was happening when they lost game 3? I saw a clip, but I don't know if they won or if they lost. Knicks just won. Does his primary fire have a short range? No, his primary fire has infinite range. It's hit scan. His primary fire has infinite range. They just won? Oh. Let me open Twitter. I have a lot of friends that live in New York. When I get my dream job interview as a salesman, this is my competition. Yeah, all I see is basketball. I probably shouldn't pull this up on stream, huh? Wait, what? What is this? 1 second left? Someone clutched up?
Go flat for Jalen Brunson. Allow him to operate at the top. 101. Brunson gets it. Fires up a 3. Shot no good. The tip is gone. It's gone. It's gone.
Wait, that counts? That counts?
I prove them wrong consistently.
That counts? As a dunk, it counts. I can't see who touched it. That's cheese. Wait, that's actually cheese. That counts? That counts? I guess that does count. Oh no. No, if I was a Knicks fan, I'd be so hyped. What? I'd be so hyped. What the fuck? No, I'd be stupid hype. No, I'd be stupid hype. What? I'd be stupid hype. Oh, this isn't reaching. There we go. That's hilarious. 1.2 seconds left? Yeah, alright. That was a clutch. Trump was bad luck. Was Trump there? Trump was there to watch? They said Trump bad luck? That's crazy. Wait, actually, no, I saw a clip yesterday, or day before yesterday, whatever game that would happen the other day, Trump was there and he fell asleep. That's pretty hilarious. Yeah, my entire feed is just basketball. Oh my fucking god, I can't believe this. Basketball is the greatest sport. Yeah, this dude Posey is like the biggest Knicks fan.
Oh shit, okay. I can't believe it. You're about to break this.
This basketball shit is something serious, bro. I haven't watched basketball in so long, bro. Good for them. Yeah, I bet the mayor wants the Knicks to win. Of course he would. Because if they don't win this shit, that city is turning into Gotham, bro. That shit is turning into Gotham City. That shit will be Gotham City, bro. Wait, where's the clip of Trump falling asleep? Oh, I found it. Donald Trump is falling asleep at the NBA Finals in Madison Square Garden. My man is knocked out. My man is knocked out. He does not care about no basketball, bro. That dude does not care about no basketball. Yo, play LGBTQ HDMI Barbie Chronicles. That shit fire. What the fuck did you just say? What? What did you just type?
He'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
What did you just type?
Are you all planning another
What?
Hellfire Gala
Hey, really put this thing away.
That's really more Emma's territory than it is
There we go.
mine. Why?
I was wondering if you still needed entertainment.
Oh man, life about to put me on hold for when P6 drops. Life about to get put on hold when P6 drops. Oh, I read that wrong. I'm on the same map again.
2,
Mending us. We just get put on the same map. What map are we not played on? Let's do Dom. Haven't played Doms. What was that map called? Empire of Eternal Night? That's Midtown. What is that map called? I gotta remember the map names. I play this game too much to not remember these map names. Tokyo 99 is good. Hellfire. If you put a gun to my head and then you just told me to, like, if you showed me like a picture and then you just said name this map, I'd actually lose. I'd actually just die. Yo, the real Vitra, thanks for the prime, appreciate it. I'd actually just die. I'm not gonna lie to you, because I can't remember these map names to save my life. Okay, I remember this one. It's Araco, yeah. Like what? Araco, Midtown, Shin Shibuya, Spider Islands, Tokyo. No. Damn, I forgot. I can't name more than 5 maps in this game. I literally can't. I play this game every single day and I don't remember these map names. I just can't. I don't know why. Does this primary fire have a short range? No, it doesn't. His primary fire has his hit scan. Why does my TikTok chat keep breaking?
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
I keep having to refresh my page. My TikTok chat just keeps freezing.
We practically match.
That's so annoying. What tier would you put him? I would put Cyclops in A minimum. A minimum. I'm not gonna lie, A minimum. This character is really strong.
4, 3, 2,
A minimum.
1.
Nick's gonna change the Gotham after the finals. That's if they lose. I mean, they're gonna celebrate like crazy if they win, and people are gonna just start going crazy and like stealing shit and stuff. But hey, life of the party. I don't think I could ever live in New York. I'd do everything in my power to get out of there. I'm not gonna lie. I don't hate New York or nothing. That's just expensive as fuck to me. I'm not really a city person anyway. I feel like I'd get bored of the city if I lived there. I feel like city is something that you should just go to every like now and then. But I feel like if I lived in the city, I'd get bored of the city.
This must be Moon Knight's doing.
You're not wrong, but it's real nice here. I live close to New York and I've never been. I don't know how I've never been. I've dropped off so many family members to go to New York. I just dropped them off at the train station and I've never went myself. It's usually me driving them there, but not going there myself. What? He didn't die? What is hitting me? Is this guy hacking? He didn't die to that well. Oh my god, I think it. Okay, this Moon Knight. All right, this Moon Knight got magic bullet. What's the song? I forgot this song's specific name, but this is Lovesick Part 3. There's a lot of parts. I like Part 3 and I like Part 2, 3, and 5 for this song. Make for this album. What? Son. Who's healing you guys? I'm so lost.
That should make a difference.
Rocket and a support pool. Oh my god. You can actually flank with this character. I swear to god you can. If you have really good aim, you can. I mean, it's like this with like any character, I don't know. Like the DPS Luna shit. Huntress, you're not streaming? What are you up to? You know what I'm gonna say next. You know what I'm gonna say next. Oh my god, that didn't kill. Walmart. They got Walmarts over there? Nah, I'm joking. Did he just... Oh my god. You know, wire strapper? Yo, there's new drops on 2X. You should be streaming. Lock in. You slacking on the job again. They just got drops. And they're doing gift subs. You should be streaming that. Stay on your 10 toes, bruh. Lock in. Lock in. Views are up for 2X scale. Lock in. What's your DPI? Exclamation point sons. That was a no reg. That was a crazy no reg. Fighting tanks with this character is exhausting. What a kill was that? This character is so fast. One thing I did not expect, I didn't expect them to make this character this fast. I thought he was just gonna be like an artillery or something, like an artillery DPS or something like that. He does a shitload of damage, but he has like no mobility. No, this is Marvel Rivals, not Overwatch. This guy does fuckloads of damage while being strong as hell. And he can like fly, kinda. My average would be a bit lower anyway. Wait, what? A lot of big streamers are playing 2X right now. My average would be a bit lower anyways. So it works out since I gotta get this fixed. Is there a lot of big streamers playing 2X right now? Oh, I guess because of the slam. Yeah, let's find out. Doesn't matter. If anything, there's more people playing, the better. Not really. The only big streamer playing right now is like what? Fairlight and Lily? They're lock in? Get this stream going? Yo, how did Ross not get in the slam? Did he not sign up? I actually do need to watch a 2X scale stream. I don't have the drop yet for the stage. Oops. Oh, I have it now. Wait, how do I have it? I didn't watch anyone stream. Or did I get it from yesterday? How did I get it?
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Well, crazy Earth.
There's no one from Shiro in use tiers.
Like not scheming to usurp the throne of Asgard?
I consider many things.
Oh, that's odd. There's no like close to challenger player in this? Oh. I said the closer to be Fumi. Fumi's actually pretty good.
The battle starts in 5.
Oh, so if I signed up, I wouldn't have even gotten in. That's good to know. Well, not really. It doesn't really matter if I know or not. I probably wouldn't have got in then.
I'm an X-Man.
Probably not enough people from our tier signed up if I had to guess. Damn, that's probably why Ross didn't get in. Damn. Maybe there was like, there just wasn't enough people from our tier to sign up. Damn, I feel like I cucked other people not signing up then. This is no you, no Ross. Oh yeah, if yeah, that makes sense. If none of us are there, then yeah. Yeah, they did 2 coaches this time. Oh, so yeah, we probably wouldn't have even gotten in. Is that what he said? Because Ross should have definitely made it in this time. That's crazy that he didn't make it in. So I don't think they're gonna do another 2X scale slam for a while after this. Poor Ross.
Final score 1-2-0.
How Cyclops is good. I think he's broken. What is that movement? Yeah. What's the song? It's too late. It's song request night on Purple app, so the chat's picking the music, not me. If you want to pick the music, just slide to the stream. Come to the Purple app. You know where to find it. It's right there, right under my head. Oh, average skill level top tier, isn't that? Oh, isn't Dazia like the highest seed? I was wondering. I was like, damn, did she get good really fast, or like she's seed 1? That's insane. She's cracked. That's why. I was confused on that. Let's use this skin since you guys keep mocking my other skin. They Ron Fox even do. Spurs are so bad. Bro, damn. These basketball fans not having it. Is he fun to use? Yes, he's extremely fun. He's extremely fun. Let me see this again. Yo, I knew something was wrong. I was like, why is Shine Student 1? Oh. Wait, then how is Box in? Because Boxes should be an R tier.
Round 1, go!
Well, I guess, I mean, it's Box. So what am I even surprised?
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
I think the best person from this tier is probably Box, no? Or Fumi. He's Diamond? He doesn't play a ranked. He's good. He just doesn't play a ranked. Because he doesn't play with 2 characters. That's why he doesn't play ranked. Just 2 Box is a sandbagger. Well, he's not a sandbagger. He doesn't play 2 characters. He only wants to play Vi. Is he still playing Vi again? If you had like Riven, he would play 2 characters. So he plays Riven in a league apparently. He's still playing Vi. He's not smurfing. It's just that he's good. He just doesn't play with 2 characters. So like, that's why like he doesn't play ranked. Or if he's playing ranked, he's gonna use Jug, and Jug is ass. So you're only gonna get so far playing Jug, unless you're like really fucking good at the game. You have to like really be good with that one character if you're gonna use Jug at high level. What the fuck? What is hitting me? Oh my god, I almost died. But I can't wait to play this character in ranked. Yeah, I played Blade earlier. He's alright. Buff is nice. Black recolor top. Yeah, this is probably just gonna use the most. Since everybody keeps making fun of my weapon M skin. Everybody keeps making fun of me using other skins, so I'm probably just gonna keep using this one. I wish I had the blue one, but the blue one is ranked. It's a ranked reward. My god. What? Oh, he's emoting. I'm like, how are you not dead? Son. I'm dead. This character is never getting past ban phase? Yeah, I don't think he is. Remember, your God is always watching. Wait, what?
We always come back.
Handicap like you playing Blade. Wow. Which NBA team do you support? I don't have a team. I haven't watched basketball in ages. When I did watch, who did I watch? I know my parents like the Wizards. Wizards probably shit. Who do I like? I think I like the Rockets, but that was only because of James Harden.
I'm an expert. We always
Still a chance to stop them.
But he's not even on the Rockets anymore. That was a long ass time ago. Harden was fire. Bro, play the game? Play the game. Play what game? Does Cyclops primary penetrate shields? No. Not that I've... No, yeah, see, I'm doing it right now. It doesn't. Yo, I'm getting cooked. I almost said something just as bad as Hunty. Wait, what? Selling and shit. I'm selling? What? I'm a... Okay. I'm ace. What are you talking about?
Didn't train
What's that? Play the game instead of read chat. Like I'm not streaming. Like what? But then if I did that, chat gonna be like, oh, why are you not reading chat? You can't win, bro. You can't ever win. Someone always gonna play no matter what. You can't win. Okay. What's your DPI? 800 DPI. 3.5 in game. And raw input on. Oh my, we're actually gonna lose this match. My team's getting cooked. My team's getting bodied. I don't know why. That's not what I wanted to do. Best opening? Some Blue Exorcist, right? I still need to watch the new one that came out. Blue Exorcist has bangers. That didn't kill him? Son, how did you survive that? Nice.
By the eye of Agamotto.
Oh my god, this guy's actually trying to challenge me in the air. I'm dead as fuck. I'm so fucking dead. What are health packs here? I forgot. What's under me? Yo! Oh my god. Oh. What opening is that? That's Blue Exorcist opening, I think 1. Okay, that is some tracking shit if I've ever seen some. Okay.
The professor didn't train quitters.
He has to reload his eyes? Yes. Already a mod? This isn't a mod. This is what do you mean? This is a second recolor. It's just black. That was overkill. But whatever. That was definitely not necessary. Yeah, these support pools are so troll that these guys do not heal. No wonder we almost lost. We have a support pool. I'm like, why am I losing this? Son. I'm dead as hell. Okay, I'm not dead. Support pool is saving me. I'm like, is he trolling me or saving me? Like, I don't know. Perfect angle. Okay, yeah, I didn't see that. But I made up for it. That wasn't a headshot? Son. Oh, that guy exploded. 50 bomb. Oh, it's not over yet. I forgot it's ranked. Well, comp rules.
Time to switch things up,
Cyberpunk is punk for adding this song. That song? What's wrong with that song?
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Victory is in my sight.
Am I playing Cyclops early? Test server. It's test server. I'm practicing him so I can play him on live client on Friday without having to troll my teammates. They could be like, "Oh my god, you're really gonna insta-lock the character that just came out like a few hours ago?" Yes, I am. Yes, I am. And they won't be able to talk trash because I already know how to play him. I did this last time with the Dino. I'm about to do it again.
Round 2, go!
I want to play soccer when aim is trash. Bro, lock in. The only way to get better is by playing aim characters. Just do it, bro. Just do it. Lock in.
30 seconds before you attack.
I don't have the craziest of aim, but even the character I main doesn't even need aim. Okay, well, you kind of do, but Actually, I can't say that. I play Psylocke and Blade. You really need aim with Psylocke. If you don't have good aim with Psylocke, you're not gonna kill anything when you're diving. Blade, kinda with the gun, but Blade is weird because you have to aim where they're going, not at them. Especially if you have high ping. You have to aim the direction they're going. You have to predict. Okay, I guess the characters I do play do require aim. I just got deleted. I don't play like traditional dive characters, like characters that have no range. I don't like that. If you noticed, I don't know if you guys have noticed that already. Like the dive characters I play require aim. Like I don't play like the characters that, cause I don't like the idea of like having to wait. That's why I don't play Black Panther. That's why I don't play Iron Fist. That's why I don't play. I mean, I play Daredevil, but like that's the only one I play that you have to like wait. The characters I play, at least I can still farm alt charge while waiting for an opportunity to go in. If you haven't noticed that, that's why I play Star-Lord, Psylocke. I can't see nothing, bro. Oh my god. Star-Lord, Psylocke, Blade. I don't like BP. I don't like Spider-Man. I'm not playing him. Having to wait. Well, Spider-Man, you don't gotta wait. That dude is crazy. Well, I mean, you still do have to wait, but like he can just pull you. Spider-Man don't gotta wait. He can just pull you. But yeah, I don't play traditional dive characters. Even Genji didn't even play like that in Overwatch. I can just throw shurikens. I don't have to wait. Having to wait and then just like not farming alt charge is kind of annoying. I hate that. At least with Genji, I was able to throw shurikens to farm alt charge if I needed it. Can that storm die? Oh my gosh, she's even populated to a different dimension. I want to ult, but wait, they're not even on the point. These guys are. Who's on the point then? Oh, it's Storm. She's in the air. That's ulted nothing, so I thought they were on point. They weren't. Oh, this cloak has to die. Okay, she kills me. He isn't as OP as he was hyped to be. This character? I don't know about that. This character is pretty strong. At least compared to Blade, I don't know. Even though I have tons of hours on Blade, I can already tell this character is way stronger. So imagine if I had those hours on this character. Oh my god, I missed. Okay, they killed her. Never mind. Who's up here? Bro, I don't want to fight Thor, bro. It's boring. I'm dead as fuck. Yo, he has lightning form again? Did he use his thingy? Wait, what? Oh my god, where are the cooldowns at? The lightning form doesn't have a cooldown on Thor? Wait, how does that move work? That move is crazy. I thought that move had a cooldown. So I'm like, how the hell did he just do it again? He just needs the hammers, right? That's it? Oh, that's crazy. Yeah, nerf Thor. He's slowed. Kill him, please. You just need 3 hammers, yeah. Perfect angle. I can't see. I can't see. Bro, this Thor is gonna kill me again. Are you serious? Why am I dying? What is killing me? What? How did nothing die there? That's crazy. Bro, this storm is so annoying. Oh, hell no. She just used her E. I'm not going to her. I'll go now. There we go. No, this storm is playing like a real player. What? It's all kind of bad. It's not. It's not. It's just. Yeah, trust me, it's not. It just takes skill. It's like Blade ult. You can miss it pretty easily if they take a step to the left. It's like, think of it as Blade ult, but better. If I can do a Blade ult, I can do with this. Because this is literally just better Blade ult. Where is he? The movement though? Hold on. Peep the movement. Okay, this guy is still lighting me up. Can I get a heal? I was scared that was gonna hit me. Okay, I don't know what she's doing, but all right. Fuck. God damn it. Damn it. He just took a step to the left. See? Okay, that's the exact same thing they do to Blade. That's the exact same thing they do to Blade, bro. I'm telling you, they just take a step to the left. They do the same thing to Blade, bro, and I can deal with it. If I deal with it with Blade, I can handle it with this character, bro. It's literally just a ranged Blade ult to me. So, bro, he took a step to the left, bro. What did he... My boy missed every ult. Bro, no, I didn't. You guys are gaslighters, bro. I got 79 kills, bro. I don't care. You guys are gaslighters. Bro said I missed every ult. I did not miss every single ult, bro. Shield blocks.
Pick your hero or villain.
Shield blocks second part of ult if aimed down. Wait, what?
Victory is in my sight.
Yo, if you're watching on TikTok, do you guys like this format better? I ask one more time. This one or... Oh, shit. Did it just crash? Oh, it didn't crash. You guys like this format better or the other format I did? Where's the other one? Putting the camera down here. And then putting the screen right here. You guys like this better?
Yeah, so Marvel Rivals, great game. Everybody.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
You guys like this better?
Not really. But Vanessa, what do we think?
You hunt with instinct.
This is the way I usually have it, but it's smaller, but you can see the whole screen.
Then we understand each other perfectly.
I just want her to know that what she's missing.
I like the first one better. I mean, with this one, you can see the chat.
The battle starts in
TikTok. I mean, not the TikTok chat. The purple app chat. Let me see if it works.
All you need to do is capture the mission area.
But the only issue is that yeah, the game looks smaller. I'll switch it back after this match. First one? Really? Okay. Second one, in my opinion. Maybe I should just stream on... I'm gonna stream in desktop and vertical at the same time on TikTok. I don't know if I have that feature. I think I do. I know Flats does it. I'll switch it back after this match. Oh god, I'm dead. I can see the whole game. And you can see chat with this one without having like move apps, but I don't know. I see everybody streaming the first format, so I figured everyone likes the first format better. Personally, I like this format, but the only issue is that my face is in the way of the chat, as in like the on-screen TikTok chat, unless you hide it, of course. I don't know. Unless I put the chat at the bottom and then my face at the top, but the problem about that is that then there's gonna be two chats overlaying on top of each other. Oh my god, my aim is insane. What is Cyclops rank? I'd say high. I say A minimum. I think he's high A. I'm starting to think he's high A. Does it do the same damage if you aim at the floor and aim at someone? I don't know. Like if I aim this like at the floor and then like this, I wouldn't say so. I don't think it does. I mean, there's no reason to do that anyway. Just aim at the person. It's not White Fox. Just aim at the person. If you're playing White Fox, yeah, sure. But like, you're not playing White Fox. And even with White Fox, you lose out on one bounce if you aim at the floor instead of at a person. I need a heal. Oh, my entire team is dead. That's awkward. Get out of here. Quick high before I go to sleep. Also, they gotta take away his critical damage. No. I like the fact that he can crit. I'm actually amazed that he can crit. Think of it as like, oh, it's Iron Man, but his right click can crit. I kind of like the fact that he has that because all his thing is his beams. This is melee. He just does a chop. There's something special about it. It's really just a chop. He's Iron Man, yeah. Like, why would you play Iron Man when you can play this character? That's what I was saying. Like, Metric should be playing this character. Don't even bother with Iron Man no more. But he's really good with Iron Man though, so like I don't know. Damn, they're eventually gonna drop a better blade, and I'm gonna drop blade, huh? Like what? What's that guy's name? White Samurai? What is that guy's name? I forgot the character's name. Who's this? It's White something. Or is it White Samurai? There's no way it's just White Samurai, right? The guy in the Wolverine movie. Silver Samurai, yeah. Oh my freaking goodness. Yeah, Silver Samurai. I feel like eventually they're gonna drop Silver Samurai and it's gonna make me drop Blade because it's probably gonna be better Blade. Just like how this character is better Iron Man. This character is literally Iron Man and Moon Knight mixed together. And he's so much better than, well, I don't want to say that much better than Moon Knight, but because Moon Knight is still really strong, but he's funner. He's definitely funner than Moon Knight. Here, let me switch the format back. He's definitely funner than Moon Knight, that's for sure. I mean, I could just make mini copies of this so you guys can see the cooldowns. I could do that. I could just crop it, copy it, and crop it so you can see my ult and cooldowns. I'll do that right now, actually.
Your keyboard? No.
Oh, give me a second.
30 seconds before you attack.
The other format is better for when I play fighting games, though. That's for sure.
Look at you, little guy. Oh, you are even cuter than Rocket. And apparently just as
Like if I play fighting games, that other format is definitely better.
We all make mistakes here.
Oh shit! I just deleted it on mistake. Whoops.
Just because I wear red.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2,
I didn't mean to delete it.
all you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Spoiler alert. Next season.
Here, let me know if this is better. Hold on.
Late that, losers.
Give me a second, chat. I'm doing something for TikTok. Video capture display. Boom.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now. They captured the mission area!
That should be good. Better. I need an extra space in case nope show. That should be better. I'm not putting one for ammo. You don't need ammo, I'm not gonna lie. Do you need ammo? Where's Cyclops rank at? Minimum of A tier in my opinion. He's minimum A tier. He's either S tier or A tier. This character's strong as hell. Oh my god, I almost killed him out of his ult. Yeah, you can't suck up to his beams because they're hit scan.
Their team's capture progress has passed the halfway.
Whoa. No, they're not projectiles. It's like literally a beam. Like I don't know how to describe it. It's like Iron Man. It's just literally a beam. You can't suck it up. Oh, I actually have to kill the Loki clones first. Well, that sucks. You have to kill the Loki clones, or not clones, or lamps. You think Blade is gonna be S tier after buff? Hell no. No, he's Blade has a ways to go before S tier. Hell no. Hell no. Hell nah. Dude, think about his competition, bro. What do you mean? Do you like hell no? Are you comparing Blade to like Phoenix, Elsa, Daredevil, Star-Lord, Bucky? Who else is like a good DPS? Like his competition is insane. What do you mean? Psylocke. In no way, shape, or form is Psylocke is a Blade better than Psylocke. No universe. I'd choose at the highest level of play because Blade's skill ceiling is so damn low. Think about it. Like I don't even know what to work on when it comes next to Blade. The only thing I think I can work on is probably just like game sense stuff. But that's transfers between all characters. I feel like my game sense with Blade could be better to like know when to get in and get out and stuff. But like that just comes with playing. That's not something that like I don't know what else I could learn on Blade that I don't know. What, just have better aim with his gun? Like predicting where the fuck they're going? Like I don't know. Like that character's skill ceiling is so low. It's hard to like find shit to work on with that character. Is he good? Is this character good? Yes. Shram, can you stop spamming before I time you out? If we just for him, Dino is gutted. Cyclops makes Pokemon to thrive. Even more. Oh no, this next season is probably gonna be Poke. Yes, this next season Poke is it's gonna be Poke, but like at least Phoenix is nerfed. She's still gonna be strong though. You can block his ult, yeah. Dude's a level 1 adventure compared to a 99.9 raid boss. You ain't touching. Blade is not S tier. Hell no. Oh, but you can combo, bro. That's not an argument. You can combo with any ult in the game, and 9 times out of 10, you'd pick a Moon Knight over a Blade ult to combo with, or you can use Cyclops. Cyclops is here now. Why would you combo with Moon Knight ult? I mean, with Blade ult in group when you can just like brawl meta. Brawl meta wouldn't be good for this game because a brawl meta would just be nothing dying, which would be triple healer. What am I listening to? What did you guys request? Is this a mix of JJK outro with okay, you guys are so silly. Is Cyclops Z tier?
The right heroes could make all the difference.
I don't know about Z, but he's S or A minimum. A minimum, bro. I don't see him being lower than A. This character is strong as hell. I don't see him being lower than A, bro. But that's just my first day impressions. I gotta see what he's like when he drops in ranked, and we're on a new patch. We don't know what the new meta is about to be. Today's Heihachi's birthday. Jesus. Happy birthday, Heihachi. Heihachi Mishima is dead. Heihachi Mishima is dead.
Propulsion beam. You stay away from me.
DPS? Hazy DPS. You know you can't go wrong with that ult. I mean, the ult is not bad. The ult is really good. Why would you combo ult with Blade compared to combo ulting with oh my god. If you combo ult with Groot with this character, oh my god, they're dead. They are so fucking dead. Because keep in mind, while you're ulting with this character, you can be shooting them. So I could press Q, the first floor thing comes out, and I could be beaming them, and then the second part will explode. Because you can be attacking while using the ult with this character. Like the moment the line's on the floor, you can just, you're free to act. I can't believe you guys requested this song. What is this? It's a merge of like 2 different songs. That girl's dead. Sadly, flyers are still not gonna have their place in the meta. A flyer? I don't like flyer metas. That stuff is not fun. I don't think anyone likes flyer metas. The amount of friends I had that quit when Ultron Torch was meta was crazy. Wait, Beer requested this? I literally told you, Beer, you're banned from song requests. It makes sense why. You just record Looney Tunes troll music. This is why I told him he's banned from song requests. He just trolls the song request every time. Yo, Blossom, what's up, dude? Oh, fuck, I messed up. What are you up to? What are you up to? Appreciate the raid. Yeah, when we playing? When we playing? W. Oh man, how am I censoring yourself? How are you censoring yourself? No, it's a new feature they added to TikTok. When you curse, it'll just automatically censor your words. Let me add another thingy, a display for the kill feed. What am I listening to now? You guys request random stuff. I need a thing for the kill feed. Kill feed. Yo, can someone kill something so I can put this up? Put it right here. There we go. Oops, lost the wrong thing.
I'm
Alright, is that good? This alt line is ass. It's alright. It's alright. Also on first light? What about first light? Perfect angle. I'm dead. I'm trying to make the kill feed show on TikTok. There we go. How do you get early access? Content creators get early access.
Going to overtime. You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
There we go. Oh, is that good? Play capture, what is this?
Better stop that vehicle.
What is that black line? Oh. Give me a sec. I'm fixing something for TikTok. Oh, that's what the black line is. I was like, what the fuck is that? My Cyclops is throwing GG? Bro. We're fine. We're winning this. We're not gonna lose. See, we're good. Did you just ult after they're all dead? I'm the one throwing, you guys say. You see what that guy just did? Wait, maybe I am throwing, because what the fuck? What? Why is this not? Yo, chill out. I'm trying to adjust the kill feed thing on TikTok.
Double KO. Only 60 seconds left. So it was done.
There we go. I think that's perfect. I think. How you feel about the blade buffs? I'm gonna do a whole video, but they're good. I mean, I already did a short. If you didn't see the short, it's good, bro. Just play. Yeah, I'm a kind of a tweaker. I be tweaking out. I'm joking. I'm a perfectionist or whatever they call it. Oh, my OCD. I can't have it covering the health bar, bro. It annoys me if I look at it like that. It's fine though. Is he ban worthy? Yes. Yes. This character's ban worthy. I think he's ban worthy. Yes. I think he's ban worthy. I think he's ban worthy. This character's really strong. Also, enjoy playing Blade. You got any tips? I did a whole Blade guide. If you want to go watch it, there's timestamps and everything. It's an hour. Well, it's like 40 minutes long. Well, it's actually an hour plus, but there's timestamps you can skip around. I recommend you need to learn all. You need to learn alt stacking or anti-ult stacking. You have to. I think if you're gonna get anything from that video, I think you need to go watch that part. Just skip to that part. I think you need to know how to alt stack or anti-ult stack. But yeah, the Blade guide's on YouTube. I don't think anyone has done a Blade guide other than like a few people, so you should be able to find it pretty easily. I doubt anyone's gonna do a guide better than the Blade guide I just did for a while, so. Character's still niche, so.
Round 2, go.
You are the only Blade man? No, there's Chris. There's Avenue and Chris, but Avenue, I don't know if he wants to play anymore. Because he say he wants to play Apex.
What Deadpool skin?
Chris. Chris is still playing. Chris is definitely still playing. There's no way he quit. He's just been doing like 20v1s though and pop the balloons. I don't know what he's been doing other than that, but I mean, this season's pretty stale, so I don't blame him. You gotta make content somehow, you know? I saw a clip of him being able to one-shot Monster Hulk with his ult. And Rocket ult? Oh, that sounds about accurate, yeah. Because his ult does insane damage. Have you played Apex? Yeah, I used to stream a little bit of it. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. That's how I met Cam. NRH Cam, not Cam Loso. Band Cam, yes, band Cam, not the other Cam. The hell? Why is this girl right here? Nice. Can someone tell me how IG reacts to the I'm a Summer skin? Is Cam still banned? Probably. I don't know. He should be unbanned by now, no? I'm happy I did that Blade guide though. I would have been very I would have been kind of sad if he got reworked because I would have had to remake the Blade guide, and I spent so much time making that guide. And there's like footage of like 40 different Blade matches in that video. Like it took me way too damn long to edit that video. Like, and I couldn't get someone else to edit it because like it's too much stuff and too much clips and stuff to sort through. Like, I don't know. That's the type of stuff you just gotta edit yourself.
Final score, 2-2.
Too much specific stuff. And my editor doesn't play Rivals. We guide, yeah, and I tried to make it as presentable as possible. Dude, do you know how many retakes I had to do? Like, there was 2 things I forgot to talk about in the Blade guide. I forgot to talk about the fact that when enemies are low HP, when you're in your bloodline form, you can see them through walls. I don't know how I forgot to say that, but I did. I just forgot to say it. I don't know how. And the other thing was that what was the other thing? There was another thing. It's rare, yeah, but it's handy though. I actually got so many kills because of that passive. I forgot what the other thing was that I forgot to talk about, but I think I wrote it in the just. Oh no, I didn't. I forgot the other thing.
Pick your hero.
I don't think the other thing was as major as this one though.
I'll fight to end the dark.
Oh shit, that's not Cyclops. Whoops. What's up, Kaz? You winning? I'm just playing test server. I'm not fighting real play. I'm just playing test server. Just trying to get good with Cyclops before he drops. What do you like the most about Cyclops? I like the fact that he's like he's like Iron Man, but like I don't have to deal with flying and dying. And he can fly as well, honestly, because like you see what I'm doing? Like I'm literally in the air. I like his ability is crazy. Like I'm schmoving. Like I'm going crazy. But you technically fly with this character realistically because of that passive. When he uses right click, he can fly. I mean, well, he can float. You float, you slow fall. This shit is handy.
I imagine it's equally difficult fighting for a world.
It's very, and there's no cooldown on the passive either, so you can just keep flying and flying. It's so sick.
Want us to make mistakes.
The next one, nice. Think you're gonna play a Wolverine game? I am 100% playing the Wolverine game. I have a PlayStation 5 and we will be playing it. Yo, I need to do that sub goal. I keep saying I'll do it, but then I just don't do it because I'm so busy. I can't do it tomorrow because we're playing more Tesla tomorrow. I want to play more Cyclops tomorrow.
But this one is certainly bigger than usual.
How easy is he? He's easy. He's 2-star difficulty. Anyone can play this character. He's literally 2-star difficulty. He's not hard at all. That guy's dead. But you need really good aim. If you have really good aim, this character will reward you. Oh fuck, I'm dead. I am not dead. Oh my god, this Hulk wants me. If you have a really good aim, this character will reward you. He has a higher skill ceiling than Blade just because this character requires aim. I'm already starting to get really good with the shift movement. Like you can see him. Oh my god. Like imagine flanking and just doing that to people. Bro, that's... Oh my god. You just see what I just did to that rocket? Oops. I did it wrong. I should use my F there, not shift. What was that damage? Let me cook. Let me cook, bro. Like imagine flanking and doing that to people. Eventually people are gonna be able to do that if they have really good aim. If you're really confident in your aim, you can do what I just did right there. I'm dead as hell. Oh my god, they have a Cyclops. I'm out of here. I'm not out of here. Perma-banned all my games. Bro, I literally, like, if you do the combo is you click, E, click, and that you just shred someone. That's why I did that rock right there. Your E has 2 uses. You use the bounce move that like bounces everywhere. And even if you miss the E, I mean, it's still gonna bounce off the floor and shoot and hit to whoever your target is and multiple other people. Because you can attack cancel is left click. This thing that I'm using right now, you can attack cancel this. See, I just did it right there. That's why I'm attacking so fast. Why do you guys have a thing? What is this? Oh my god, where'd our health go? Can you block the ult? No. It destroys barriers. If it's like terrain, yes. But like mag shield or something, no. It destroys barriers. Oh my god, I almost died to that. Oh, I'm still dead. Invis ults in my ult. And she walked out of my ult too. Yeah, it drops mag bubble or any bubble. It destroys it. It's like Phoenix. Think of it as like Phoenix ult. It destroys it. What about bubble? I think both, no? It's like, think of it, it's like Phoenix. It destroys both. Now, I don't know if it destroys like deployables like Phoenix's though. Because Phoenix's destroys deployables, walls, and blue life. His destroys barriers, or I mean walls, whatever you call it. But I don't think it definitely doesn't destroy blue life. Oh hell no. Yo, Jaya Bea, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. I'm taking away from roles. We're back on Roblox. That's crazy. Yeah, this character, he shouldn't be able to crit. Nah, he needs this, bro. This makes him exclusive, bro. He's not Iron Man, bro. Let him crit. Just nerf his damage. Don't just remove the feature flat out. That's crazy, bro. Just nerf his damage. Don't just full on remove a mechanic. I hate that. That's what they did with LeBron and this sounds crazy to say. Why am I saying LeBron? It sounds like I'm not being real. But this is what they did with LeBron and multiverses. Just nerf the damage, bro. That's the skill. If you remove the fact that he can crit, you just lower his skill ceiling. What? That's what they did with LeBron and multiverses. They just full on removed the mechanic. He had a shockwave on his dunk. It was so sick. It did so much damage. Instead of nerfing the damage, they just full on removed the shockwave. I was like, bro, what? Why are we like, bro, what? It was like a sweet spot when you dunked. It was so sick. You would dunk on them, and then like the shockwave afterwards would just carry them, and then they just get sent flying off the map. It was so sick. But then they just full on removed it. I was so mad. And after that, I dropped them, and I went back to Harley. I think I went back to playing Harley or Arya Stark. I don't remember. I went back to one of them. They just full on removed the mechanic, bro. Don't remove mechanics from characters. Just nerf it. Cause like that just like, bro. Cause if they remove the fact that Cyclops can crit, that just lowers the skill expression, the skill ceiling. So y'all want him to just aim for the body? Like you just lowered his skill ceiling. Just nerf the damage. Like he should have that. It's fine that he can crit. Just nerf it. It's fine. But full on removing it is crazy. That girl's dead. Can you cover the new character in @B @? This guy. You are so stupid. You're so stupid, bro. You're trying anything to bypass that filter. I'll go to sleep. I hear a storm coming on my PC. All right, see you, Blossom. Thanks for the raid. I appreciate it. Hope you have a good night. This guy, bro. Do you have any tips on Venom? I don't play tank. I can't really help you with Venom. Well, actually, I can. If you're gonna ult, you need to learn the ult combo, the tether ult combo, because you have to tether them and then go underground, and then right when the tether explodes, you have to ult them. I don't remember what the time is. It like 2 seconds or 3? You need to learn that combo. That's like a core combo with Venom to one shot. I'm not a Venom main, so I don't remember it. I used to know it a long time ago though. It's 2 seconds? Oh, it's less than I thought. You tether them, go underground, and then you click right when the tether is about to explode, and you one-shot them. Wherever you have tethered. Oh, Scotty's really good. I think he's gonna be top tier. Where's the ult? Oh my god, he put it so far back. He's really good. How you doing, Joy? You can tether. You can tether to shoot twice, instantly click. Remember when they removed the dribble combos and ball can only hit once? They did that? I think I dropped them before that happened. Are you dead ass? Oh, this Moon Knight just hit like a 4K. That's why. I was like, what? How'd that not kill? That Moon Knight hit a 4K. Put some clothes on. Nah. He looks stupid to me. He's fun as hell. His character's fun as hell, Joy. His movement is crazy too. I didn't think he was gonna be this fast. I thought he was gonna be like an artillery DPS or something. He's gonna do a crap load of damage, but like, oh, he's not gonna be able to. He's not gonna have that much mobility. No, he has both. He does insane damage and he has really good mobility. Yeah, work in the morning. You have a good night. Good night, dude. Appreciate you stopping by. Who would be like an artillery DPS? I don't think there's anyone like that in the game yet. You see, I would say Phoenix, but she has really good mobility, so I can't say Phoenix. Hela has really good mobility too. I mean, they're gonna add something like that eventually. They have stupid damage, but like they have no mobility. Or if they do have crazy mobility, it's only like one move. Oh, Punisher. Yes, yes, Punisher. My bad. Yes, Punisher is like that. Yeah, Punisher's like that with his gun. His mobility move takes ages to... Well, low key, Punisher can move though.
I'm not a hero.
Wait, this guy's on Punisher. I can't show you. Low key, if you do the right click, the grenade, and you B-hop with it, you can actually move really fast with Punisher. But like that's like a high skill ceiling thing. I think. I mean, yeah, zip line, but like that takes a while to set up. That's not as fast as just pressing shift with Psylocke or something, you know. Why he looks strange in the face? This character?
Battle starts in 5.
With this skin? That's because he doesn't have his visor off.
2, 1.
Wait, where is she at? Oh wait, you need a second person with this emo? You actually need like... Wait, the spirit doesn't pop up of Jean? That's crazy. What's up, Underscore? How you doing? I do got lasered. But that attack cancel combo, that shit does so much damage, bro. Yo, these walls. Oh my god, I just got cooked by a group. Where my hug at? No, it's an emo. I didn't know you need a second person for it. You need a Jean Grey for it. The emo won't work without a Jean Grey. Look like Strange? He looks like Strange with this skin? I can see it. It's just the hair on this skin. Oh, this wall just cucked me. With those streets in practice since I got a local? Yeah, I don't live near any locals, sadly. All my locals shut down. And my locals that was next to me was Smash anyway. My local next to me was Smash. Strange mogs him? This guy. Oh my god, what is cooking? Why are you all the way over there? You don't want to give your team the damage boost? That's crazy. She's all the way over there. What crazy ass movement does he have? This move? This move is crazy. And you can B-hop from it. And like the fact that he can just technically float in the air. If he's beaming like this, he can float. That dude's dead. Oh my god, you're back? I'm dead again. Where'd he go? I'm dead as fuck. Oh, I got stuck on the... Oh my god.
I am wounded. Who will help?
You shall not be harmed.
I got stuck on the thingy. And also, this move slows. This beam that I'm doing to move slows. What's up, Fixed Data? How you doing? AI grew to scary. Yeah, AI grew to scary. This guy's actually playing better than... I gotta stop doing that. If there's a wall you're going to, you don't need to turn. Okay, they're all pressing Q. I'm out of here. Where's she going with that? Song name? I don't know. It's song request night on the purple app. So I don't know what song it's playing right now. Oh my god. Sedated?
This is real firepower.
I'm not the one picking the music. It's chat picking it on purple app. If you want song request, you gotta come to the purple app. Can you die? Oh my god. Are you a tank? Yo, are they triple or something? Who is healing them this much? Did Spider-Man get a skin? No? Not that I know of. Oh my god, please, bro. Yo, this Groot is hard carrying them. Oh my god, the Groot AI is insane. Did I just die to a rocket? Are you serious?
I don't give up quite that easy.
Folks still thriving without Cyclops? Without Cyclops, true. Nice. The song is called All I Can Take by Justin Bieber. The person asked. Spider-Man getting a swimsuit skin? He already, yeah, he is. Wait, no, that was Daredevil in it. Oh wait, no. Spider-Man was in it as well. It was both of them. Oh, they all walked out of my ult. I'm out of there. What's your IG? It should just be Infernasu, isn't it? I don't post on there that much though, because I don't live next to anything fun to do. If I did IRL stuff, I would take pictures and stuff, but I mean, I mainly do gaming, so I don't usually go out much because I stream every day. Maybe when I move. Because when I'm moving to, there's more stuff to do. I could probably do some IRL content. What the?
Only 60 seconds left.
Okay, I mean, I guess. He walks so weird. He walks like a Fortnite character. You play Blade yet? How's the buffs? They're good. I haven't tried him in I haven't gotten to try him in like a good match. Well, actually, oh no, the last match I did was good. But that was a 5v6, so I don't know, that wasn't really a good test. I haven't got to try him in an actual match against players. But Necros and Samju said he's really good. He feels really good. But I mean, I don't know, they could be capping. Well, not capping, they could be just... Why am I meleeing instead of just shooting him? They could be trolling. They're just talking out their asses. I don't know. Should be a big one. Wow, how did nobody die? That was a big one, no? Was that not big? Think he'll be banned? Yes. I think he will. This character is really strong. That was like 4 people in it. Did they all walk out of it? I mean, it's literally just Blade ult. So like, yeah, I think they did just walk out of it. It's always Blade ult, but just better. Damn, they really, none of them got hit by that? Or was it a no reg? I mean, I think I have to check the replay for that. I'm actually so curious how none of them dodged that or got hit by that. Every Blade buff feels better than the last Blade. Doesn't mean it's good. Yeah, because compared to what you can play, and then the fact that they're adding new stuff, like Blade would be good, but like they're adding more and more stronger DPSs. So like these micro buffs they keep giving him every patch aren't able to keep up. Like Elsa came out, now we have Cyclops. Daredevil came out. It's like, oh man, Black Cat came out. Like it's hard for him to keep up. I mean, he's not like, imagine, at least he's not what he was on release. He's like catching up slowly, but I don't know about Shirley is the thing. He's slowly catching up, but just not fast enough. Instantly banned. This character's mobility is crazy. You can't tell me this isn't crazy. Like, I'm literally flying. That shit is sick. Man's booty flat as a pancake. Why are you looking at his booty? You don't like that? Look at his muscles, Joy. Come on. You don't want a man like that? You playing with him? Why are you playing with him? Stop playing with him. Wait, why did I not fly there? Oh, the thing shifts. Help, help, help. His butt should be the last of your concerns. Low key. Butt should be the last of your concerns indeed. This dude's damage is outrageous. Damage is egregious. Son, I should have died there, no? But I didn't. What? I went for someone else. I don't want to fight a tank. Oh, I don't want to fight Daredevil either. Help, 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 help. Oh my God, I have 1 HP. Oh, God. I don't want to fight a Daredevil either. Hold on. I had 1 HP.
Got my eye on some of the weapons guests.
5 HP.
Maximum impact. Need some help. Thanks for the boost.
Going up here. So I got a flanker ult. Yep. Now we're talking. Can't tell me that's not better Blade ult, bro. You can't tell me that's not better Blade ult, bro. It's literally the same thing. Like, you can low-key dive with this character, bro. If you hit your shots, bro, you can low-key dive with this character, go crazy. That didn't do a lot of damage to me because he still bounded. Holy shit, we have 95 people watching on TikTok. See, it's exactly what they said. If you stream the TikTok using OBS, your viewers are throttled. It's actually crazy. Or maybe I just finally got on shadow banned. I don't know. I appreciate y'all watching on TikTok though. I might have finally actually got on shadow banned. I don't know. Because I had to actually go to TikTok and talk to these guys. I don't know if they did it yet. They didn't hit me up yet or respond yet. They know though. Swag by JP is actually a good album. What is that? You know, if we want a match, I want a match. I'm on test server. How you gonna play? I haven't done customs in a while. Yo, y'all trying to do customs on Saturday? Customs with chat on Saturday? Let me see if you guys have improved. Definitely got on shadow banned. I don't know. I mean, I know the thing is true though. If you live stream to TikTok with OBS, your views are throttled. I know that for sure. That's 100%. I confirmed it. I've tried it. I've tested it. I've looked at the stats. It's a thing. It's 100% a thing. What's your highest rank on Rebels? Like peak? C1. I'm gonna just round it up to eternity because I play Blade. Yep. I'm gonna round up. I don't think Cyclops looks S tier, but he's still good. All Blade needs now is an ult change and his gun change. Yo, if they do his ult change and gun, Blade might actually... No, I don't think might. Blade will actually be meta. Will. Like, I don't think there's a doubt in my mind. I think he will actually be meta if they change his gun. If they buff his gun and ult, he will be meta. I don't understand how the devs can see a clear problem with Blade and they just do nothing. They're not doing nothing. It could be worse. Black Widow hasn't gotten a change in season 2? Since season 2, I think. We could be Black Widow players. Black Widow hasn't gotten a legendary skin, and Black Widow's the only character from launch roster with no legendary skin in the game yet. That is a known fact. That is a literal fact. I've been playing this game since launch. Black Widow's the only launch character with no legendary. I think her new beach skin is gotta be legendary though. That skin is spicy. That's all I'll say. That is a spicy skin. Or her summer skin is... Imagine it's not though. That'd be insane. Her plasma pulse or whatever better be better have effects on it. Could be like a water blast. Maybe that patch will finally get buffed. I mean reworked, not buffed. I don't want her to get buffed. Please do not buff Black Widow. Do not make her a one-shot headshot. I will lose my damn mind. Black Widow got a legendary skin? No, she doesn't. Which one? Black Widow does not have any legendary skins. What do you mean? So if she did, I would have it.
What are you aiming at?
All she has is rares and commons. Costume blue? What the? What? That's not even a costume. What are you talking about? Face mask with the stockings. Yeah, that's not a thing. I'll just pull it up right now just to prove you wrong. That's not a thing. I don't know what skin you're talking about, but that's just not real. Oh, they ulted the spawn? Oh wait, let me
Judge, jury.
None of these are legendary. This is rare. Or which thingy is this tier? I don't remember what it's called. This isn't legendary. But no, these are not legendary. What are you talking about? There's not a single yellow one here. Epic, my bad. Not legendary. Or rare. Blue's rare, right? Green, yeah, blue's rare. Purple's epic. Yellow's legendary. Where the mythics at? Where the mythics at? Does it feel like Emma's primary? This right click move does. The primary, no. The primary feels like... what does this feel like? I want to say like Phoenix. No. Luna Snow. His primary feels like Luna Snow. So it's very satisfying to hit. So I think this thing hits like 3 times or 2 times or something. It feels like Phoenix. I mean, not Phoenix, like Luna Snow. I like Luna Snow's projectiles. Oh my gosh, she's so low. It feels like Luna Snow. Because his basic attack hits like 3 times. Just like Luna Snow. This right click move feels like Ember though, yes. I would say more Iron Man though. But, any. Doesn't matter. I want to ult, but fuck it. Oh man, I think I had to be higher. The payload got in the way. Yeah, the payload got in the way, I think. It lingers a bit after fire. Can he crit? Yes. It does a lot of damage. Yes, he can crit. I'm dead. Yes, he can crit. He does a lot of damage when he crits too. I loaded Emma and prepped for Cyclops because my tracking was dog. That's fun. I'll put this back on the screen. What is this? W stream. What text is this? I don't know how that's in here. There we go. Put this back on the screen. Wah, 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 wah. Where's my camera?
They hit a checkpoint.
Oh, that's the chat box.
Good time to stop them.
Give me a second. Make the display bigger. A little bit bigger. Alright, there you go. When does Johnny come out? Laser Eye guy? He comes out Friday.
Maximum pulse.
When are you gonna play Show Unleashed again? They updating soon? I quit Roblox ages ago, bro. You're behind. Quit that ages ago, bro. Lock in, Sunyon. Lock in. Song name? I don't know. Why? Because I'm bored? You're gonna lose. Standing still like that? Nah, we're fine. Yeah, we're fine. Wait, how am I MVP? The Hulk has MVP? What the fuck? How does the Hulk have MVP? Oh. What's up, Claxton? This guy looks fun as hell? Yeah, this guy is fun as hell. I'm gonna ult here soon. That guy's dead. Okay, I think I can definitely play this character on my main on Friday, 100%. I'm actually crazy with this character now. I'm actually quite crazy with this character. Oh, I have to reload. I've been waiting for this dude to come out for so long, and he's finally here. So of course I'm gonna play him. But then again, I did the same thing with Cyclops, and I didn't play him. I mean, not Cyclops, Daredevil. Daredevil was one of my most requested. I think now my next most requested character, Miles, so I can play a Spider-Man character finally. But he might be support just because, holy shit, my aim is ass. Or he's fucking exiled. Unexile him. My only issue is that they might make Miles a support because there's no Spider character that's a support yet. Reloading his eyeballs? Wait, you never reloaded your eyeballs before? It's called sleeping. How do you not know the song you're listening to? Bro, it's song request night on the Purple app. I don't pick the music that's playing right now. That's how I don't know the song playing. Echoing? What's echoing? That's no excuse to make him a support? Yeah, I hope he's not support. I don't want Miles to be a support. But I'm scared that he might be just because of that. They might do a curveball like how they do with Gambit. I don't pick the music playing in my ear right now. Chat picks it. If you want to pick music, hold on. Come to the Purple app. It's up to you. It's literally song request night. Oh my god, that guy exploded. Jubilee? Yeah, Jubilee's next, apparently. Apparently she's teased in one of the card arts. I haven't seen it yet, even though I'm on test server right now. Oh, that's an NPC. I'm stupid. You can't tell me this character not sick, man. Should be Quicksilver. I want Quicksilver, but I like the Flash more than Quicksilver. I'm more of a Flash fan. I want is the zigzag required? No. It just looks cool as shit. And like if you know the map, you can use it to like swerve around corners, you know? I know the map just like play every day, so like I knew that there was a corner right there. I was trying to like swerve around the corner so I can hide. So I won't take damage. You don't have to zigzag. You can just go straight back or straight forward if you, of course, turn your camera. Oh, yeah, I like the Flash. Flash is DC, yes, I know, but like Flash is way cooler to me than Quicksilver. Quicksilver doesn't look as cool to me with the Flash, but this is obviously Marvel. Yes, I know. Look, this is what happens if you don't zigzag. You don't have to zigzag, but you can use it to like swerve around corners. Like if I want to like do it right here and then like quickly like turn my camera and go in there, you can do that. Is he fun? He's hella fun. He's like Iron Man, but you don't have to deal with the problems of being a flyer and just dying over and over to Punisher. DC allies? Oh hell yeah, I'm down. Yo, imagine if at the Game Awards the other day, I'm not Game Awards, Summer Games Fest, or the PlayStation Showcase, they showed DC allies. Just imagine, that would have been hilarious. DC allies.
The battle starts in 5.
Am I going to Streamer University? I don't know. Am I?
3, 2, 1.
What are his counters? I think he's gonna suck against dive. But I don't know. He's really fast. So like, he might have to be 250. In fact, he's 275 is kind of crazy, and he gets blue life. Yo, what is wrong with this guy? I think he's gonna suck against dive. I'd say shields mess him up. Shields and dive. His cooldown's long? Not really. His this move that bounces between multiple people. This move, the cooldown gets lowered the more you shoot people with your beam or this beam. It's pretty cool. Oh, my aim is ass right now. Am I getting tired? Never mind. Hacker's gonna go stupid with this character. I said the same thing earlier. The hacker's gonna love this guy. I'm not hacking. I'm just bouncing my lasers off walls. It tracks, remember? Some hacker's gonna love this guy. The hacker's gonna love this. Oh my god, the beam wasn't reaching. What the? I'm out of there. You guys are crazy. DC drop. I need the live wire my main. Dude, imagine like what? What's that guy's name? Deathstroke, right? Deathstroke was the guy with the orange, right? That guy was crazy. Deathstroke. What, you get like Superman and stuff. Batman. He seems too strong. I think he's gonna be minimum A tier. He's either S tier or A tier. I think minimum A tier. But I don't know. I mean, when we were playing with the other content creators earlier, I mean, the Cyclops was always cooking, so. Slade. Oh, from like Teen Titans. Yeah, Slade was cool. Nah, there was another one though. Deathstroke, right? Oh, he is Slade. I'm fucking stupid. I keep forgetting that he has 2 different names. LARP. All right, Dickie, incoming, Dickie. It's because I'm so used to Deathstroke Injustice, where he has like Injustice Deathstroke, not Teen Titans one. It looks like his design is completely different. I'm not used to calling him fucking Slade. It's called Deathstroke and Injustice. There's no limit to okay, Dickie. Are you getting bot lobbies too? No, I'm fighting bots because I'm on test server. There's not a lot of people online. It's 1 a.m.
The right heroes could make all
I don't know what you just typed, Guff, but don't type that, please.
Victory is in my sight.
Let's use the black skin.
Victory is in my sight.
Yeah, do not approve of what he just typed. This dude Lucky Zeal, bro. This dude Zeal is so dumb, bro.
Application for the $150,000. Yo, Cinna, this is my application for the $150,000 tournament. My name is Lucky Zeal, and I feel like you need some Mexican
This shit is so funny.
So here is my application. Let's get it, man. You wanna go? Cinna, play!
Round 1, go!
Cinna!
You'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Cinna!
I swear to God, Lucky has a humiliation kink. I'm not even fucking trolling, bro. This guy, Lucky's. He has a humiliation kink, bro. You gotta stop that shit, bro. How good is he? He's good. This dude has a humiliation kink, bro.
4, 3, 2.
The only people I know that are in are like a few people. I know Panu's in, Kingsman's in. I think Ashland's in. I don't know. I didn't get into Senate 20, so don't ask me. They don't want a Blade player in there. They don't want a Blade player in their ranks. I'm joking. I don't know. Are you gonna watch party at the Senate tourney? I mean, if y'all want me to. I don't know when the tournament is. I'm gonna assume it's on the 12th though. Usually when Rivals sponsors tournaments, they do it on launch day or update day. So if I had to guess, I think the tournament is on the 12th, Friday. Holy shit, where'd my health go? Wait, is the TikTok bleep thing still on? I tried turning it off. Did it not work? It's probably doing the bleep every time I curse, huh? I tried turning it off. It won't let me, I think. Oops, I should shut the floor. Bro, we're gonna be playing support again? Oh no. How do you get early access? Content creator. You gotta be a content creator to get early access. Nice. That goes dead. Wow, she actually sidestepped that. I'm dead. I saw her sidestep, but she literally just walked to the left. Is Blade more viable now? I haven't gotten to try him in a good match, so I can't say. I know Cyclops is really good though. But I mean, when Samju and Necros were playing him earlier, they said he felt good. So, I mean, do with that as you will, I guess. I don't think the buff is that major, but it's a good buff. Okay, our health bar's not moving. Perfect angle. Bro, look like he got a boosty fade from behind. I look like I have a boosty fade on. We're talking about this guy. I'm about to say, like, wait, what? This character? But y'all kept making fun of my damn skin, and now y'all making fun of my skin again? No, I'm joking. Oh, she ulted. Wow. Necros be trolling, though? Necros do be trolling, but he was playing him that match, though. That he said that he felt good. So, like, I don't know. Necros is a troll. What does he say every season? Guys, season 9 of Marvel Rivals will be the best season ever. It's gonna actually change the game. That shit is so silly, bro. I promise this time it's for real. Literally the boy who cried wolf. He was hilarious, bro. Yeah. Yo, Simply, thanks for the 32. Literally the boy who cried wolf. Guys. I promise, triple healer, not a problem next season. This next character will blow your minds. We won't be dying to... What does he say? We won't be dying to poke next season. It's going to be a dive season. We're going to have a blast. Like, just Jesus Christ, bro. Saying that he got I mean, sometimes you don't know if he's lying or not because he does get inside knowledge, though. But I mean, at this point, I don't think anyone's buying it. I don't think anyone's buying it at this point, of course. He's done it so many times now. When does it drop? Friday. It was update Friday. I need to group these. But if I play a fighting game, these don't show. This is Justin Bieber. What did you guys request? Order, add to, group.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
I can't group it?
The Iron Fist? Thank goodness I found you. I can't get the wrinkles out of my costume.
You don't seriously think I have that kind of iron, do you?
Most people
What the fuck? How did this get in here?
think at all. And they're not wrong.
And you're on my team? Wow. My karma must
The battle starts in 5, 4.
Did I mess something up?
3, 2, 1.
Oh, I thought I messed something up.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Run. How do you reload? You reload your eyeballs. You never see somebody reload their eyeballs? You do it every day, no? You guys ain't never reloaded your eyeballs before? What's wrong with you guys? I'm dead as hell. Fucking Kingsman just yeeted my damn head. Is this a 600 unit skin? Yeah, it's the recolor, yeah. It's just black and yellow. I like this one's pretty cool. Bro takes his goggles off to take a breath. Great stream. Oh, thanks, dude.
Rest easy, big fella.
What the? Okay, this is actually my biggest TikTok stream I've ever done, so I appreciate you guys. Thank you guys. I don't know if I'm finally on shadow ban now, but I think I am for sure, because there's no way I get 100+ concurrent out of nowhere again. After getting like what, 5 average? I think I finally got on shadow banned. But I still am kicked from the partner program, so I have to get that fixed. I have to. I mean, they're fixing it. I mean, they know about it. I sent them all the proof and everything. But I mean, you guys saw the clip I got banned from TikTok for. I tweeted it.
Another epic victory.
Let me pause the music. Look at this. Look at this. Where is it? I tweeted this, right? Where is it? That is a crazy picture. But where is it? This. I got kicked out the rewards program, and then my videos keep getting flagged for some disqualification for unoriginal content. And I tried to appeal it. It says not approved. I don't know why. But remember when I got banned? This stream on the 5/17/2026. I got banned, right? When I was playing the Dino. Remember that stream? And then they banned me and said hate speech and hateful behavior. And then the clip example is 40103 to 40123. This is the clip right here, bro. It's literally me just sitting there with the Dino. Which one of them getting jumped with that? I said a total of like 3 words in this clip. Okay. Okay, I mean, I guess. That's all I said and I got banned. I'm not even trolling, bro. Blue. That's the clip. That's the clip timestamp they gave me for why I got banned. I'm like, bro, what? What? And that banned me. I said, okay, I guess. And then I got banned. That was the day I did a 10-hour stream. I was playing Dino the entire stream. Or not entire stream. I played Dino mainly.
Pick your hero or villain.
Low-key, that's a slur? Okay. Oki Gus is a slur in Latveria. Okay. What? What?
In my sight.
What? Okay. That's a new one to me. But yeah, I got banned for hate speech and hateful conduct. And I couldn't live stream on TikTok for like... How long they say? Like 4 days or something like that, or a week or something. I don't remember. I didn't care to report it because I was like, okay, whatever. I don't feel like talking to people, talking to support or nothing. I'm gonna just hold that. And I just live streamed. But then this week, is the audio delayed? It shouldn't be delayed. Is it delayed? And then this week, I got kicked out the rewards program. And then my videos kept getting disqualified or something like that. And it was like a TikTok growth program I entered. I got kicked out of it. I'm like, okay, if I'm just randomly getting false positive kicked from stuff, I gotta actually report this. And apparently I'm not the only one that has issues like this. So no, it's because they're using AI to moderate their platform. I don't know how you're using AI to moderate stuff that people make money from. That's insane. Some people do this stuff for a living. I mean, I do this for a living, but like, I don't do TikTok for a living. I do YouTube and Twitch. That's different. But imagine you get to work one day, right? You find you do your job for a living. You work full time doing whatever, and then your boss walks up to you and say you're getting fired for sleeping with his wife. What are you talking about? Keep in mind, you need this job to feed your family, by the way. Like, I feel bad for people that get banned randomly from TikTok that actually, like, they do this stuff to pay bills and stuff. But, like, if they're using that to pay bills, surely they have, like, a support they can reach out to by them. Your views should be way higher on TikTok. I mean, my views are high on IG and, for shorts? Or are you talking about for streaming? You're going for streaming. I don't know about that. Maybe, I don't know. But for shorts, yeah. But that was because I was shadow banned. But I think I'm not shadow banned anymore. I don't know. I'm dead. Cyclops DPS saying he's DPS. I appealed it and they said I insulted someone. Dude, my TikTok got banned for posting a video calling a boss unfair. That's crazy.
Battle's not done. Neither am I.
Oh, I remember when I got banned from Twitch a long time ago. I got banned from Twitch. I was playing, what was I playing? I was playing a Roblox game with a Homer, or I don't know who I was playing with, but I was playing a tower defense game. I think I was playing All-Star Tower Defense. I got bugged. So I said I'm gonna, in the word, I literally said I'm gonna off myself because I actually said like the K word and everything. I literally said K, like all that stuff and everything about myself. Cause I was gonna say, okay, I'm gonna just do that real quick. And then the Twitch AI thing thought I was like, talking about like actually doing it IRL and they banned me. I was like, bro, what? Bro, look at the clip, bro. I'm talking about the game. I need to reset because I was bugged. I'm not gonna actually. I was about to ult, but she took my ult. What the hell? I'm not actually doing that to myself, like, bro. I'm not wiping myself IRL, bro. That's not what I meant. Is that a modded skin? No. This is second skin. This is recolor. This is not a modded skin. This costs what? It's probably gonna cost like 400 blue stuff or 600. How much do recolors cost, chat? Isn't it 600? Lettuce? It's not lettuce. What is it? I forgot what the blue currency is called. That's kind of your fault, bro. I didn't know that was gonna do that to me. That is insane, bro. This all is wild. Who's shooting me? I'm taking the points. Do that. I think this is best skin. I mean, I like the other one too, where he has no clothes on, but I think this skin is better. Like the silver and the black, and with the yellow. That shit is hard. Okay, he's not naked, but you know what I'm talking about. Can I kill this guy through his ult? Wait, what they do to Gambit ult this patch? Speed and what else? Damage. Oh my god, I actually killed him through his ult. Like, he would have killed me if this was for nerf. I mean, Gambit is still getting banned in my matches. I don't know about you guys, but what tips would you give for a Cyclops after playing him for a bit? His combo. Click M1 E M1. It does so much damage. I think you need to know that combo. What else? What else? Schools are pretty low, so don't be afraid to don't be afraid to walk up to people. You're not like a traditional poke character. You can low-key dive a little bit if you have your aim, if you got good aim, or like get in the front lines a little bit, because he has really good mobility. Like, this shit is crazy, and you can like float. And you use your F. That's another mobility move, and you can float even more. Like, this stuff is kind of crazy. And then your E, just the move that like bounces between multiple people when you shoot. If you use your left click or your right click, the cooldown of your E goes down. So like, oh, what another important one? You hear this sound effect? That ringing noise? That means you have your E back. So when you're like shooting people like this, if you hear that ringing noise, you got your E back. So use it again. Here, let me see if you can hear it. I'm mute the music. You're gonna hear a ringing noise.
4, 3, 2.
Yeah, that means you got your E back. So like, you don't have to look at the bottom right to know if your E's off cooldown, because you want to use left click E, left click. But like, you don't know if your E's off cooldown. That's why they put the ringing noise, so you'll know that it's off cooldown. So you don't have to look at the bottom right. You can just focus on aiming. But yeah, like the damage you can do is actually crazy if you oh, and also your shifts, mobility move is slows. It slows. But yeah, those are probably my 2 tips I'd give. Use your E, always use your E, like if it's off cooldown, because the more you hit people, the faster the cooldown comes back. So like, you need to hurry up and get it back again, so you can maximize the damage output. At least I got big all here. Fuck, he's so low to me. You think Cyclops is balanced, OP, or weak? I think it's OP. The bouncing shots are insane if teams are grouped up. Oh, it's insane. Bro, it's like playing Moon Knight and Iron Man at the same time, bro. It's crazy. It's like you're playing Moon Knight and the fact that the AoE group damage is so nice. And it's like Iron Man with the fact that you have this beam. The beams are so nice. You have the good group damage and the good damage that the beam does. I don't know if Iron Man's does more than this, but I think Cyclops does more. I could be wrong though, I don't know. I mean, but I would still pick Cyclops' beam over Iron Man's anyway, because his bounces off multiple people. Oh my god, I just killed her with a shift. What's the first time I killed somebody with a shift? Didn't realize this was CPU? Yeah, this is test server. Nah, I can't. The update's not out yet. The update don't drop till Friday. This is CPUs, yeah. But I've already learned a lot from playing him against CPU, which is why I have so much to say. I usually do this every time a new character drops. Even if it's a support, I still do this. Unless the character is like unfathomably boring. I don't think they've ever dropped like a character that's so boring to where I wouldn't do this test server run. I mean, usually sometimes I have people in here, but there's nobody on, I guess, right now. Like last time when I was doing the dyno, I had like 4 people in here in the lobby while I was playing. Like, I just randomly just join and say, yo, can I stay here? Can I play with you? I'm like, oh, sure. I'm out of town, bro. Oh, it's horrible. It's not horrible, bro. It's not. I promise you it's not. Why does he look like he's modded into the game? Bro, that's just his run animation, bro. Let him cook. Everybody keeps saying that, bro. Is this a mod, bro? Why is he run like that? Did you mod your game? Bro, it's not a mod. It's not, bro. Let me cook. Let me cook, bro. It's not. He looks stiff? Bro, he runs like a Fortnite. Maybe they'll fix it before launch. I don't know. But, hey, bro, who cares? The character's fun as hell. The character's fun as hell, bro. You gotta say in GTA. Oh, you somehow for the thing earlier I got banned for it, bro? Yeah, maybe I do. What time is it? 1 a.m. Do I have any work I gotta do?
Victory is in my sight.
I don't think I do. I did all my work for today. I did some editing. I did the Streamer University thing. What else did I do? I did editing. I did the Streamer University thing. Oh, the Razer sponsor. I couldn't get the mic to work. I have the mic right here that they sent me, but I can't. It wouldn't. The mic works, but the RGB part doesn't work, so I don't know what to do. This thing, they sent me this. They wanted me to do a. They wanted me to do a stream using the mic. Razer sent me it. I was like, okay, sure. I'm not getting paid or nothing. They just said, it's just a sponsor, I guess. But I'm not getting paid. But I mean, they sent me a free mic, so I'm like, okay, sure, I don't care. I'll try it out. They said try out the mic, do a stream with it, do a short. I was like, okay, sure, that's easy. But the thing is not working. Like the mic works, but the RGB part doesn't work.
4, 3, 2, 1.
You signed up for SU? Yeah, I did. Can you shoot the ceiling of this map? This? Yeah. I mean, with your beam doesn't reach that far, so you can't use your beam. But the other part, yes. After getting down on Cyclops, who are your top picks for your new characters? Like in the recent updates? I mean, my favorite character they've added out of all the new characters so far, and like, would probably be Daredevil, other than Blade, I guess. This guy's up here too, though, because I've been wanting Cyclops for a while, and he's finally here, so I'm very happy. Probably this guy, honestly. Other than this guy would be Daredevil. I would say Blade, but I mean, I main Blade, so. Oh my god, this guy's damage output when they're grouped together is so insane, bro. Bro, I can't wait to try this character in the triple healer. I never thought I'd say this, but I can't wait to fight triple healer. Yo, bring it on, bro. Let me see that triple. This character will destroy triple healer. Mix in the fourth. Yeah, he's like Moon Knight. He's like Moon Knight, Iron Man, like Phoenix mixed it. It's so nice, bro. I love the fact that they're adding more counters to triple healer. Because that stuff is generally slop. I don't think my ult will one-shot that, so I'm not gonna try it. Oh, maybe it will now. Oh. Even with the rocket beacon on them, that did that much damage. I probably would have got like a 4K. I probably would have got like a 4K if they weren't ulted by that rocket ult. Is the other thing where the damage goes down when he hits multiple people? Yeah, I imagine that's there. It doesn't feel noticeable though. It's definitely there. I'm dead. It's definitely there. Like if you use this beam, whoever the people you're hitting, the damage is decreasing. It's definitely there. It'd be broken if it wasn't. The damage is still good though. Okay, I mean, I guess it's definitely there. I'm out of there. You're crazy. Can you kill Luno with damage boost? Yes, I think so. Yeah. You might have to get rid of her blue life first, but maybe not. I don't know. I mean, someone said you can one-shot Hulk with and he got headshotted trying to dash through me. Can I get a heal? You can one-shot Hulk all if your rocket damage boosted, apparently. Apparently there's a clip on Twitter of that. I don't know, I've been live for 7 hours so far. Well, 6 hours and 40, so I haven't looked at Twitter. Outside of like the basketball stuff. Remember your NO2 days? Of course I do. I hated that game. I mean, I liked it, but then I grown to realize how awful that game was, and the way it was ran, it was horrible. The more I think about it, that game was horrible. That game was not good. I like BU way more, Bleach Ultimate, but I mean, you guys never saw that game. Game was CC. For an NBA Finals, I would want the Knicks to win. I'm not really a basketball fan like that, but I'd rather pick Knicks. A lot of friends in New York. I'd like to see them happy. And it'd be hilarious because if the Knicks don't win, that city's gonna turn to Gotham City. So we kind of need the Knicks to win for everyone's safety, and yeah, right.
The current score is
if the Knicks don't win, that city is turning into Gotham City.
time to switch things up, including
Like, they need to win. I'm not even joking.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Victory is in my
They kind of have to win, bro. If you think it's Gotham, it's just gonna get worse. Yeah, when they lost, though, they were blowing up shit. I saw one clip, but I didn't know what it was. But now that I think about it, that's what it was. Either way, that shit's going to the ground. That's crazy. The World Cup Finals is in New York. Wait, what? Really? That don't sound right. Is it? I don't believe that. They already beating people up on Twitter and jumping someone. Yo, I think someone had a jersey on of the enemy team, right? That's what it was.
30 seconds before you attack.
And they said, take it off now. And there was like a cop telling the dude to take it off. How you a cop telling people to take it off? Like, damn, bro, that's crazy. It was like a cop telling the dude to take it off, and I think the cop started beating on the guy. Yo, aren't you a cop? Something like that. So you watched all your videos on my Chromebook 6 years ago, where I would get grounded? Damn.
2, 1.
Why did you get grounded? What did you get grounded for? It's where you had to go do that. If you don't mind me asking, how did you get grounded? Where are these guys at? What did you get grounded for?
Force boost.
My grades at school were really bad, and my mom used to always trip out over small things. Oh. Sorry to hear that. Do you still get grounded, or? Sure, you don't get grounded anymore, right? There's no way you still get grounded, though, no? That'd be kind of crazy. How Cyclops feel? He feels good. He feels really good. I love this character a lot. I think I'm definitely gonna lord him. Next update, when Friday drops, I'm playing Blade, Cyclops. I'm assuming Cyclops is gonna be permanent banned though. So I'm just gonna play Blade. Probably go for rank 1 again. We also support the Spurs. Wait, what? Wait, what? I saw Cyclops and locked it on the stream. Yeah, this character's fun as hell, man. This character's fun as hell. Even though I'm fighting bots, I can't wait to fight real players. I mean, I fought real players earlier, but I mean, it's 1 a.m. for me. Like, there's like nobody on Tesla right now. It's too late at night.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
OP? I think he's minimum A tier. Minimum. He's either OP or I think he's a ban, but like I could be overreacting. The way I'm playing him, I feel like he's a ban, but I have good aim. Since I play poke and dive, I don't just play dive. I'm scared of like pros using this character. I don't want to fight a pro using this character. If I fight like a pro that plays like Phoenix, oh my god. Oh god, that sounds miserable to fight. This character seems really strong. He's like Iron Man, but he doesn't have the downsides of Iron Man. Like Iron Man's downside is that he's a 250 flyer, so he just gets hit scanned to death over and over and over and over.
Well, look who's back to save the entire Flarkin universe.
This guy doesn't have to deal with that.
You say that as if it is a bad. Did I? I guess sarcasm is my default.
Oh yeah, I have to do the sponsor. I can't. I have a Minecraft sponsor I gotta do. Probably do it next stream or something. I have to play Minecraft for an hour. It's good money though, so it's worth. Minecraft? Yeah, I got a Minecraft sponsor. I gotta play Minecraft for an hour. I downloaded Minecraft the other night. I actually do have my Minecraft account still. I thought I didn't, but I do. I wonder if my Pixelmon stuff is still there. No, there's no way. Come on. There's absolutely no way that would be still there. I think it was Dabo's server. I highly doubt that stuff is still there. Vanilla or mod? I don't know. I'll probably do mods though. Why does he run like that? You like the 100th person to come in here and ask me why he run like this, bro. Let him cook, bro. Why everybody keep asking why he run like this, bro? Let him cook. I saw someone say he running like he got something in his. Never mind. Bro, let him cook, bro. He said, why you run like that? Let him cook, bro. Melee? This is the melee. Yeah, be chopping. What's your DPI, your sins? Your tracking is crazy? My tracking is crazy because I played a lot of Star-Lord. I played Psylocke. I played a lot of... Before Blade came out, all I played was Psylocke and Star-Lord, and those are essentially like the same characters. But also in Overwatch, I played a lot of Tracer. And since I played Blade, my tracking has to be really good because I have to predict which direction they're going in. You saw how fast I just killed that Elsa? That was the combo, bro. If you do that attack cancel combo, that shit, oh my god. You can literally just one-shot 250 or 275 so easily. You just do this, and they just die so fast. I literally just did like 3 skills in a second. That was 3 hits, or 2 different skills, or 3 different skills. And they just get deleted, especially if it's a headshot. It does so much damage. You're crazy. You're actually so crazy. That's what you get. Did you see that? He just tried to ult me. She blocked it. Wow, that actually probably would have killed her. That probably would have killed her. Did you upload your DMC playthrough? Yeah. He runs in slow motion. He runs like a slow motion action figure. Okay. He runs like a Fortnite character. I agree. And I also agree with the fact that like he runs. The way he runs, you think he's going faster than he actually is. That I agree with. Because look how fast he's running. Oh, slow he's running. Even though the animation looks like he's running really fast. He's not. He's actually going just normal speed. Even Blade runs faster with his like bloodline form on, and his animation isn't that like aggressive with the run. Oh my god, that Luna's shredding me. He one of those Riz TikTok slow-mos. Riz TikTok slow-mos. Oh my god, who's healing this guy? Whoever's healing him, you're getting beamed. Oh my god. I'm literally using this guy as like an onk. I don't know. Back up a little bit. I'm literally just perma behind these guys. I mean, obviously you won't be able to do this in an actual match, but technically you can do this in an actual match. You didn't die to that? Get chopped. Get chopped. I did the combo, so she got one-shotted. I'm out of there.
The current score is 0.
When does he come out? Friday. He looks sick. He's hella sick. He comes out Friday.
Time to switch things up, including which side
I want to do
you're
predicts, but
You'll need
I want to do predicts, but I mean these are bots. I was gonna say what's wrong with his run, and I stared at it too. And it's a bit rigid. Yeah, I mean that's instantly what I noticed yesterday when we were looking at him when the gameplay trailer came out. But I was so excited from looking at his kit, I just didn't say anything. But I'm kind of glad I'm not the only one that thought that. I'm like, why does his animation look like that? It look like an MK character. You know, everyone always gives shit to MK for the animations. It's like that. If he was like he was animated from a different person or like someone new. I don't know what it is. It just like the more just look at it, the more you look at it, it's like, why is he running like that? Why is he running like that?
Before you attack, get ready.
It's like his like torso is like stiff, but like the legs are like very animated, and his arm. I don't know. I don't know how to describe it. It's weird. He looks broken. I feel like he's at minimum S tier. I mean, I'm okay at A tier, not S. Grounded in the Big 26, bro. He was in school, bro. Leave him alone.
No thanks, Wanda.
The battle starts in 5.
They should make a skin for you which shoots green lasers.
2, 1.
You got jokes. I was like, wait, what the fuck are you talking about? And then I realized you're so stupid, bro. You're so stupid, bro. I had to think for a second what the hell you were talking about. I'm hanging a laser. Damn. I literally had to think for a second. I'm like, what? Someone requested peak. What is this? What are we listening to? This from Deltarune or something? Speaking of Deltarune, what chapter am I on? 3? We're gonna do 3 next week. Cause chapter 5 comes out in like a week after, right? I didn't expect to see I didn't expect to see Deltarune in that Nintendo Direct, but hey, whatever. Oh, hell no, I'm not fighting that guy. Oh, I don't want to fight none of you guys. What the hell? Okay, I'll fight you now. Okay, this NPC is trash. The Mr. Fantastic NPC is buns. The Mr. Fenty. Someone's getting banned every match. Bro, his lasers off people and objects, just people. It's both. Both. How does bro have E? Have what? Oh, how do I have early access? I'm a content creator. You never heard of me? You never heard of me because I was shadow banned on TikTok probably. I don't know. Is one from Jiggy and Huntress? I agree. I'd run from them too. YouTube moderation for ads suck? What do you mean? Other point, fuck her rotary character. Oh shit, she's still here. She wasn't supposed to hear that. Hello. Hello. Promoting every character is crazy. Wait, what do you say? Every character to the most broken state, and maybe they can reach Cyclops level. Okay, he's not that crazy. Relax. Because you guys don't want to fight Prime Daredevil. Launch Daredevil with the throw bug, the devil's throat, the devil's toss bug. Yeah, I don't want to fight that. The ads are more NSFW than YouTube. I would say TikTok ads are. Dude, I was scrolling TikTok the other day and I had a crazy NSFW ad. I'm like, how is this up here? Or was it Instagram? I think it was TikTok. I was like, how is this an ad? I don't know what YouTube ads look like because I haven't been able to watch YouTube like that lately because I've been streaming too much. I saw the DD changes. That boy is cooked. Necros played Daredevil earlier. He said he's still strong. He just feels weirder to play. It just feels worse to play, which I agree, and that would make sense because they just nerfed the range of his dash, and his reflect is smaller. It's not like they lowered his damage. Daredevil's still gonna do insane damage. If Daredevil gets close to you, you're still gonna die. You're still gonna lose the 1v1. If he marks you, you still do less damage to him. It's just that he feels worse to play in the fact that he can't reflect for as long, and his dash doesn't go that far, which are pretty big nerfs for him.
The battle starts in 5, 4.
Nah, bro, I'm deadass scared to hop on when he's released, bro. Lock in, bro. Don't be scared. He's not gonna hurt you. Or how about you become the Daredevil? I mean, not the Daredevil. You become the Ultron. I said Ultron. Cyclops. I'm sleepy as shit, I guess. Am I dead? Why don't you become the Cyclops player then? You don't gotta be scared if you're the one playing him. It's not gonna be broken in your hands. You gonna love it. Any ideas on his counters? Dive or it's like your traditional poke. It's just dive or walls, shields. Except for his ult destroys shields. But like it's the same thing as Phoenix. It's just dive and poke. I said dive and poke. Dive and shields, like walls. I hate playing this character. I already hate fighting Groot with this character. The Groot CPU earlier cooked me. Yo, Slick, I appreciate the follow, dude. Thank you. If I didn't already say that, I'm pretty sure I did though. But thanks again.
I'm an X-Man. We always come back.
I can't wait for Wade Wilson to come out. I'm tired of playing Deadpool. What? What? Can't wait for Wade Wilson. I'm tired of playing Deadpool. What did you just say? I'm sleepy, but I ain't that sleepy. Cause oh my god, these tanks won't die. God, these girls are beefy. Got some cake on them. Oh my god, my eyes have to reload. My eyes have to reload. Help! My eyes have to reload. Help! Give me a sec. I'm reloading my eyes. Are you losing the AI? Bro, this guy. Son. What's how you losing the AI? I've been playing for 7 hours. I have not lost a single match. Almost how you losing the AI? What I'm saying is that we're gonna lose the match just because we lost 1 point. I bet the AIs in this game are better than you. Hold on. First off, what rank are you? Tell us what rank you are. I have the AI set to art. I bet they better than you. You see that? We see what that Starlo just did, ulting in the spawn room? That's you. That's you right there. I'm Eternity Cap. Spell Eternity. No, I'm joking. You are not know Eternity talking like this. Why is he so mad? I don't know. He's a yapper. He's a yapper. Why are you so mad? Tell us. Why are you so mad? You have a bad day or something? Your team lost to the Knicks? Your team lose the basketball game? Why are you so mad? Tell us. Bro, come on the wrong side of the bed. Negative Nancy, we're having a chill stream. We chilling. This dude comes out of nowhere. How you losing the bots? You're trash. Yeah, all right. You a Spurs fan? You Eternity? Yeah, if you Eternity, come carry us then. Show me how you fight bots then. Just you know so much about bots, clearly. You might be one yourself. Bro must have never fought. Oh, I'm crying, bro. Why he stopped typing though? Why he stopped typing? He actually just left after that. Oh man, nah, dead ass. He gotta carry me. Wait, what? Hold on. I told you, go ask Eli to carry you, YG. Eli will carry you. What rank are you actually? Have you tried asking her to play with you? She'll play with you. She plays with chat all the time. What the? I haven't played since the start of the season. Oh, so you're probably like diamond or plat then, though. What rank are you? I don't know. What rank were you before you reset? Diamond 3? Yeah, you could have played with her today, I think. She was playing on her ult. What rank is her ult? I don't remember. Yeah, her ult's plat diamond. You could have asked her to play. You probably would have accepted. You never know. You don't know unless you ask. This dude losing the bots. So now y'all just rage baiting. When the Cyclops release? Friday. These guys are getting spawn cam. This is kind of bad. I just realized the animation for this right click is funny. Am I dead? I'm dead. These bots losing effort. It must be win trading. I was about to say that he hasn't said a word since then. Yeah, that guy said that and then didn't say a word after that. That's crazy. He said that and dipped. That's crazy. I think TikTok is controlled by AI, not real people. Nah, there's real people. It's just that, like, since there's so much people, they have to moderate. They use AI to handle some of the stuff. Okay, I'm dead. That's still a laser me. Look at the bots tracking. The bots tracking are kind of crazy. Never mind. That dude looked like he playing on like some crazy low sends. Do you see how slow he was tracking me? They need to make a new bot difficulty after hard. They need to make extra hard. I know they can do it. They just don't want to do it. Cause I fought some hard. Go look at Street Fighter 6 level 8 CPU. Nightmare, yeah. Cause you see how slow he's tracking to me? He should be tracking to me way faster than that.
Victory is in my sight.
If TikTok, if NetEase locked in, they would make the bots harder. Add a new difficulty past that one. Level 8 C Viper. I never fought that one, have I? Oh yes, I did. I did a video. Damn, how'd I forget? Yeah, that one will cook you. Man arrested for stealing $229 million from the San Antonio Spurs. And it's a picture of these guys are assholes. Yo, this basketball shit's some serious. Yeah. This basketball shit's some serious. Rating of Cyclops ult, it's like better Blade ult. It's bad in the fact that they could just sidestep or walk to the left after the first initial hit, but like if you stay in it, you're gonna get hurt. It's just like Blade. It's the exact same thing. Just that it's just better Blade. Like people just sidestep or walk to the left. You can dodge it really easily, but if you stay in it, you get cooked. Blades didn't used to be like that though. If you stayed in Blades, you wouldn't get cooked. But since they turned the anti-heal up on Blades, it's actually you actually not able to just sit in it now. Thank God. But like I remember the days where people were inside support ults. I would stack the anti-heal and they would still just sit in my Blade ult. And I'd be so mad. I'm like, chat, he's sitting in my ult. Oh my God. I have so much videos of me just losing my mind. Support's just sitting in my Blade ult. Like, are you liking Cyclops? OP is OP as fuck. I think you're gonna hate this character. Or maybe you might like him. I don't know if you're gonna play him, but I think he's minimum A tier. I think he's broken. Minimum A tier. Also, what's up, Kissy? How you been? Really? Me playing DPS? Why not? You play Luna. You have the aim for it. And this character's basic attacks feel like Luna. You playing DPS? You say that like that's something crazy. Like you're incapable or something. You are capable of playing DPS. I've seen you aim with Luna. You are capable. You don't ever like play Phoenix or nothing? I need to watch your streams more. You don't ever like get an itch to play like... I have no game sense for DPS. What? Game sense is universal. Just think of... It's like what I do with support. Just think of how you'd want your support player to play or your DPS player to play and just play like that. That's the game sense. I think you're overthinking it. You are definitely able to play it. You just downplay yourself. You're just downplaying yourself. If I feel DPS, I'll go Hella or Phoenix. But you're not. You need to practice that. Next time you're on your ult, you need to practice that. But yeah, I think this character is broken. I've been fighting bots, but even when we did play real matches with other content creators, Yeah, this guy seems pretty overtuned. Like he can literally just sit in the sky, just beam you. It's so cancer. And he's fast as hell too, so he can get out really fast. And if they really go with the movement with the shift, oh my god, it's a nightmare. New York Knicks gonna be in shambles even if they New York gonna be in shambles even if they win or lose. We'll see. Why you been kissing? You stream today? No stream, you slacking? Show a skill menu, I got you. Who's that? Playing dive is different. Yeah, his counter is just the same thing as other poke characters. Just dive them. Just dive them.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Victory is in my sight.
It's the skill menu if you want to read it. Oh wait, how are you gonna read this? You're on TikTok. How are you gonna read this? Wait, what? You gotta go to my video or something. I already uploaded it. I don't know how you're gonna read this. What? He said open the skill menu. How are you supposed to read this, bro? You come to the purple app or you gotta go to the new video. Cause I don't know how you're supposed to see this from there. What's the cooldown on a zigzag? I think it's like, oh, it's 12 seconds. That's not bad. But he also has another mobility skill. He has this move. So, oh, they're both 12. Actually, I think that one's 11. But like, he's not slow. And he has sustain as well. If he uses his E twice, he gets blue life for it. Look, I'm at 300 HP. I'm at 325. Like, he's not slow. And he can B-hop from this move too. Like, he's not slow, not at all. He's actually quite mobile, and he can just float in the air while beaming you in the sky. It's actually pretty annoying. Pretty strong. And you can use this upwards and downward. Like, it's actually really strong. That wasn't the same ability as this one. Those are two different abilities. Like, he's a pretty fast character. I thought he was just gonna be straight damage and no mobility, but I was wrong. Oh my god, these guys are getting lasered. You guys are brawl heavy. What the? Where's my team at? What are you guys doing? Sheesh. Oops, wrong button. Okay, he has anti-everything. I don't think he's anti-everything. He has downside. Just dive him. But like, he's just really fast. You have to exhaust his cooldowns first. It's like Phoenix. You can't kill Phoenix yet until her shift is gone. It's the same thing. But the issue about that is that just like Phoenix, he also has two mobility skills. Like, after Phoenix uses her shift, what is she gonna do? She's gonna use her E. Cyclops is the same thing, but he's gonna use his F. Like, it's like, yeah, it's like Elsa. I mean, most characters have two mobility skills, or they'll have one, but they have like two uses of it, like Gambit. It's the same thing. Did he just copy Venom? What in the flying? Okay. When does he come out? Friday. Is he broken? I think he's broken, yes. Minimum A tier. Unless I'm overrating him, I think he's minimum A tier. I think he's gonna get nerfed. I don't know what they would nerf though. I want his damage to probably get nerfed, but I like his damage this high because, oh my god. Yeah, that guy's persistent. I need him like just to fight triple healer. I need his damage, bro. I need to fight triple healer, bro. I need this shit, bro. Please. I'm dead as hell. I dashed into it. Gun him like black. No, bro. Black Cat got neutered, bro. Chill. What? She missed. Okay. Who's better, him or Jean? Well, we don't know because Jean just got nerfed. But I imagine she's still gonna be strong.
Fantastic!
I think Phoenix's ult is better. That's for sure. I think his neutral might be better though. Can I just ult this room? Oh, the payload got in the way. Okay, that's awkward. Oh shit. I did that wrong. Okay, yeah, the payload can actually fuck up your ult. If you use it on the floor like that, it actually fucks up your ult. You have to use your F. You gotta be in the air. If you're gonna use your ult, make sure you're in the air first in situations like that. Yeah, Black Cat got taken out back. We got taken to the vet. Then got neutered.
30 seconds.
What? Is that a no-reg or what? Oh, wait, no, it wasn't a no-reg. All the hits weren't connecting. Because his basic attack's like Luna's Snow. This thing hits like 2 times or 3 times. It looks like a beam, but like... It looks like one shot, but... I mean, it is a beam, but... It hits multiple times. I swear to you, like, this thing can hit and miss. Oh, brother. How do we upscale also? The skin is clean? Yeah, this is my favorite skin. Every time I use the other skin, everyone keeps making fun of me in chat saying, "Why? What are you wearing?" Or they're like, "That skin is ugly." So I stopped using it. Oh my god, you have your thingy? It's like Ultron's beam, but he can't headshot. Oh, but he can. Whoops, yes. When did he come out? He came out for test server today. He comes out Friday. Oh, they weren't low enough. Did Loki heal them after the initial first hit? I think he did. Yeah, his ult's not that good, but his base kit is really good. I guess that kind of evens it out, but I don't know. The ult can be really good. It's like hit or miss, literally, because they could walk out of it so easily, just like Blades. But yeah, at least it's better than Blades, so that's for sure. It's better than Blades, that's for sure. Who's Weapon M? Weapon Mutant? I'm pretty sure it's just they're just spelling out X-Men, if I had to guess. And he's the M in men. I don't know who E's gonna be. I don't know who N's gonna be, but I mean, we know Weapon X is Wolverine. Weapon M is Cyclops. I don't know who the rest are. We're gonna find out soon, probably though, or eventually. Good day. 11. Okay. Can this all one-shot rockets ult? I don't know. I haven't tried it. I don't think it would though. I don't think so. Am I weird for thinking he's strangely balanced, like not massive overtune? I don't know. It's hard to tell when fighting bots, but even when we were doing player matches earlier, he seemed really strong. So I don't know. We'll see. Just laser reminds you of Dark Side. Show the melee. I got you. Roger that ass run. Stop making fun of his run. Why I keep making fun of his run? I'm gonna use the Weapon M skin. Don't make fun of me. Rip my clothes off a little bit. Just a little bit. Yeah, there is a new Groot skin. GG's. He runs like he's from New York. What is that supposed to even mean? The city needs me. This skin is alright. I imagined worse. I don't mind the skin, but everybody keeps making fun of me for it. This is melee. Just chop. It's really just a chop. There's no reason to really use it though, because you can attack cancel into your E, and also you can just use your right click since they're 2 separate ammo counts. There's no real reason to use melee. I mean, it's faster than doing left click to right click, but I mean, I can't say it's useless because I've done it and gotten kills with it. Especially when my ammo count was at 0, I meleeed them.
Well, when I'm done here, you'll have plenty of folks.
I'm thirsty and not for water. Oh wow.
Something tells me I should start with you. The battle starts in 5, 4, 3.
Chris made a video. They did one-shot Rocket all? Okay, cool. I imagine like J3 or Chris or one of them will make a video doing that because I don't feel like doing that. I'm too lazy to do all that. And also, I wouldn't be able to edit it since I'm streaming. Usually on update days, I stream the entire day. Or, I mean, early access days, I stream the entire day. It's probably not productive. I should probably be making a bunch of shorts since I have server access, but whatever. I can do that later. I usually do that after stream anyway. I have a bunch of shorts from the other VOD I actually need to edit. It feels weird making shorts. Because literally when I was doing YouTube full time and not streaming, all we did was just upload videos. Back in my day, all we did was upload videos. This short stuff it's not a thing. Back in my day, we didn't do shorts. Shorts wasn't a thing. So it feels weird making shorts. I mean, I like shorts better than doing videos. Editing shorts are easier. It's way less time consuming and it's way less risky in the fact that I don't have to worry about me editing a video for hours and hours on end. And then the video does less than a video that took me like 2 minutes to edit, you know? He runs like a hot lifeguard in a cartoon. Oh, wow. That's why I make so much shorts. I'd rather my shorts do well compared to my normal videos because you can actually make a lot of money off shorts if you do a lot of them. And they ramp up. They toned up the amount of money you get from shorts. You think it would change the meta? I mean, it's just gonna be the same meta as Poke. He's Poke, so it's just gonna be more Poke. I don't think he's gonna change the meta, but he will probably be meta though. I don't know about change the meta. Like how Dino did. Dino, you had to play Punisher, bro. I think you'll be a ban though. Is he broken? I think so. I think he's a ban. It's hard to say broken because it's not that. It's good, but it's not like that good. Because like you can avoid his ult. His ult is very hit or miss. His ult is very, very hit or miss. Can we buff showers next season? No. We're gonna buff his showers. I need a new shower head. Very random, but I need a new shower head. My thing is like spitting out water weird.
Pick your hero.
It's like not doing it correctly. I don't know how to describe it. It's like spraying the water out like and then like stopping. It's weird. What do you mean no? To be fair, any hit scan in the hands of someone's skill is gonna feel strong. Yes, that is true. Like for example, if I was playing this match as Hella, I'd think, oh, Hella's broken. Actually, I wouldn't. I'd be bored out of my mind. Hella's so boring. I'm sorry, but you like Overwatch or Rivals better? Well, definitely Rivals since I play this more. The other day I did like a 5-hour Overwatch stream though, because Homer dragged me, forced me to play. But I like this game better. This game is funner. It's a funner game. Cooler characters in my opinion. Backed by a popular IP, so like you know it's gonna do good viewership wise and all that. I don't know, I just like this game better. It's third person. I prefer third person games over first person. If I could pick between first person and third person, I will always pick third person. Not to say that I don't play first person games. Of course I play first person games. I played Call of Duty for years and what, Resident Evil the other day. We just did RE9 and we did RE7, right? I don't mind first person. It's just I prefer third. First person reason why I hate Overwatch. It's fair enough. That's why they added Stadium. They're like, maybe Overwatch, maybe Rivals is cooking. Maybe we should have a third person game mode. And they did it. Stadium is pretty cool though. I like how you can do like different builds. Like I got chopped. I like how you can do different build combinations and stuff and like what if scenarios. Oh shit, what if I can do Baby Diva and it can actually be like an actual viable build. It's like that. It's like this game is Blood Hunt or Zombies mode. That game has stadium. This game has zombies. Perfect angle. Oh my god, this character is so insane. It's amazing. If I held someone held a gun to your head and they said, tell the difference between this ability and this ability, would you be able to? I guess you would, because you have to actually look down for that. Those are two separate abilities. You plan on streaming 2x scale after the patch releases? I did. I streamed 2x scale yesterday. The patch is already out. I was supposed to play 2x this stream actually, but this character is fun as hell. This character is fun as hell, unfortunately. Well, not unfortunately, fortunately. I literally said this last stream. I said I kind of hope I don't like Cyclops so that I can play more 2x KO today. But yeah, this character is fun as hell, so unfortunately, here I am. He bust on one of them. What the hell, Joy? What the hell, Joy? What type of typo? God, reminds me of the typo Max did. Did you see the typo Max did? The Max typo was hilarious. The penny one. I think Sage tweeted it. These are bots? Yes, we know these are bots. You stop spamming my damn TikTok chat. Jesus Christ. It's early access. The character's not out yet. Of course I'm fighting bots. It's 2 a.m. There's nobody on test server right now. Of course I'm fighting bots. Do spam that this is bots like 10 times in my TikTok chat. I'm not hiding nothing. Of course they're fucking bots. You can see it in their name. I think these are bots. The Hood next season? What is it? The Hood and Jubilee or something? They teased the Hood in the 18v18 trailer. And then apparently this update they tease Jubilee in
Some say it's channeled from a
one of the cards or something. I don't know. I think they're rage baiting. It's too late. He already got muted. He can come back next stream.
The battle starts in 5.
You're not the only one who'd like to unlock my mutant powers.
Apparently she's a fucking vampire. They leaked the character for the rest of the year too. Whoa, 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 whoa. We don't cover leaks. I'm a Marvel partner. I don't do those. Hold on, slow that down. If it's not in game, we don't cover those. No, but seriously, I'm actually a Marvel partner. I don't talk about leaks. Jubilee will be mine. I don't want to bother with Scott. I mean, whoever, if Jubilee is next, she would have to be support because we haven't gotten a support since White Fox. We just got Dino and now, oh god, Cyclops. She would have to be support. There's no way she isn't. They're not going to do 2 DPSs in a row or 2 supports. I mean, 2 tanks. Then again, they have done 2 DPSs in a row, but they haven't done that in a long time. The last time they did 2 of the same role in a row was Phoenix into Blade in season 3. On mute. We were just trying to watch you play. Bro, then why'd you spam my chat? I can't unmute you. I don't even know how to unmute you. I'm not gonna lie. Just watch on your new account or something. Why do you have 2 different TikTok accounts? What is wrong with you guys? The hell do you have 2 different TikTok accounts? It's kind of sus. Bro got one for like a specific For You page algorithm and one for another one. Why do you guys have 2 TikToks? I mean, I have 2 because this one got shadow banned, but I think it's unshadow banned now, clearly. But why do you need 2 TikToks? He was trolling? Okay, but I don't even know how to unmute him anyway. So even if I wanted to, I'm new to the TikTok shit. I don't know how to unmute. So he's gonna have to hold that. It's not like he's banned anyway. You can just come back next stream. I've been live for like 7 hours. I'm probably not gonna be live for that much longer anyway. Unless. One account is following Infer and the other one's following Infer again. Oh, okay. Sure, buddy.
That should make a difference.
I was about to ult, but I'm gonna cancel this too. This really is just better Blade ult. Because if I press Q with Blade, this would take the use. At least I can actually confirm it cancel this. You can't confirm it cancel Blades. Why? Because why? I don't know why. Kind of the same thing I say with Star-Lord. If you're Star-Lord, why can't I cancel Star-Lord's ult? Like sometimes you don't want to keep flying or keep ulting with Star-Lord. I can't just end his ult. Nope. I'm dead. I'm watching on YouTube. Oh. Would you recommend Blade to beginner? I mean, sure. If you're gonna start playing Blade, now is the time. Because he just got buffed again. I would recommend looking at my Blade guide. I did a whole hour plus video. But the guide is actually 45 minutes long, but I did a VOD review at the end of the guide. But there's timestamps in it. You don't have to watch the whole thing if you don't want to. But I would recommend watching the whole thing. Because I explained how to use every ability in different scenarios and when to use stuff and when not to. It's actually a really good guide. It's really well edited. I recommend you watch it. It's not a shameless plug. It's actually well edited. I don't think there's a single Blade guide that's better on YouTube. I mean, I don't think there's a Blade guide on YouTube in general because no one plays the character. I'm saying it's like people play the character. No one plays the character. Other than like me and a few others. So I'm like the best you're gonna get, man. That's all I'm trying to say. Oh man, that character is actually so dead. It's actually crazy. I think we're about to finally get some though. I think Necro's about to start playing him. I don't know if he's trolling or not. It'd be cool if Necro starts playing him though. Have you completely abandoned Psylocke? Hell no. I played Psylocke yesterday. Wait, Kissy, you were live? Oh my god.
This is the last one.
What? You were live? I literally said before you left, are you live streaming today? Are you slacking on the job? And then I was gonna tell you to go live so I can end and raid you, but then you raided me. I appreciate the raid, Kissy. Hope you have a good night. You truly do stream at random times. Goddamn. I appreciate it. Hope your games went well. And welcome those that are coming from Kissy's stream. We're playing Cyclops. I need a Squirrel Girl guide ASAP. Yeah, no. That's not me. Yeah, you got the wrong person. The amount of time it took me to make that Blade guide, I would never put that same effort into the Squirrel Girl. It doesn't matter how much someone pays me. You post tier lists? Yeah. I mean, I think if you're a content creator, you kind of have to. If you do YouTube, it's too good for views to not do. I've seen people do tier lists that are like silver rank. It doesn't matter. Even if you are a silver rank, if you're a content creator for the game, I think you should be doing tier lists. Just do a tier list for your rank. You don't have to be max rank to do a tier list on this game. If you're a content creator, that shit is just too free views. It's too free. It's too easy of views to not do. Please make a Black Widow guide. Alrighty. Son. Yo, ask Zaza, bro. I mean, I don't think I would ever do a Widow guide, bro. You know, you guys are just trolling. I would do a Cyclops guide, though.
4, 3.
Actually, I might do that. I might do a, yeah, I'm gonna do that, actually. I'm gonna do since I've been playing Cyclops for like the entire stream for like, what, 7 hours now? I'm gonna do like a day 1 guide. Like a 5-minute quick guide. Just with some tips. It's not gonna be crazy edited like the Blade guide because I'm not putting that effort in. It'll be like a quick 5-minute guide in training mode. I'm not editing it at all. I'm literally just tell you everything you need to know day 1, and that's gonna be it. It's gonna be a quick 5-minute guide. Actually, no, 8 minutes. You need to get to 8 minutes on YouTube just to optimize ad revenue. Yeah, we getting those. But Zaza diss? It's not a Zaza diss. Zaza the homie. She actually followed me on Twitter the other day. That's the homie. I played with her before. We lost, but we fucking lost. But still, hell yeah, we lost. We got spawn trapped. But hey, I mean, she's playing Black Widow. I'm not surprised. We fucking lost for sure. But hey, I respect this. She's playing Black Widow, even though she's playing on 9 million ping. But chill. What do you mean chill? It's not a diss. She's playing on 9 million ping. I don't really care. I didn't expect to win anyway, so I don't care if we lost. I don't play this game seriously. I play for vibes. That's why I'm a Zaza fan. Yep. Oh lordy. I mean, I played Blade. How could I care about winning? If I really cared about winning, why would I play Blade? I wouldn't have been playing Blade for this long if I cared about winning. They need to change his run animation, bro. His run animation is hype, bro. Trust. Let him cook, bro. Are we gonna kill anything? Okay, didn't kill anything. Wow. I'm dead as fuck. You're funny? What I do, bro? I literally play Blade. I'm not trolling. I'm literally a Blade streamer. I'm not trolling. I main Blade and Psylocke. I'm not trolling. I literally game my Elo with Psylocke and I lose it with Blade. That's literally how it goes. I gain all the Elo with Psylocke and then I go down with Blade. Equivalent exchange, bro. You gotta give some to get some, bro. What's your rank? C3 right now, my main. But I haven't been playing that much because I've been playing on ults, practicing other roles. I only play DPS. No, I played I can play any role, but I mainly play DPS though. Hopefully Blade gets another 21 buffs. Bro, what did Jiggy say to me? Jiggy said to me on Twitter, because I did a video talking about Blade. What I titled the video, Blade got buffed again. And then she said, I swear to God, you've done like 4 of these before, just for him to still be D tier. And I'm gonna keep doing more. I'm probably gonna do like 3 more by the time this year ends. I keep doing a Blade got buff video. I'm gonna do another one literally tomorrow. I'm gonna keep doing it. I'm literally gonna keep doing it. I'm probably gonna do at least like 4 or 3 more before the end of this year. I promise you. But hey, it be like that. If they don't want to make it meta or viable, I mean, shit, keep them coming. I don't care. But like, if Blade ever does become meta, though, oh my God, I'm gonna cook so hard. Unless they lower his skill ceiling like crazy. But I mean, what is there to lower? His skill ceiling is already really low. That's my problem with Blade. The character is so easy that like it's hard to do something different compared to other Blades. Like, I swear to God, if you look at my Blade gameplay, even though I have hundreds of hours on the character, you wouldn't think it's that different compared to someone that has 24 hours on the character. You wouldn't. But if I say that about a Psylocke player or about a Daredevil or a Spider-Man, there's a clear difference. A very, very clear difference. Animation cancels and all that shit. Blade had animation cancels. They took that shit away. They took it away. Like, you wouldn't be able to tell that much of a difference. Justice for Blade mains, just don't queue into my lobbies. That's fair enough. I can't even get mad at people for saying that. Because, I mean, the character, like, hey, I don't know, man. Blade going to make Blade... They're going to make Blade poke slap? Fuck no, bro. Hell no, bro.
Everything's going on Krakoa, Scott. All right. But it's not easy getting adjusted.
Bonnie Blue needs another member ass run. Oh my God. What the fuck did you just say, bro? Bro, why y'all keep making...
Lucky for us, the classics never go out of style.
Dude, there's no way half the chat knows who even that is, but you're actually so sick for that. I bet you more than half the chat doesn't know who that is. We know? We? No, you know her. I don't know her. Oh, hell nah. We, that's you. You know her, clearly. I don't know that girl. Who's we? That's an audible time. Stop lying? No, I'm not lying. You know her. I don't know that girl. You got it, bro. You can keep her. You can keep her, man. Why are you reacting to her name? This reminds me of someone I knew from high school. That's all. It just sounds familiar of a name. That's all. That guy doesn't die? Oh, yeah, I got it, bro. There you go. Thanks. Yo, how many times is that guy gonna spam that message until he gets the message? You know where it says high school? I'm talking about a different one. I don't know which one you guys are talking about. My boy Nasi been locked in high school. What are y'all talking about? Why did I get muted? He muted the wrong person. He was trying to mute someone else. The guy, there's someone spamming my chat right now, but you guys can't see the message unless you're a mod. That's why I said, when is this guy gonna get the message that his message is not working? This alt charges so quick. Does it? I have not been looking at this charge. Does it really charge quick? I can't really look forward and at the bottom right at the same time. So like, ooh, I like the artwork for it. I never looked down there. Dude, I literally just look for it, and if I see yellow, I click. Like that's all. I don't look at the whole charge when I play characters. Deserve for jacking that I eat Arby's? Ew. Why do you eat Arby's? You don't care about your insides? What the fuck? You don't care about your insides? Like, treat yourself. Oh my god. Wait, where is Star-Lord? Oh, he's right there. That's a new voice line. If you guys didn't know. The overtime one that she says. I wonder if she has any other voice lines. I don't know though. Wait, have you guys seen the new map? I'll play on it after this match. Son, I'm about to say. I had Arby's once. Low-key fucked with it. Ew. You're so gross. You're so gross. You're so gross. Bro, okay, I was obviously joking when I said 7 out of 10. That was an obvious joke. That thing was like a 5 or 4. That was actually a legitimate joke. It was a joke. It's a meat mountain. Why would I rate it a 7 out of 10? That was a legitimate joke. No take backsies. Okay, buddy. Let's try out the new map. I played it earlier, but some people didn't see it. It was this map. You low-key enjoyed it? Stop it. Alai clearly enjoyed it. She ate half of it. I don't know how she did it, but she has like a black hole stomach or something. Plate was cleared when the camera was cut. I didn't. There was no plate. I threw it in the trash. There was no plate. What would you rate the fries? The curly fries? They was alright. I didn't get sauce. Bro, I told you guys what happened. I left so fast. When I went there, when I ordered it, I ordered a meat mountain and the curly fries. And then the lady, the guy looked at me and he was like, "This is the last one. Have you ate this before?" I said, "No, it's for a YouTube video." He started shaking his head, laughing, coughing and laughing. I'm like, bro. And then I put my card in, I paid for it. Yo, 2K, thanks for the rate, I appreciate it. I put my card in, I paid for it, whatever. I turn around and then I was like, oh shit, I forgot the curly fries. So I got the curly fries. And while I'm ordering the curly fries, some lady in the back yells, "Oh my God, someone ordered a meat mountain."
Try raising 2 superpowered kids.
Bruh, she yelled it out loud. I'm like, bro, why would you do that? I didn't turn around. I didn't want, bruh.
2, 1. Ready to capture the zone and earn some points? Let's go.
I got my shit. I got out of there so fast, bro. What are we talking about? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Thanks for the raid. Hope you enjoyed your stream. Okay, this map is pretty cool, but it's 18v18, so my frames are gonna be low as hell. This thing probably look real crazy on TikTok, huh? I don't even know who to fight. Who do I shoot? I don't even know. Oh, you can pick where you spawn. It's like Battlefield. Oh, we're losing. We're getting clapped. Is our comp just ass? Your team is fighting. My team's getting cooked. They clearly made this game mode for Cyclops, obviously. All right, let's see what we can do here. Nothing? Are you serious? What type of healers y'all got? Oh my god. I got no one? Oh, it's because they have an Atom. Oh my god, I got nothing. Why are we getting cooked so hard? Oh my god. Oh hell no. Son. Oh my god, what type of healers do these guys have? I can't scroll down. Oh my god, you guys have like some D1 athlete healers. Adam, Loki, support pool, Ultra. Bro, what? They don't even have main healers. Okay, they have an Invis. Bro, they don't even have like crazy healers like that. What? Literal D1 athlete ass healers. Like what? Oh my god, I backed up into a trap and died. No, there's no Gambit in this match. They don't have a Gambit. We're just getting baked. I don't know how we're losing this so badly. Oh, what the hell is this part? I never seen this part of the map. What the hell is happening? Oh, we're winning. That's my teammate. Where do they spawn at? Did you sign up for Streamer University? Yeah. They got quad on Adam Warlock. Like, what the fuck is this? What type of healer they got? Now we're talking.
Oh, I'm fine. Don't mind me. No
Jesus. Is their Ultron popping off? I don't know. Someone's going crazy on their backline when it comes to healing. This shit is crazy. Oh, we're cooking now. Hold on. Yeah, soulbound these guys. We're all getting beamed. Oh, crap. Loki approves. Oh no! Was that ours? I don't know the old voice line for the enemy one. Oh my god, you won't die? Oh my god, this is quad. Son, what type of ult is this? They just killed my entire team. He just hit like a 9 million man moto. Fucking prime Boger on the fucking team. Holy shit, that almost killed me. What is this game mode? Oh, bro, what is that? Oh, yo, that Widow just got like 9 people. This game mode is ridiculous, bro. That Widow just got like 9 million people. Holy shit. This game mode is cursed, bro. But I feel bad for people to have like a laptop because your thing is gonna catch on fire. But still, oh my god, I forgot about PS4 players. Yeah, good luck to you. But wait, no way this game mode's allowed for PS4, right? There's no way. There's just no way. There's just no way allowed to play. I'm dead. Even the Widows are getting kills. Wow, man. You give us bonus health so you can double it. That Thor just killed like so much people. Holy. Chill on the big 4. Oh, isn't this the song from Starro? I need to get back into Staro. I don't know if it's healthy for me. I don't think it's healthy for me to do that though. You do? Yeah, I saw the Blade trailer. Cyclops, he's really good. I'll do that one more time. The game was actually pretty fun. Genshin? No. Takes too long to do dailies in that game. No. Takes way too long to do dailies and not way too long. I don't got that in me. Too lazy. Too lazy. Takes way too long to do dailies in that game. I don't have that time on me. You know how behind I am on shows and animes and stuff? So many animes I gotta catch up on. I live stream too much. I think I'm addicted to live streaming. What if I never got back into, well, not got back in. What if I never got into live streaming? What if I just kept doing YouTube? And only YouTube? There's some YouTubers that I like, they don't stream. I had so much free time when I did only YouTube. It's kind of fun, but got boring. Because I would find myself editing a video and then like, I'm so bored, I'm just gonna make another video. It was kind of unhealthy because I was always just working on videos. And then that's how I messed up my wrist. Do I still play Roblox? No. You'd still play Roblox if only did YouTube? Nah, doubt it.
The battle starts in 5, 4.
Like streaming was the best choice you did. And streaming is more fun. Originally was, that's why I started with streaming. I started with streaming on YouTube. That's when I was doing the Polar Bronze, remember? So I want to be a streamer, I don't want to be a YouTuber. But then I ended up doing both. Well, I ended up doing YouTube more. And now I do both. So like, I don't know. I mean, you kind of have to do YouTube because you can't get discovered on Twitch if you don't. You don't have a choice. You literally don't have a choice. You can't get discovered on apps if you don't do both. Like, you can't just only stream unless you're already a really big streamer. There's like no discoverability. Or unless I guess you use TikTok or something. What's his melee? Chop.
I don't give up quite that easy.
You like chopping? Is that karate chops? Tell me, Joe, do you know karate? No karate? I'm dead as hell. Should have been a flash kick. What? A flash kick? What the fuck? Bro's not a Viltrumite? Oh my god. He has Viltrumite chops, yeah. Bro's Nolan. Thrag. The Thrag mod gonna go crazy. Oh my god. That Thrag mod gonna go crazy though, no? What the? Oh my god, this Adam soul bounded them. Oh, didn't Adam get buffed this patch? Damn. What is this? This is gonna destroy someone's PC? Yeah, it's gonna destroy yours, so tap in. When was the last time I played Rivals with you? I don't remember. Probably, oh, it was a sponsor. Holy cow, I'm dead. You funny? Never? I don't play this game? Yeah, Super Resource Rumble? Oh, hell no, I'm not playing Resource Rumble. Hell no. I am so low. Oh, you can shoot through this. Oh, I didn't know that. What? I didn't get a death animation. What? What?
Still got some fight left in me.
I didn't even get a death animation. It just kicked me. What?
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man.
I don't even know if my ult killed anyone. What the fuck was that? Yeah, but I didn't get to see if my ult killed anyone. It just sent me to the kill screen. No death animation. No, it's bad. I don't know. It just instantly popped up, pick a spawn. What? Oh, we lost. That's not good. What character do you want to see in Rivals? I want Miles. I want Miles Morales. I want Miles and I want Ghost Rider. I wanted Cyclops and I wanted Daredevil. They're here now. Next, I need Miles. I need Miles and I need Ghost Rider. I need Thanos too, but Thanos is inevitable. There's no way Thanos doesn't get added. There's just no way. Miles is DPS, yes, but I don't think Miles is gonna drop till his movie drops. I don't think Miles is coming till that. When is the movie? 2027? If it doesn't get delayed again. Spider-Verse 2, yeah, I'm pretty sure that's when it'll get added. My gift sub is running out. Unlucky. Oh man. Okay, let's go back to normal game mode. What time is it? 3 a.m. I actually got to be somewhere tomorrow, but it's not till afternoon, so I'll stream for a bit longer. You clipped that? They didn't even give me a kill cam. They just straight up kicked me out. What if that was a clip?
The right heroes could make all
What if that was a crazy clip, dude? I said, hell nah. Killmonger is tough. You still talking about that Spider-Man? Wait. What do you mean by that? Hold on. Wait, what do you mean that Spider-Man? What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? I can't want Miles? He said you still talking about that Spider-Man. What is that supposed to mean? Different Spider-Man variants or Rivals would be fire? Yeah, I wish they would do different Spider-Man variants, but it'd be annoying, so no. Like if they did like a Peter variant, and they did like a Andrew variant, and then like the different Spider-Mans from like the movies. A Miles variant. But I mean, they would all be separate characters. They wouldn't do variants. They would just make them separate characters.
How so?
This isn't like a Lady Loki type of thing. The blade buff's good. I haven't got to test it in like an actual good match to test it in, but from what I heard, it is good. And I tried it out a little bit earlier. It felt pretty good, but I need to play like a real match. It's hard to test it though because I'm really good with blade, so it's like it's hard to like get into the scenario where the buff would help me. The parry one, there's no way I can notice that because I have the parry timing muscle memorized. But the shift one is the major one. I haven't used it to like help me in a kill yet. I was trying it earlier. I haven't played enough matches to test it. But the parry one, there are scenarios where it's really good. Like for example, Emma ult. You can invincibility and Emma ult for a whole second now. Whoops, I didn't mean to go over here. You can invincibility and Emma ult for a full second now. That's really good. Yeah, I want Miguel O'Hara. Miguel O'Hara would be sick. But yeah, like I said, he'd be a separate character. This tank pool or this? I'm like, why is the guy not dying? I wonder if his E hits people that are invisible, like invisible men and stuff. It's a lot. I'm gonna leave that to the sweats to lab that out. I don't think it does though. Why is your HP? Probably does. Probably. It's like a hit or miss type of thing, you know. Hold M2 and walk left to right really fast. You're so freaky, bro. What? What is that? What are you? What? What are you looking at? Bro, hitting the cha-cha? Nah. Nah, I know what you was looking at. Nah. That's the cover up. That's the cover story.
Thanks for the boost.
How do you get early access? I'm a content creator. You gotta be a content creator for the game in the partner program or something like that. You gotta be a Marvel Rivals partner. And you gotta pray to Guang Guang every day. If you don't pray to Guang Guang, then yeah, you're not getting access. You don't pray to Guang Guang, you're not getting early access, bro. There's like a Guang Guang shrine. You gotta visit in Japan. There's one in Japan, there's one in China.
We X-Men beat death a long time ago.
Cyclops seems lame. He not lame.
Only 60 seconds left.
He not lame. Why is everyone calling Cyclops broken? I'm not even lying. If Rivals tracker gotta say he's pretty tame. Okay, I was reading chat and I walked out in front of 6 people. He seems pretty strong. I don't know about broken yet, but I feel like he's minimum A tier.
I'm an X-Man.
He's minimum A tier. Do the cha-cha? I don't have time right now. I gotta keep it going. I can't do it right now. Go on my damn team. He's definitely broken. He's one of them. I don't know. Oh, I went too high. Oh my god. Oh, you guys want to know if you can one-shot it? Let's see. Nope. It was low though. It doesn't one-shot rocket beacon. It was definitely low. Cause I saw a big chunk missing. Oh, that's what we're losing. That was a support pool. Ew. What? Why do I always lose to Groot NPCs? I haven't lost to custom today, but they're always so close when I'm fighting a Groot. The Groot AI goes crazy.
Quite that easy.
Burger DPS, man, I swear after a few weeks he'll be forgettable. Cyclops forgettable? Damn, you evil. You're like the director of the damn Spider-Man movies. You made Spider-Man X2, huh? He was cheering when Cyclops died. God damn, no wonder he got done dirty in that movie. You one of the people that did him dirty.
I am ready to put on a show.
Do you test the Black Cat nerfs? Nah. Necros did. Apparently wasn't looking too hot. I don't know.
Still got some fight left in me.
I don't know. I haven't tested out Black Cat. No one is. When I was playing with other creators earlier, no one tested Black Cat. I don't think anyone cared to test it. I need to test out the Wolverine team up with Cyclops. I haven't tested that yet. Oh my goodness. Alright, bro. Oh wait, there's spawns right here. Fuck. They got the payload. I'm stupid. What's his ult? A big laser going forward. Yo, that is cheating. What? How is that even fair? That squid is in the spawn room. That squid is in the spawn room. I literally cannot even shoot that. You can't even damage that one. Like, what? Damn. It's actually crazy because Phoenix and Cyclops are literally just about to be the king and queen of poke. It's actually insane. Except this guy is ridiculously fast for how much damage he does. What is this guy doing? Okay. Truly are meant to be. Yeah, tell that dude Wolverine stay away. The Wolverine stay away.
I am ready to put on a show.
That should make a difference.
Only 60 seconds left.
Emma, you mean with me, Emma? Wolverine likes Jean. What? What do you mean? Wolverine likes Jean Grey. What? And like literally every iteration. Especially the movies. The movies was crazy. They did. Oh my God. Cyclops got done so dirty in the movie. That was a fling. Oh, okay. This guy. Can I get a you? That was a fling. Okay. This is what is a situationship? Okay. Next, you're gonna say it's a situationship. It's not a real thing.
The current score is 0.
Oh yeah, he's a ban, bro. You just got here, man. You can just say he's a ban already. Damn. Man said, oh yeah, he's a ban. That's crazy. He said, oh yeah, that's a ban.
Victory is in my sight.
Wait, Cyclops all does percentage-based damage? Yo, they gonna make tanks quit the game. That Wolverine team up and now Cyclops all does percent damage? I didn't know that. Can you beat out with the movement laser? Yeah, I've been doing it. Ooh, quota met. W8 hour stream chat. W8 hours. The iron load has me dead. W8 hours. Quota has been met. W8 hours. Ooh, the cha-cha.
30 seconds before you attack.
Bro, this? Why do you want to see this so badly? Wasting my damn beams, bro. I gotta reload my eyes, bro.
That's really
I gotta reload my eyes, bro.
Than it is mine. Why?
Taking up too much of my eye juices.
You still needed entertainment, and if maybe you'd put in a good.
You're taking up too much of my eye
Show
juices.
me what you can do on the battlefield first. Then we'll talk about it.
I'm gonna have to reload her brain. I should reload her thoughts.
3.
You never gotta reload your thoughts?
All you need to do is capture the mission area.
You usually play with your son? Bro, what are you talking about? My son, wait, what? I have a kid now? What are you talking about, bro? Sunyan ring, what are you talking about? Ain't your son Terra? Oh nah, he will ban you. Yeah, he's gonna ban you, bro. What? Terra's aunt, bro. How my son be older than me? How would my son be older than me? I can see him getting reworked with overheat in a couple of months. Hell no. That'll make him so odd to play, bro. So you telling me you want him to be able to reload his eyes and overeat his eyes, bro? Come on now. You got something against Cyclopses? You racist against Cyclopses? My fault, wrong streamer? What the? That would mean I'm old. That's crazy, bro. He said I got a son. That's fucked up, man. Come on. Ain't no wrong with having kids, but I'm not old. I'm dead as hell.
Need some ranged firepower.
Yeah, that tracking is insane. That shit like he hacking. It literally looks like he's hacking. Oh man. Oh. Whoa. With Gambit all that did damage. With that Punisher shit. Oh, I'm dead. Oh my god, these AIs with these hit scan characters, their tracking is crazy. Or not. What he's missing. Oh my god, I ran into it.
The professor didn't train quitters.
Jesus Christ, bro. That hurt. Time to DoorDash. Isn't it like late night? First time seeing your stream. Hello, dude. How you doing? How you enjoying Cyclops? I've been playing him for 8 hours in a row now. He's really fun. I'm gonna play a lot of him. He's really, really fun. I've learned a lot of stuff with him already too. So I'm gonna probably do a day one Cyclops guide, like a 5-minute guide or something, or like some tips. Careful with DoorDash because of Riot Games and 2XL. I could probably film the video after this match actually. Nah, I probably have to write down some stuff. I'm probably gonna forget some stuff. That's why I usually like don't record on stream. So I'm gonna forget to talk about something. Especially if it's like a guide.
You never stood a chance.
I like the cold.
Thresh is everywhere. Is he? Sound look cooler than me now. Thresh is cool as shit, but like, I don't know, man. Sound looks pretty cool. Your American time different? Yeah, American time zone. It's 3 a.m. for me. I've been live for 8 hours, so I'm probably gonna end soon. I'm probably gonna end soon. You think Cyclops is too OP or balanced? I think he's good. I think he's minimum A tier. I think he's a minimum A tier. I'll play one more match. Actually, fuck it. I'll do the guide. I'll do the quick guide. I'm not going to edit it. If I forget to talk about something, forget it. It'll be a quick guide. I'll play one more match. And then let's do this guide. And then I think I'm ending. I'll play one more match. It's 8 a.m. in the UK. Oh, damn. I mean, I'm usually live this late anyway, so UK people can tap in.
Victory is in my sight.
I start at like 5. You show the load icon. I'll pull up the link to my video so I can pull it up for my video. Load icon is right there. I actually found it really fast. Any champions? Do I have any champions in here? Oh, whoops. Level 10 looks like Doctor Strange. I can kind of see that. That's the load icon right there. Pretty cool indeed. The same Persona 6 gonna be mid. Champions? Do I have any champion? The champion. Low-key tough. Yeah, this is level 15. It's just like lasers. Cool. Let's see his lord icon. Whoa. Okay, that's the normal. Cool, no? Yeah, he's shooting lasers forward in us. And the lord icon. Ooh, that's not. That's the lord icon. When does it come out? Friday. Friday.
Then it is mine. Why?
So that's basically tomorrow for me. So next stream we're gonna do more Cyclops, and then maybe a little bit of 2X, but we'll see. This character is really fun. I'm having a lot of fun playing as him. So I can't promise that I'll do 2X. And then an update day on Friday, I'll do a long stream because update day. Holy cow, she just got deleted. It's Friday's update day, so we're gonna do a long stream. And there's new drops. We gotta farm some drops. Storm drops. So we got some big streams. Some big streams coming. Customs with creators tomorrow. I mean, if there's any creators that want to play, sure, I'm down. I left the creator customs early because the teams weren't balanced, and also I didn't feel like waiting to play Cyclops. I just wanted to play Cyclops. I didn't mind that much last time with the Dino. What's that about a guide? I'm gonna do a quick day one guide with Cyclops after this match. Or should I film it tomorrow? Or should I film it after this match? So I've been playing for 8 hours. I've already learned a lot of shit. I feel like if I wait till tomorrow, I'm gonna forget some stuff. But I don't know. Maybe I won't forget some stuff. I'm gonna play him a lot tomorrow as well. This mobility move is crazy, bro. I'm gonna go over like every single ability and like tips with him or something real quick. Cause I already have tips with like the E and like his combo and how to optimize it. Oh my god, I actually did that guy. And I also have a tip for the ult as well. Cause ult is not really that easy to hit. Cause it's like literally weaker blade ult. I mean stronger blade ult. It's the same as blade ult. People just walk out of it. And also the payload like fucks it over a little bit. He beam diffed you? Wow. Oh yeah. Dude, Loki Lamps actually cucked this ult so hard. Are you serious, bro? It doesn't delete Loki Lamps like Phoenix ult. Oh, brother. Because it doesn't destroy deployables. That's actually so crazy. I feel like that should destroy Loki Lamps, no? It doesn't destroy the lamps for some reason. That feels like a bug, low-key. But whatever. Like, they just sat in the Loki Lamps and they all took no damage. Because you're technically immortal in Loki Lamps. It's so stupid. I hate that ability. I wish that ability would get nerfed, bro. Fuck that ability. Oh, hell no. This is the balanced matchup. I don't want balance. I want good. Balance is terrible. No, I'm joking. This character is ridiculous. How do you dive Cyclops? You have good aim. Shit, I'll see if I can do it right now. First, you identify a target. Okay, but I don't know if I... Wait. Fuck, I fucked it up. You have to headshot, though, if you want one combo in. That goes good. First, you identify a target, and then you fire. If you headshot E and then body shot, that shit will just kill. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it'll just kill. But I'm gonna test it out after this match in training mode.
Nice weapon, Frank. I look forward to blasting it to pieces. Maximum impact. Force boost.
This is Nathaniel. Wait, did I say that right? Oh. No, I did not say that right. It's Nathan OP Gamer. What's up, dude? I thought I said Nathaniel for a second. There's like no spaces or anything, so like I read it all together. Oh my god, I did the attack cancel combo. That shit shreds, bro. If you do the combo, that look how fast I deleted the Ultron, bro. That shit is crazy. I'm dead as hell though. Can I get a heal?
Heal me up, please. Thanks for the boost.
Thank you.
I see you.
JoJo videos. The JoJo games on there was fire. Low-key. Your powers are. How did you all? Son. We'll ping in like the bots will pick it up. I think it works, no? They did heal me. Y'all hate him, but they healed me though. We'll see pinging like the bots. They healed me though, so like you hating, bro. Like, bro. Why are you flaming the AI? Yeah, they was cooking. They actually healed me. But Lord have mercy, that ult is beyond overtuned. Bro, let me cook. You think I'm about to go back to the floor? Nope. Back into the air. It's actually so good, bro. Let's one shot this guy. Oh, he died. Never mind. Oh my god, stupid Loki lamps, bro. Just die. I kept beaming him just in case he did his right click. I get 2 jump boosts.
No winner yet. Going to overtime.
Chop, 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 chop. I'm gonna punch you to death or chop you to death. Oh my god, I actually did. Oh man. When does Cyclops grow wings? That shit is evil, bro. I'm telling you. This character is actually so strong, bro. I'm telling you, minimum A tier.
You'll need a top-notch
Minimum A tier. I can't wait to play him in ranked. My teammates are gonna yell at you, bro. Are you really about to play the new character when he just came out? I'm gonna be like, yeah, it's my first match on him ever. I'm gonna be like, yeah, it's my first time playing this guy. Turn Cyclops around. Lick emoji. Okay. Okay, the most you get is weapon M. You get weapon M. Imagine Cyclops and the Namor team up. Yo, I need a Jean Grey, bro. Somebody play Phoenix. We have the idea that he's making out the ban phase. That's crazy. Gambit is gutted. No, he is not. We played test server earlier. Gambit is not gutted. Gambit is still a ban. I am still going to ban Gambit. I don't care. Gambit isn't the problem. It's his ult. It's not that Gambit himself is broken. It's his ultimate. What he enables is stupid. He enables the most dumbest ult in the game to be broken. Even more broken. Like Gambit ulting a Star-Lord is a team wipe. Gambit ulting a Punisher is a team wipe. It's not that Gambit himself is the problem. It's what his ult does for other characters. It enables some bullshit. It enables tomfoolery. Even though they nerfed it, it's still strong as hell. It's literally what is nano boost from Overwatch, but you hit the whole team. It's so stupid. It's a nano boost but for the whole team. In Overwatch, the nano boost is for one person. It's so dumb, bro. It's nano boost on crack. It gives speed boost. It gives ult charge. It gives a jump boost. It gives ult gain. And it gives healing over time. And it gives a burst heal. And also it cleanses crowd control. That is so much stuff on one skill. Like, that shit is so overtuned. Like, what? That does way too much. Damage boost, speed boost, jump boost, ult gain boost, healing over time, and it cleanses. I'm probably forgetting something else too, but like, still. That shit is broken. That shit is not making out the ban phase. I do not care. And you have to kill him, but this dude just runs away. Or he can just go into his healing form and just chuck cards and then burst heal himself. That stuff is not it, bro. That dude is not seeing the ban, not getting out the ban phase still. I don't care. Until they rework that ult or like gut it even more, or like just straight up gut it and then like buff his base kit or something. No, bro. Actually, it'd be worse if his base kit was good and crit his ult. It'd be hard to dive. I mean, he already is kind of hard to dive. Yeah, and there's explosive burst after every form of damage you do, and then there's an explosion at the end of the ult with the cards that are surrounding the person. It's like, bro, what? Ain't no way the person that made Gambit made Blade. There's just no way. Who we talking about? We're talking about Gambit ult. Other than that, I don't care about Gambit. Can you skip this song? It was meant to do a 3-minute version. It's fine. Okay, I need to film this Cyclops guide real quick. I'm gonna do one take at this. If I fuck up, I don't care. If I forget something, I forget something. I'm going to go over every single Cyclops ability. I've been playing him for how long now? 8 hours. I've been live for 8 hours. I guess you subtract like what, 30 minutes from that because I had to wait for the game to update. But I'm playing Cyclops for 8 hours now. I'm going to do a quick guide. I'm not editing this video at all, but I want to give tips with every single skill on this character. Now, the combo that does probably the most damage on this character is clicking E and then clicking this, because you can cancel your basic attack into your E and you can just delete people. Keep in mind his headshot damage. If he does 2 headshots, it just one shots 275. He does a lot of damage, but like if you do this E, you can just body shot them. You don't even have to hit 2 headshots there, and you can like basically shoot faster technically. because this is if you don't attack cancel it. It's like really fast. So like you do like, and you can just one shot people like crazy. And even if you don't get a body shot, hold on, how much damage does this do? That's a lot of damage, bro. That's a lot of damage. And keep in mind, he's 275. And when you do that combo, every time you use your E, remember you get blue life. So you do like, you get blue life for it, which is really nice. I think this one shot is 250 then, no? This has to one shot 250 then. Oh my God, it's so close. But that's still really easy, bro. You just shoot them again. That's not that hard. And even then, oh, let's say she runs away. Just hit your E. Your E tracks the people that are nearby. Like, that's probably his highest damage combo. I've been doing this. I've been flanking doing it, and I've been getting a lot of kills. Granted, I've been playing 8 hours fighting bots. We did play real matches. And, okay, I gotta turn this music down. What the hell? This is loud. That shit just threw me off. Granted, I've been playing 8 hours fighting bots, but for like 2 hours, we fought real players. And we were playing with, what, Pick and Roll, Day, and the rest of them. I wasn't playing Cyclops every match, but they were playing Cyclops, and they were doing really good. So I think this character minimum will be A tier minimum. I think he's really strong. But yeah, that's his highest damage combo. A tip I want to give when it comes to his E, because I'm not going to showcase his skills or anything. If you want to go watch the showcase for the skills, go watch it. But a tip I want to give for his E is that, like, obviously he's a hit scan character. You're going to be shooting a lot. Am I cool on Cyclops? Yeah. You're going to be shooting a lot. And when you're shooting a lot, with your left click and your right click, he has a passive to where when he's using these skills, his E comes back faster. His E is this ability, the ability that multi-shots or whatever. This is like his core ability because he needs this to attack cancel, which is what the combo I told you earlier. That's why I told you that first. But when you shoot people, you can hear a ringing noise. You hear that like ringing noise? That means your E is back off cooldown. But basically they did that ringing noise so that like you don't have to like look at the bottom right to see if your E is off cooldown. That's why they put that there, so that you'll know that you can do the combo again. So you can just do like this. You don't have to look at the bottom right. You just know, oh, I got it back again. I'm gonna do the combo again. So yeah, that's a tip. And also when it comes to landing the ult, landing the ult is kind of weird. There's like walls that like mess up his ult. Will this mess it up? Okay, this won't mess it up, but like you can mess up the ult really easily. Like you would think this would probably cover that. I don't think it will. Okay, that actually works, but like the payload will mess it up. I don't know how to show this because I'm not in an actual match, but like just assume this wall is the payload. If I were to ult here, the payload would mess up the ult and then it won't hit behind it. So like I think the best way you're probably going to be using this ult is that you're going to use your F, because your F sends you into the sky. You're going to use your F, or if your F is on cooldown, just use your shift and aim downwards and then ult. That's probably like a good way to use it because I've had issues where the payload just messes it up because this ult aims under himself and then up above himself, so it would hit the ceiling and stuff, if that makes any sense. So yeah, the best combo is left click E, left click, right click. No, left click E, left click, left click E, left click. That's the combo. That's what I've been doing to people. If you get even one headshot, it just insta kills them. I didn't headshot him there, but that's what I've been doing. I've been flanking doing it, and it just does so much damage. You can kill them so fast. Like, if I edit this video, I'll probably put the clip of me doing it to Rocket. But then again, the Rocket was a bot. But just imagine sneaking up behind people and just doing that. And just flanking them doing. And then even if you miss your E, I mean, it bounces off the floor and hits them. So, like, it's not that bad. And also, like, you can actually like low-key dive with this character. Like, some people are gonna be afraid to dive with this character, but like he can low-key get in the front lines a little bit and brawl, because think about it, every time he uses his E, he gets blue life. Caps out at 325 though, but he's fast as hell. Like, he can sit in the air for so damn long, it's actually disgusting. Like, let's say there's an enemy right there. I'm gonna sit in the air with F, use my shift, and you can just be permanently in the air. It's actually disgusting, but it's not permanent because it takes your right click. Your right click is the beam. I mean, they're all beams, but the little white meter, so you can't just sit in the air forever. And also, like, there's gonna be people playing like hit scan characters, so be careful. But like, he's not slow in any way, shape, or form. And even after he does this, he can turn around and B-hop with us, which is like really nice. I suck at doing it, but yeah, there. See, he can like B-hop with us, which is really nice. That's pretty cool. What else? What else? What else? Is there anything else I want to talk about when it comes to tips with this character? Yeah, he does a lot of damage though. He does so much damn damage. I'm trying to think if I forgot anything. See, this is why I don't like doing videos live, because I know I'm gonna forget something. I'm forgetting at least like 2 things. Yeah, your shift is OP. Like his cooldowns are like not really long, so like don't be afraid to use your abilities. Both their skill cooldowns for the F is like what, 12 seconds? Yeah, this is 12 seconds. This is 12 seconds. Obviously, don't usually use them both consecutively like that, but like, don't think that if your shift is off cooldown, I mean, your shift is like your best mobility skill, but you can still use your F to get out of there as well, because you use it to elevate yourself and stuff like that. But other than that, I just wanted to go over like a few tips. The combo is the most important one, I'd say, and like knowing that your E notifies you when it's off cooldown so that you can do the combo again. But other than that, I think it's a really strong character. And like, you don't really usually have to use your melee because, I mean, let's say you have to reload, because yeah, you have to reload your eyes. You can just use your right click because these are 2 separate meters. But using your right click doesn't reload your left click though. But yeah, I think that's about it. When it comes to landing the ult, I think someone's gonna say that landing the ult is hard. Yeah, you have to just use it in the air. But know that it's just like blade ult. This ult is very easy to avoid. Very easy. So let's say I ult this guy. Look, he just dodged it. He just moved to the left. It's a very easy ult to avoid. It's like blade ult. It does a initial hit and it does an after hit. So it's like the same thing as blade. Blade has the same problem. Like he'll ult, the first hit will hit, and then there's like a delay, and then after image slashes or whatever. It will just take a step to the left before the second hit or the after images hit. It's the same thing, just that his goes way further. It's like a hit or miss ult, honestly. He gets ult really fast though, so it's not that bad, because think about it, he's like Moon Knight and like Iron Man mixed together, so it's not that bad for him compared to Blade. But I don't know, like you're not gonna always land it. You're gonna have bad ults, but if you do land it, you do a crap load of damage. Like Jesus Christ, that damage is insane, and the range is egregious as fuck. Like, isn't it like 55 meters? Like, you can literally ult across the map. And like, think about it, what if you ult with like a group? It's just a team wipe. It's a really good team wiper ult, but it's like an all or nothing ult. Like, it's a hit or miss. Like, if you hit it, crazy damage. If you don't hit it, it's not the end of the world, because it's still like good area denial. Like, think about it, like, what about convergence, or which game mode is it? Whichever the game mode is with the point. What if you just ult the whole point? You force the entire team to get off site, or else they're gonna take insane amounts of damage. Also, the ult gets cucked by Loki lamps and walls. I would say his biggest counters are like walls, like Groot, and I think dive is probably gonna be his biggest counters. It's like, I mean, he's a hit scan character, but he's like more mobile than a normal hit scan character. He's like Phoenix, but like way more mobility. But yeah, I think that's the last tip I can give. Is there anything else I can remember? I don't think so. I'm gonna publish this video and I'm gonna get so pissed because I know I'm gonna forget to talk about something. Another tip: permaban Cyclops. If you're not gonna play this fucking character, you should probably ban him. I'm not gonna lie, because he's really strong. But I think that's it. And yeah, that's it. Oh, didn't know I was subbed. Hey, you're subbed, dude. You probably got gifted. Wait, let me try out the Wolverine team up before I get out of here. Where is it? What the? Oh, it's just automatically on? Wait, how do I use it?
Let's do this.
Oh, it's the E? Wait, how the fuck do I use it?
Need help patching myself up.
Wait, does he have to be at 100? What?
Double KO.
How do I use a spin? I don't get it. I don't have it binded. Oh. Why is it not binded? What? I didn't. This is test server. None of my binds are set. Why is it just not binded? What? Oh. Okay. What's the cooldown of it? I'm about this. Why does it just not bind it? What? It doesn't start. Oh, it's 20-second cooldown. That's actually kind of long. Holy shit, you're a Beyblade. This is sick. It's advancing too, so you can fly with it. What in the what? This is so cursed. It's so fun though. Yo, they want tank players to quit the game. I'm not gonna lie to you. They want y'all tank players to quit the game. Like, no, you are not getting Cyclops as a tank. No, you guys will not get a second tank. You will solo tank and you will fight that Wolverine. And yes, we will keep randomly buffing him. And no, we won't add Roku. Get on that solo tank. Doesn't it give him more range too? Oh, it does. That's cool. Oh man. What's the point of tanking? You hold that shit. Anyways, is there anything else I remember for Cyclops? I don't think so. I think that's it for this video. Come to the Twitch streams, yep. Or TikTok streams or YouTube stream. Come to some stream of some sort. Stop being a LARPer. No, I'm joking. Tap into the streams. Anyway, I think that's it. You guys can say bye to them. You guys can say bye to them, chat. Tell these guys to tap into the damn streams, bro. This ability is actually so fun. What the hell? Say bye to the YouTube stream. I mean, YouTube video or whatever. Bye, YouTube. Tap into the damn streams. All right, that's enough. That's enough. All right, we need you guys here. Permaban Cyclops. Yeah, if you're not playing him, please ban him. Give some Gambit advice. Let me try the Gambit nerf. Wait, I can't try it out. It's the ult. Let me see if I can notice the movement speed though. Hold on. Let me see this.
Gonna have to play X-Men, eh? Gambit never falls.
The jump thing is still there. Okay, he's not that fast anymore. Well, you're not that fast when you use it. Oh, it's actually pretty noticeable. Dude, get rid of this jump shit, bro. Oh my god, this thing is so annoying. I hate trying to kill the jump shit as like a melee character. It's so annoying. Let me see this Daredevil nerf.
Beast lurking.
Oh my god, it won't work. Bro, you gotta be right here now. I can't dash at him from here. Oh my god, you gotta be so close. Oh, my binds aren't set right. That's so gross. Ew. That's disgusting. That's actually so disgusting. That was the wrong bind. That's actually so disgusting. Oh god. Ew. It feels so awkward. How long does this last now? Oh my god, that runs out so fast. Oh my god, it was so good using that because this lasting really long was really good because think about it. The ult does insane damage over time if you're in the circle. So you can just do this like this, be reflecting everything while they're just taking damage from the ult. It was so evil. Like they were forced to take so much damage while you're just reflecting in their face. They're trying to fight you, but then they can't fight you. But now this reflecting doesn't last that long, so it's like, damn. Let the devil out. And this damage ramps up. On the like thing, the mark, that does a lot of damage over time, especially if you're like full blind. Damn. This dude got murdered. Well, not murdered, but nah, I'll tell you someone who did get murdered. So what are the prices? Oh my god, these are so expensive. Oh wait, they changed the flame orb. The fault line flame orb, it's only 200, it's not 300. They said it was gonna be 300. I'm a Hades 200. Fish is 300 now. Oh my god. The flame orb was gonna be 300, but they put 200 now. Okay. I guess they changed that a little bit. Yeah, you can't see through walls now. But I mean the move is still murdered though. Oh, my binds aren't set. That's ass. I can't see the thing up there anymore. That's ass. Yeah, that move. Don't even bother binding that. I'm not binding that move. That move is buns. That move is buns. Wait, so does this still one shot anymore? Oh my god, the ult range got nerfed too. Oh, that's still one shots. Oh, but the percent damage got nerfed. Damn. 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 Poor girl. I don't even know what to say. That's just yikes. Let me see. I mean, yeah, the combo will still work. It just doesn't.
That's 3. Wow, 4 in a row.
You got money?
I'm in charge.
You got money. Yeah. She got murdered. Oh my god, that combo doesn't kill no more. Wait, this combo doesn't kill anymore. It doesn't kill 250 anymore. Oh my god. You have to use your shifter melee them now. That's insane. Oh hell no, I'm good off that character. Thank god I didn't invest that much into her. I played her for fun, but that's evil. They dropped the sick ass skin, then they nerfed her like that, but whatever. Let me see this Phoenix nerf.
Post is an outdated term.
Oh my god, thank goodness. She has to do 3 shots now. It doesn't one shot. Oh, thank goodness. Takes like what, 5 body now or something like that?
Really?
1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, this is 4. Wait, what? I thought you guys said 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, there you go, 5. Yeah, distance, yeah. I thought it was more than what, 30 meters? Not 30, like 15 meters or something like that. What is it? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep. It's 5 now. I'm still banning her. Don't care. I don't know, man. Her kit is so stupid. Yo, I have this skin now. I can't wait to buy this skin. I've been dying to use this skin. I can finally buy this skin. Gooner. No, I like the water effects. I like the cup filling up. It's summer, dude. Lock in. You hear that? You hear that cup? Nice little drink pouring in. The effects are so goofy. I like the toy gun noise. I love this sound effect. It's so Looney Tunes. I need to buy the auto effects, but I'm gonna buy it on once on live client. What does the turret sound like? It's hilarious. What is that noise? When you zip line. Ooh, you're pouring up a nice cold one. It's hilarious, bro. Show the Psylocke one. This one. I use it all the time on the main client. Wait, where's the event at? This one. Wait, you're just trying to goon. Hold on, this is a trap. This guy's just trying to goon. This is a trap. I might buy this cloak and dagger skin though. I need a cloak and dagger skin on my main account. I'll put cloak and dagger skin. Do the melee with the Punisher skin? Too late. Yeah, all this is the event. You gotta, if you want these skins though, like the Mantis one, you still have to play yellow stuff. It's not blue stuff. It's still yellow stuff. It's the same cost. It's just back. That's it. And it's only for 11 days. So if you guys are gonna buy this thing, you need to buy it now. Once it drops. We ever play CND? I have been playing CND. I played CND in a tournament. What do you mean? They got the Mantis skin? Yeah, it's right here. If you want the Mantis skin, you gotta finish the battle pass. You have to buy the battle pass and then finish it. The Iron Fist skin is back. Which Iron Fist skin? Oh, this one? With the One Punch Man MVP? Yo, Brandon, what's up, dude? All right, I think I'm done for test server for today. It's 8 hours and 38 minutes. Is the season coming out? It's Friday. It comes out Friday. 190 Let Mercy. Moving like Nintendo. Wait, is this not the same price as it was before? Isn't this the same price? Don't tell me they brought it back, but they raised the price. That'd be evil. Hey, at least this is free. The group skin is free. You like group? Get some rest? Yeah. All right. I think that's it. Is there anything else I'm forgetting to check out before we get off? Oh, I guess the Phoenix skin, but it has no effects on it. That Groot's gonna be mine? I think that's free. Is there an Emma Frost skin? Oh, I didn't look at the magic skin. Does it have effects? I didn't look at this. Whoa, this skin is sick. God damn, bro. Oh, it has effects. What? No, I gotta go in game for this. What? I'm buying this real quick. I didn't see this. I didn't see the trailer for this either because I booted up stream so fast. I didn't look at it. What does MVP look like? This dude, Kingsman, bro. He made them make so much skins. Magic was getting like no skins till that drama, I swear to you. She had like no skins, by the way. She had no skins. Oh shit, it has a nameplate too. They're colorways? Ooh. Oh, I like this one. This one's cool. This one's cool too. I like this one the most though. Customize. Oh, I thought there was other stuff you can do with it. Now, let me see the alt. Whoa. Oh, this one's crazy sick. Whoa. Wait, I need to hop in game to see this. Is there anything else? Any other skin? I need to hop in game for? Phoenix one? Nothing different about this. She has matching sprays with Cyclops though. Goonable. What the? Can you check his load icon? What Cyclops is? I'll show you in a second. Yeah, that's what the thingy looked like. That's why he was standing there like, where my hug at? When you guys saw me using it in game. Oh man. This is load icon. I'll show you it one more time. That's the load icon. Oops. What's the animated one, but Broken Gambit better. From the RS Cyclops skin is it there? No. No. The Formula R Cyclops skin is not in the vault. No, it's not. It's only the summer one. I don't know when Formula R is gonna come back. You might have been cooked with that. Hey, there's a Black Widow skin though. This is everything in the vault. There is no Psylocke skin here other than this one. Is Fist Phoenix here? Fist Phoenix? What the fuck is Fist Phoenix? Wait, what? What is Fist Phoenix? Oh, Iron Fist. Oh, it's called Phoenix Fist. That's what you meant. I think you said Fist Phoenix. I'm like, what the hell is Fist Phoenix? Yes, the skin is here. All right, let me show the magic skin and I'm out of here. I've been live for like almost 9 hours now. I gotta go to sleep or something. I need to go eat. Actually, I'm hungry as hell. Oh, where's this magic skin? Where else she at? Whoa.
Me? Just a demon hunter mutant girl out of the universe.
Cool. Sound effects are nice. See it all. Oh wow. Pretty sick. No portal effects? Nope. It makes noises though. I wish it was like blue portals, you know? Swear the opening shoulder portal looking different. Did I not buy the alt effects? Play Cyclops? I just played him for 8 hours. You're literally here at the end of the stream, man. If you want to go look at Cyclops gameplay, you either rewind this stream on the VOD or go look at my video I uploaded on the main channel today. The footprints are cool. That is pretty cool. Okay. Let me check if I bought him. I'm pretty sure I bought him though. What? You guys requested deep organ music. Boss is us. Yeah, I bought it. Okay, I'm done. I'm yapping too much. I need to get out of here. Survey, son. I need to get out of here. All right, chat. That's pretty much it for today's stream. I am way too tired, bro. Can you buy the Psylocke one? I have it on my bro. I've used it so much, man. On my main account, I have so many videos using that skin. My last Psylocke video, I used that skin. Oh man, W stream, guys. I appreciate you guys being here. That was, how long of a stream was that? 8 hours and 44 minutes. I'm out of here. I'm tired as hell. We'll be back with some more tomorrow. We're gonna play Cyclops all day tomorrow. So yeah, be back here tomorrow if you guys have any test server questions or anything like that. Anything else I need to share before I get out of here? Nope, not that I remember. All right, see you, chat. Appreciate you guys again. Thank you guys for watching, and TikTok as well. I think I am finally unshadow banned, so that's pretty good. That was probably the biggest TikTok stream I've ever had. All right, see you guys. Thank you guys again. I appreciate you guys a lot. See ya.